Hello.
Ah, victory.
Damn, dude. Ridiculous.
Yo, don't worry, dude. The first month is always the roughest, bro.
Dude, that was so stupid. I'm like, Link, what the hell is happening? Restart, Link, nothing. I'm like, okay, really? You're just screwing with me at this point.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about having fun with the hosts, dog.
Yeah, screwing with the host.
Well, that's their version of fun, I guess.
I guess.
Well, see, my fucking my uncle used to have one of the best sayings. The only time technology ever works right is when it's broken.
Yeah, because
And
at least you know what to
honestly,
expect,
yeah, it's like at least you know it's not going to work when it's broken. It's not
right?
going to be like, hey, I'm going to use this, and then all of a sudden it's broken in like 16 different ways.
And then you have K2 over here. He's going to screw with me just to screw with me.
Bro, give me 2 seconds. I was just pulling my YouTube back up on my TV.
Okay. Yeah, then you can well, I can hear it. I just check the stream on YouTube at the same time. I make sure.
So he's just trying to audio troll
Yeah.
you?
Yes, he's
What a
being a
dick
smartass.
move.
Yeah, smartass.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, if you're gonna troll me, at least come up and troll me, smartass.
Fucking K2, man.
This guy.
These
This
fucking guy. Oh, bro, that fucking debate of Jim Bob's was brutal to watch.
dude. That guy,
And
he was
that
on.
that fucking moderator, bro, she had
Oh,
no idea what the fuck she was doing.
dumb, dude, dumb. And then she wouldn't freaking read people's stuff. Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
like seriously. Oh,
That's
here's K2.
wild. Well, Jason
No,
Castle sent $100 dono, and she wouldn't read it because it was about one of them, and it didn't even say anything misaligned. It just asked, to ask him about his past, basically. Like, are you kidding me? You, as a moderator, are not going to read the question that somebody sent in for one of the guests.
Dude, but
Um,
when he was telling his story, dude, like X'd out.
yeah, yeah,
Bro, that was
dude.
hard X to doubt,
I'm sorry. Like, also, how are you going to trust that guy?
right?
Like,
Especially he's trying to preach about morals and shit. Like, dog, you obviously
yeah,
don't have any. I know
yeah.
I don't.
I get my morals from I get my morals from objectivism. And before I went to prison for 25 years, I tried to have my girlfriend killed or
Right,
unalive. Like, are you kidding me?
bro. That shit was just ridiculous.
It's like, I don't know about
I
you,
know
but
I beat two guys' heads in with fucking hammer. Then I did this. I was
yeah,
arrested with a huge amount of crack cocaine. Like, come on,
yeah,
man.
yeah. You just turned over a new leaf randomly, huh? That's what you did?
Right? Like, dude, I tried to turn over a new leaf, but one thing this whole doxing incident reminded me of, I'm still me, bro.
What? Say that again?
One like with this fucking dog, like having to do with this dog shit, bro. It reminded me that I'm still me. I haven't changed as much in some ways as I thought I did, because I went
Right?
pure
hurry.
wrath of God.
James is
Well,
here.
hello,
James is
James.
here. Play the fireman video. Play the fireman video
Whoa,
quick.
and no fireman
I
video.
don't have
Okay.
the fireman video. I ain't playing that
It's his
crap.
birthday.
Kidding me?
It's his birthday. We got to
Yo, he
Happy
celebrate.
wants
birthday,
yo,
James.
he
What's
Hey,
your
wants
favorite
hey,
video?
I
hey,
said it was this week. I didn't say it was today necessarily.
hey,
Oh,
welcome
Yeah,
in,
all,
Cat. Welcome in.
all for a week.
welcome,
I'm
Cat.
gonna get everyone to try to play fire videos for you, James. That's
Oh
my
my
goal.
gosh. You're evil.
Yeah, he is evil.
K2, you're evil.
We've been through this. I'm a redhead. I have no soul.
Oh, right.
And I still doubt you're a redhead, dog.
Right.
You're not a real redhead.
Hmm. I mean,
Yo, why is half this panel fucking muted, dog?
if you just showed us the top of his head, we'd know, right?
Yo, yes, and Cat, you're 100% correctly. Gay 2 only wants to see the fireman video himself. He loves them hoses.
He is asking for it repeatedly, so I don't know. I gotta trust that.
Yeah, he's asking for
Hey,
it. And he's there.
Oh no, James, you don't have to keep yourself muted, bro.
Well, he was just
telling.
roboting, so I think he might be going through a bad area. So he might have did that so he doesn't robot.
No, I was at the gym. I was gonna say when I clicked on your channel and then try to listen, like nothing was coming through my head, my earpieces.
Oh, that's weird. Welcome,
Yo, you're getting
Ricky.
eaten
Welcome,
alive
Bree.
in chat right now, bro.
Huh? He is
K2's
too.
getting eaten alive in chat right now by Cat
Yeah.
and Bree.
Just getting roasted
Jokes.
up.
Well, Taco Bell's Mexican food. We could start there. And
That is
lime
not-
beer is Mexican beer.
That is not Mexican food. You are out of your damn mind.
Bree, Ricky, welcome in.
That's like American imitation of Mexican food. Like straight up.
Oh, tacos?
Yeah,
Bro,
Taco Bell.
That's
Taco
like buying
Bell.
Korean
Taco
food
Bell,
from a
yeah,
Taiwanese person,
is.
bro. It just don't work.
It's imitation Mexican food. That's what it is.
Like, dog, anyone who thinks Mexican food is Taco Bell has never actually like eaten Mexican food.
Yeah,
Yep.
you never been to a Mexican restaurant, man, because Mexican restaurant.
No. You need
Even
you
that-
need
No, that's a
80
lie.
No.
That's a
You
lie.
need
I
that
went to
80-year-old
Cinco de
grandma.
Mayo and got fucking food poisoning. I will never go back.
Okay.
Bro,
I'm
you
just
need
saying.
that 80-year-old grandma cooking that fucking. That
Oh, you
Mexican
mean like
food, bro.
actual? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
More
Cinco de
legitimate,
Mayo.
Authentic.
Yeah, or go to
Well,
Mexico.
Case is
and-
going with the more authentic, like actually in the home cook.
yeah, well, or go to a food truck in Mexico. Like
Oh,
It's a
so even
different-
street
actually have-
food in Mexico would be.
it's different food, man.
Oh, okay.
It's different than we eat here for sure. Like everything we have here is like derivations of Tex-Mex.
You know what we should do? We should all get together and have Bree cook us some nice Mexican dishes.
Yes,
So-
hold on. Yes, Doom K2 has all of the heavy breathing going.
Yes, he does. He's holding all the hands. All of
He is
them.
He is definitely holding somebody's hand.
Oh my god.
I surely thought that was a reference last night when you was talking about the pockets, though, Chase.
It was.
What?
Prison Break. I surely thought that was a reference to Prison Break.
No, dude, that is a 100% true prison thing. You hold, like, you fucking pull out your pocket, you dangle it there, and your bitch holds onto it.
It's messed up, but it's true. It's
Dang.
true. Where the chilling
Like,
at?
bro.
Welcome in, EOD. Yeah,
Yo,
K2,
Doom, are you coming up or not?
you just like,
please, you know,
yeah,
just
you
get your
probably
ass
should
up here,
cook it.
Holmes. Come on, Holmes.
Homie.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't mind me.
Can I pet
I-
that dog?
My sleep is not here. Can I pet that dog?
Yeah, I ain't been here for. I take it for a while.
James, this is the first time you've been on my stream, isn't it?
No, this is the second time.
Oh. Well, I guess my memory isn't that good. I'm missing part of my brain, so.
That is correct. Second
Remember,
time.
I was on here just the other night.
Like I said, I'm missing part of my brain. It must be my long-term memory.
or it's the hat's cutting off your circulation because it's too heavy for you.
It could be that. This hat is not a joke. By the end of the night, I feel like I had a whole night of neck exercises.
Bro, the fact of the matter is I'm surprised you don't have it like on a little cord, like pulling to the roof to take some of that weight off.
It would be nice. It would be nice.
Yo, it would literally take like 30 seconds to set up, dude.
Man, they say heavy hangs the crown, but a hat's worse. I'm telling you.
Bro, nah. Walking around with a hard hat, a welding helmet on, your torchlight on, your
Yeah.
visor helm on.
Yep. Well,
That's when it starts fucking. Dude,
trust me, I get it.
Some days my neck is like broken.
Kevlar is no joke. When I had to wear that Kevlar and the goggles and the night vision, all of it, it gets so freaking heavy.
Oh yeah, bro. Well,
So,
because nods are generally what, like 20 to 25 pounds?
yeah, something like that. It's like, and it's front mounted, so it's always pulling down on your head in the front. They flip up, but it's still a front weight, so you feel it all the time. You're so used to it, and you're way younger at that point, so it's not quite as bad, but geez.
Bro, I have destroyed my body so badly that it's a puzzle, dog. My bones are just puzzle pieces at this point, trying to fit back into place.
I feel that to my very core.
Like it, man. Well,
Yep.
that's like the amount of damage I have to my hands just from all the fights and shit from when I was younger. Destroyed my hands.
It'll do that.
Why I
Especially
can't
if
play
you
the
get all those
piano
micro
anymore.
fractures.
Yeah, I can't play the piano anymore. And I was supposed to go to Juilliard.
That's not good.
I
Shouldn't
really
be
fucked my
shouldn't
hands
be
up.
beaten in faces when you're supposed to be playing the piano. That's a life lesson. Don't beat in faces if you got to play the piano. Just saying.
Nah, they deserved it.
Well, I'm not saying they didn't deserve it. I'm just saying if you want to play the piano, it's best not to bust your hands up. It's kind of a Doctor Strange moment right there.
Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Oh my god!
And also, Chase probably technically enjoyed it.
Sure.
I loved every fucking
sure.
second of it.
I'm sure.
I mean,
Bro,
with the
like,
way he is, he
even
enjoys.
like like this last week dealing with all the like I already have my life is fucked up already from multiple other things, but dealing with this docs, dude, all I've wanted to do is fight somebody. Like legit, all I've wanted to do the last few days is like just get in a good fist fight like the old days, burn off some steam.
Give me a sec, guys. I'm just got to read this real
No.
quick. I'm not going to read it out loud. I need to read this.
You're on drugs.
Your face is.
Yeah, it is.
That ain't no joke.
Bro, there's a reason there's more than one reason I don't cam up besides the legality of it, bro. The fact of the matter is I am an ugly ass motherfucker.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I guarantee you I am. Chris had the unsightly issue of seeing my face one time.
Doom, you're such a smart ass, dude.
Wait, what's Doom going on about?
He's
Yo,
just
he
a
needs
smart ass.
to
Like I go to ask a question, but I don't put a question mark, so he acts like I made a statement and then and then directs it back at me. And he does it like every time I forget the question mark, so I feel like a total idiot for saying it. Every single time, dude. I'm like, damn it. Okay, fine, I'm the idiot. I get it.
Oh, bro, I know. I have to watch my typing real close some days.
Oh, man, it's too funny.
And then
Okay.
you'll notice there's the days where I just couldn't care less.
I'm gonna share this video.
Oh, dear God. Hey, look, Handholder's at the gym. He's trying to meet his next boy toy for the night.
Is that the gym? Is that what we just saw?
Yeah, he's lifting, yo.
He's
should get to the-
lifting. He's lifting the nutsack.
Oh, okay. Now to the weight. I
He's
didn't see the
cupping
weight
the
before.
nutsack during the blowjob.
See, I didn't see the weight.
That's
before.
why he's constantly muted.
James, get to the gym.
I'm
Jeez.
good.
I'm good. All right, here we go.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't hear no audio.
I don't
No
hear
audio.
And he says skip to 3 minutes 38 seconds. So get us some audio and skip ahead, sir.
What? What?
Get us
We
some
have
audio.
no audio on our end,
How?
and
You probably didn't
Abe
select the
says,
audio option when you
338.
present it.
Or fucking not Abe. Fucking Doom says skip to 338.
Okay, I am.
I'm pretty sure if I remember right, as far as the presenting, there's an audio option. Hold on.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to.
Cat,
Yeah,
no,
you gotta when you share the tab, you
we
gotta
have no audio up here.
Well,
you gotta cut on the audio because it says down there at the bottom, as far as your list of as far as sharing tabs, it says also share tab audio. You gotta make sure that's ticked on.
Great. More learning.
Yeah, it takes a minute. You'll get used to it. Like Kay says, the first
Now
month
Cat's trying to fucking
is the
audio
roughest.
troll.
You guys are such jerks. You're such jerks. You just gotta
Fucking
screw with the new guy. Screw with the
Oxycat,
new
I don't
guy.
Oxycat, I don't expect that out of you. Shame.
Hey,
Shame.
man, what are they
So
talking
much
about?
shame.
Though?
Also, share audio tab is on.
Weird. Did you have
Well,
the
but
tab
it's sharing
audio
with the
on?
stream, but not with us then.
Did you have the audio on the actual tab itself?
I can hear it when it's playing and it's cranked.
That's weird.
Wanna get high?
What is?
Always
okay.
remember to bring a towel.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
You
a
wanna
second.
go get high?
Oh yeah. $5 sucky sucky me love you long time. $5 cheap suit, $5 cheap suit.
Okay, so tell me if you can hear that. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. Can you hear that?
No.
Negativo.
What the shit? Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea.
Hey, smoking spaceman, welcome in, welcome in.
Okay, let's change this up a second. Stop. Skype. Skype.
LD, if it isn't the Lil Donger.
Everybody's
What the-
coming in, so welcome in everybody.
Welcome in. I'm being an idiot. Welcome in.
Whoa, you gotta learn.
I'm trying to get this.
Well, while Abe's talking that, I just the UFC kind of bores me. I'm seeing everybody leave B-dubs. I'm just like, why?
In what?
The UFC.
UFC. It's
Professional
literally
fighting.
boring. It's literally the most boring thing I've ever seen. You want to watch a good fight, you watch two Quebecians drop them on the ice.
That's fair.
See, I I'm more of a go to medieval times if you want to watch a good fight. You're gonna see people in actual battle armor, like medieval armor, fighting each other with
Oh.
actual.
That's what this
pole-axe
is.
swords.
I think I
Yeah,
figured out what's
that's-
going on.
Morning,
That's
Dave.
what
You're high?
That's. I think they got that in Nashville. They got like a UFC arena, a UFC fighting ring with people in armor fighting each other with swords, and it's actually kind of cool.
I think I get it now. I think I see what's happening here. I think I had a different browser.
Good fucking job.
You know what? How was I supposed to know that it couldn't cross-browser communicate? How would I know that? Drugs are the answer to all things.
Just like
Okay.
alcohol.
It's a joke. It's a joke, and it's not true. He said it several times, so I was joking. I was saying, you get it, right?
Yeah, I
That's
get you.
kind of why I make the joke. It's called sarcasm, James.
Yeah,
I got you.
James.
Y'all were joking. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
James.
You seemed kind of in your fifis there, like, oh my god, he said it was. Ah!
Yeah,
I was
James.
just asking a question. I wasn't.
Yeah, James.
Oh my
Fifi.
god.
Okay,
I was
here we
only
go.
asking
Tell
a
me-
question. Why do you talk to me like that? Like Jesus Christ.
Okay. Now tell me if there's audio on this one. Ready?
So many goes,
There we go.
hold
Yeah.
my pocket. Hold my pocket.
Hold on to this motherfucker. Hold on to my motherfucker. Crack white dog, you get killed, motherfucker. And you walk with me, motherfucker.
And he makes kids walk around holding the inside of his pocket. You understand? So he walks and then they're like,
Oh man.
I don't know what you know about prison, but if you're holding on to another dude's pocket, it's going to be a rough day, all right? Not only is this guy making kids hold his, he's talking ridiculous shit to middle schoolers. He's like, I'm gonna make you suck my dick for breakfast every morning because I hate breakfast.
And you have to suck my motherfucking dick, motherfucker, when my dick get hard. You talk, motherfucker. That's the shit that go on in the prison right there.
Talk that shit too.
Hold on, bitch.
Funny shit like that.
Wow.
So
Oh my gosh.
So he's like, I'm gonna mush your motherfucking face. And the kid's like, so it's so fucking funny. There's
Doom.
This is stuff they used
Thank
to do
you.
back in the day.
Thank you for that.
What do you mean? This still happens every day, James.
Wait a minute, they still
Well-
do that? I'm surprised they would still be able to do that.
He means the scared straight bit. That's what he's talking
Like,
about.
They still do that to
Yeah, but
this
for
day.
middle schoolers, though.
Yes.
I
You
mean,
would
it's
think that would be the way things are going. You think that
It's
would
smart.
not be all nowadays?
smart.
Bro, they've been doing
Damn.
that for like 30 years, bro.
The scared straight program in the first place is kids that are already causing trouble and getting into trouble. So then they send them to that camp where they show them how bad it could get if they keep making trouble. That's what happens. You send your kid to that camp and they do those experiments to make sure you know this is where you're headed. Get ready, kid. That's what they do.
Well, I've never had to deal with that, so maybe that's why I don't know if they're still doing that. Because when I was in school, I didn't have to go to those scared straight stuff. 'Cause I
Bro,
wasn't that bad of a
scared
trouble
straight
kid.
is usually court mandated.
You are sheltered, James. You have been sheltered. It's okay. It's okay to
Why?
have been
Why?
sheltered.
Why
It just
are
means you had a
people
good life,
farting in the
probably.
chat? Like,
Did
what,
you have a
what
good
the
life?
Fuck?
Not that your life's over or anything. I'm asking. Did
I
you
mean, it
have a
was.
good life?
Sometimes it was rough economically, but I mean, besides that,
But you were loved and cared for and protected.
yeah.
Yeah. So some children don't have that luxury.
What do you expect? What happens when they close down the coal mines in West Virginia?
Well, well, hold on. I don't even live in West Virginia. So you got a problem with that West Virginia?
No, not really.
I think there was coal mines in Virginia too.
No, no. Maybe way back
Wow.
in the day, but not back in my day.
Not back in your day. How
You
old are
act
you?
like
Bro,
hold on,
old
hold
are
on.
you?
You act like
back in the day.
you act
It's
like
back in
people
my
don't
day.
cross the state border to go to work, James.
My day.
I'm pretty sure
Bro,
I'm
there was
27.
plenty of people
You
from
just hurt
Virginia
my
that was
head,
laid off.
James.
They
That was
still-
such a contradictory statement because you said back in the day.
Way
Bro,
back in the
my
day, but not back in my day.
Hold on. Let me land my plane, dog. Let me land. You
I
said
said
you
way
said
back.
in my day, and then you said back in the day. and
Way
then
back
you're
in the
like,
day.
Way
Back in the
you
day.
said way
You're right,
back
way
in
back
my
in
day, as if you're trying to say you're 80 years old, bro.
Yeah, like how
No, I said
old are you?
No, I said no. My
No,
first
you
statement was
completely said it
way
wrong.
back
You
in the
said
day.
it wrong.
No,
You said
no,
back in
no.
my
I
day.
know what I said. You don't know what I
Bro,
said.
somebody clip
Yeah.
that shit and send it to this numpty.
You don't know what I said. I said what I said.
I
You don't know what I said.
You don't know.
I have to
The
agree with
second
Chase
time-
on that
the
one.
second
I do
time
too.
you
That's why I said it.
My day.
That's why I said it to you, James.
I said
Because
back in my day. I didn't say, but I said way back in the day at first.
No,
Or-
you said back in the day, way back in my day, as if you are older than
No,
back in the day.
no. You did not hear me at all. I said
No, that is what you said, bro. All of us heard it. You're dumb.
No. You
Yo,
did
go
not
back
hear
in the
everything
stream,
I
Abe.
said.
Go
You
back in the
totally
stream.
missed
Pull up the
some
I'm not
tab. Go
going
back in the
back. What?
stream. We're gonna
Oh my
incept
God.
this
Totally
shit.
missed some stuff
Okay,
because I
fine.
said way back in the day.
Hold
in
on,
reference
hold on.
to the fact of them doing it
Hold
way
on.
back in the day,
Oxycat
but not
says,
back
"What are
in
you
my
talking
day.
about, James? What are you talking about, James? There's
I was
coal
talking
mines
about
in
how they
There's
Virginia.
coal mines
coal mines
still.
way back in the day, but they
There's
didn't
still
have
coal
coal
mines
mines
today.
in my
You
day.
said back in the day,
No,
way back
I
in
said way
my
back in the
day.
day. I said
No,
way.
no.
Yes, I
No,
did
the
referring
second
to
time you said it,
the
you
time
said
before
back
me,
in my
but
day.
the
You said
time
my
before me,
day, as
but
though
the
you were
time
older than back in the
time
day. That
before
is why
me,
I'm correcting
though.
you.
But the time
Like,
before me, I
I'm
refer
not,
to as
I'm not
way back in the
correcting,
day.
like, I'm
There's
not correcting you to
still
be a
coal
bitch.
mines
did
in
refer to
Virginia.
There's
my
still coal
time back
mines,
in the
though.
day, but I
There's
did not
still
refer to
James.
the
James.
time
Bro,
before me.
no,
James,
no.
there's still coal
Somebody,
mines.
can somebody please clip that for us? We need to show him what he said.
Yeah, but I referred to the time of my time back in the day, but I didn't refer to it as way
No,
back in the day.
The way you said
The
it.
way back in the day was
You-
referring to the time before
James,
me.
shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, bro. Because what you said was back in the day, way back in my day, as though you.
No,
as
I
though
did
you
not
were
say
fucking
way
80
back in
years
my day. I
old.
said
Yes, you
back
did.
in my day. I didn't say way back in
Alright.
my day. The way back in
Let's.
the
Oh my
day was
God,
in reference to the days before me.
All right.
Not the
Oh
Alright.
my God, Doom! You're
Back in
looking
my
for
day.
where he said back, way back in my day,
No.
as though he is
Oh,
80
The way
years
back
old.
in the day was not referring to my day. Like when I
Oh
was
my
growing up.
God, you straight out said way back in my
No, I
day.
did not.
Yes, you did. You insinuated you're 90
No.
years old.
You're older than
No, I did not.
Yes,
you're
you
older
did,
than the
James.
president. Older than the president.
The reason it stuck out to me is because everyone who is older than me calls me out because I say back in the day.
Back in the day.
So it
I said
stands
back
in the
out
day.
to
I
me
didn't
when people
Way
say
back
that.
in the day.
They're
said
they're
back in
calling
the
you out
day,
in chat, James.
way back in
They're
the
saying
day.
back in the day. You said it.
I said back in the day, not way back in the day. Far
Bro,
as me,
you said it
way
incorrect.
back in the day was not referencing
my
me.
God,
It was referencing the
James.
time before me. Listen,
James,
hello.
you said it incorrectly. That is why
Where
I
is this-
corrected you.
How did I say incorrectly when I said back in my
Because
day?
the
Why?
second time you said back in the day, you said my day, as though you are older than anything. Like you
That's
are not the oldest on the
that's not
panel, but you made
referencing
it
to
seem
the
like
fact
you were
that
80
you're
years
older than
old, dog.
anything. I had a young time when I was a kid. Did you
Oh my
not?
God, James, you're not even listening now.
Why is my nightbot gone?
because you're on drugs.
Every time.
I don't know if they're still. I don't know if they're around now though, Cat.
Yes, they are. Yes, there is. Cat is
Where?
literally saying there is in Virginia.
Where? Because I
I
don't
would
know.
bet on
There
it.
is. There
Bro,
is. Go
literally
to the
just
coal mine,
Google
James.
Virginia. Yo, just go on Google, search Virginia mines.
Oh, they're
You'll
nowhere
find
near my
dozens.
part of Virginia.
Well,
You'll
that
find
doesn't matter.
dozens.
It doesn't matter if
I
it's
don't
near
know
where
any
you
coal
are.
mines.
You stated there was no coal mines left in your part of Virginia. They're just saying yes, there are coal mines in Virginia still, but like the way you said it was there was none in Virginia.
Well, well, based on my part of Virginia, I don't know of any that are in Virginia.
Bro, oh my
Guys, why is my Nightbot gone?
As far
Like,
as
what
I
is
know, there's
happening?
probably none in Virginia.
I'm so confused. Like,
Bro, I'm confused at how James didn't realize what he said when I corrected him.
because most people don't monitor their own speech and they say things without realizing it. And then they defend the fact that they didn't or did say it based on self-preservation. That's why.
I usually realize after the fact.
Yeah, it's generally an after the fact action, honestly.
Okay, based on the place where Cat said, I would say in my region there are coal mines still.
Oh, you got, buddy. You got.
I think you got. You're right.
I did get got. You're right.
Back in my day, I mean, back in my
Oh
old
my
Iowa
God.
No, but
day.
the way I put it, Chase, no, that was misunderstood out of context. The way back in
No, you
no,
stated
that
it
way back in my
incorrectly.
day was only
You
referencing.
stated it incorrectly, which is why I'm now correcting you
No,
about
I
it.
said
Yeah.
back in my day when I was referencing me. I never said
James,
way
you realize
back.
if you just owned up, it would be done with, and chat wouldn't be still going off saying you were wrong.
Yeah, if you just
Oh,
said
why didn't y'all clip it and then ship it to me?
clip and ship, baby.
Bro, I already asked
Clip it,
somebody to
because
go back
I
and
know
clip
what
it.
I said.
I already asked chat.
Hold
Don't look
on.
into it.
You're getting
And Spaceman said he's going to do it, but not right now,
crap.
too. So
You're gonna get you done it to yourself,
you're going to
James.
get double owned.
You
You're going to get
done-
double
Oh,
owned.
I know I did. I want to be clipped and shit.
You done it to yourself, my guy.
I know. I was going to say.
I know.
Now
I
look
know.
at chat, bro.
If
Yo,
it
does
clips,
my-
it
Oh
ships.
man. Clips and
Yo,
shit.
well, let me ask you this, James. Does me on VK not teach you do not challenge chat? Like, bro,
challenging
I
people.
go on screaming at chat.
I like challenging people, so
I'm daring them to
especially when I
take
know
me
I'm
out.
right, because I'm stubborn as a bull.
Like,
Yes,
damn, bro.
I did it. What the heck, man? Why did it do that? That was weird. I figured it out while you guys
shut
were
yourself
arguing.
at night.
Back in my day, before Moses walked the earth.
No, you
There was-
said back in my day, and that I admit I said, but I did not say way back in the day. referencing me.
The
I
second
admit
time
that I
you
said
did.
back in
The
my
second
day.
time you said way back in my day. As
James,
though
you're
you
so
were older
funny.
than
Oh, I
back in
did not
the day.
say way back in my day in reference to.
Oh my God,
I said
James,
way
yes you
back
did. Oh dear God, yes you
back
did,
in the
bro.
day in
Oh
Oh
reference
my
to
God,
anytime
this
before
So
is
me, not
funny.
hilarious.
in reference to me. I
So
said back
funny.
in my day in reference to.
What are you even defending anymore?
I don't even know, bro.
First you
What I
got
said.
yeah, but you got proven wrong. There's mines there, so that's 1 point against you already.
Yeah, but that hey, that's one point, but it doesn't mean that every
Bro,
point.
I mean, that was the bedrock of your argumentation, was that there was no mines even in your state. Then it was not in my area. Then they are in your area, so you were wrong about all
Well,
of
they're in
that.
the region. They're not in my actual area. I don't live in
Okay,
that.
well, I'm
oh
not
my
saying there's a
God, bro.
I'm not saying there's a
In my
mine.
region,
in Virginia.
Okay, but I'm not saying there's a mine
Stated in
under your
Virginia,
house.
dog. That is your state.
It's in your it's within traveling distance for work. That's all.
I wouldn't say. I
Oh
wouldn't
my
say
God,
most
bro.
people travel
James,
that
stop
far.
hoping, please.
I
Please just
personally
stop hoping.
travel pretty far, but not even that far for work.
Bro, James.
Oh,
I have undershirts older than you are. Oh my. Oh my god.
Yes.
Okay, clip it and shit, but what I said, what I said. Ship it. 'Cause I know what I
James,
said.
James, hold on. How old are you again?
27.
He's
Yep.
just a baby.
He's a
How
young
old?
buck. 27.
I literally have undershirts older than this dude.
Oh, I have uniforms. Oh, no. Oh, James, you're funny. You're funny.
Oh, I'm dying.
No.
Yeah, let's not talk about that right now. I'm trying
No,
to
I
have
don't.
a good time.
Yeah, no, I don't. Mosman, are you coming up? Doom, are you coming up? What's going on here? Gorilla Biscuits, Cat.
Yeah,
you
we
can
need
come up.
somebody other than James's cope up here. We need a new
Hey,
flavor.
hey, I'm not coping.
The people who
Oh,
I
I
called
think
out,
we need a woman up here. This is a sausage party.
the people that I've said I've invited.
Hi.
Let's go. Let's go. I know he's always teasing. Always.
Mosman's like, I bought my first lottery ticket when James was born.
Oh my.
Jeez Louise.
James, the funny thing is, my Blockbuster card is older than you are.
Wait a minute, hey, wait a minute. So did Mosman buy his first lottery ticket within this week? Mm,
I still have my Blockbuster card to this day.
I
That
was
should be like government approved ID right there.
I was just a twinkle in my grandfather's eye.
Oh, back in the
You mean,
day, I mean,
when
way
you
back
say
in my
tank
day.
top,
I didn't say way back
When
in
you
my
say-
day. I said back in my day.
Oh no,
I just want to correct something. When you say tank top, you mean wife beater, right?
Bree,
no, I
You know
I
you're
have,
invited.
like I use cutoffs.
smarty pants. You know you're invited.
Bro, I don't like wife beaters.
GB,
Hello.
the
Can you hear
biscuit
me?
has arrived.
Hello, Biscuit. Hello.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yep,
How are y'all tonight?
doing good. How about yourself?
Good. Yep.
In there.
So, back in James's day, there wasn't coal mines in Virginia.
Back in his day.
Well, I admitted to saying back in my day, but I never said way back in the day.
Oh my god, bro! The fact is,
That was the part where I
you insinuated you were 4 times older than us.
No, I did
Yes,
not.
you did.
When I said
Yes, you
way
did.
back in the day, I was
Yes, you did,
referencing
young
the
blood.
time of
Yes, you
warming.
did. Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm not even gonna go there anymore. Flip it and ship it. Flip it and ship it.
It's not
I'm
even worth
waiting on
it.
the
If you
clip.
just
Don't worry.
if you just give it up, then he'll
I'm
stop
not gonna give
arguing
it
with
up.
you.
That's the thing. I'm not gonna give it up because I know what I said.
You know what you meant, not what you said. Okay,
You
Oh,
know-
I
I
know
admitted
what
it.
I said, and I know what I meant.
I know what
too.
I said.
Nah,
know
you
what I
straight up
said.
said you know what you meant, so you.
I know what I
admitted
said.
you
I
do
know
not
what I
you
meant. I
said.
know both. No, I know both. I know what I said, and I know what I meant. Both.
All right, hold on. Wait a minute.
Flip it and ship
Bro,
it.
I've been listening to freaking music, the exact same music artist longer than you've been alive.
I got here. What's the argument about?
All right, this is it. Are you ready? You
Bring it
asked
on,
for it.
Chris.
Remember that. You asked for it. Okay. Just making sure you agree that you asked for it.
Yeah.
Fucking smoking space, man. Pop quiz. What did James say 2 minutes ago?
Yeah. What the frick?
I said
Pop
clip it.
quiz, indeed. Okay, it's Inception time.
All right.
Boy, it's gonna be weird hearing my own voice.
Yeah,
Bro,
you
We
better
all hate
believe it.
hearing our own voice, bro. I sound like an idiot to me.
Here we go. The Inception upon Inception. Yeah. Yeah. So
No audio.
some children. What?
Some people's
You-
children don't know how to
you
turn
liar.
audio on.
What? It has audio.
I know, I'm bugging you.
You bastard. Don't have that
What do
luxury.
what do you expect? What happens when they close down the coal mines in West Virginia?
Well, well, hold on. I don't even live in West Virginia. So you got a problem with that West Virginia?
No, not really.
I think there was coal mines in Virginia too.
No,
So-
no. Maybe way back
Wow.
in the day, but not back in my day.
Ah, right there, bro.
Not-
Clip it and
not
ship
back
it.
in your day.
Hey! I never said that. I didn't say back in my day. I said
You said no, but dude, you said
way
back in
in
the
the day.
back
You
back
said
in
way
the
back in the
day.
but not
But
back in my
back in
day.
my
I
day.
said maybe way back in the day they did.
Oh my God, James, we literally just heard
No,
it.
no.
We just heard
Play
it,
it
bro.
again.
Oh
Play it
my
again.
God.
Play it again, because you did not hear it right.
James isn't even listening.
Oh,
I am listening.
we didn't
You're
hear
not
it.
listening. It's a problem.
I am 100% listening. That's why I called it out.
You're not
not
listening.
listening.
It's a problem.
Because the first reference to way back in the day was referring to the fact of they may have coal mines way back in the day, but not back in my day.
But they do in both.
Oh
Well,
my God.
I didn't remember coal mines.
James, listen to the
Because I was
way
not
you.
in my actual
No, James,
location.
James,
They were
listen
in
to
my-
the
they
way
were
you
in my-
phrase.
I
Listen
didn't know
to
about
your
coal mines.
phrasing of
Listen-
back in the day scenario.
Yeah, you create context with language. So listen, okay? Listen to the context of your language. If you were talking, James, if you were talking to somebody and they said this to you, what would you think? Not what you said. Listen to it and think about it. You're talking to somebody else and you're like, well, what about the coal mines that closed down in your state?
He's
And then
kind of
this
dumb.
person-
That's what comes
Then
to
this
my
person,
mind.
then this person said this to you, okay? Think about it that way and listen. So, no, not really.
I think there was
Yeah.
coal mines in Virginia too.
No.
That's
Maybe way back
Wow.
in the day, but not back in my day. I said maybe way back in the day, but not.
But
in
not
my
back
day.
in my day, insinuating you're older than way back in the day.
No,
Not-
how am I insinuating that I'm older than way back in the day?
Even
Because
though
you
How
preference.
am I
Hold
insinuating
on. Because you preferenced your day after way back in the day.
and you said not back in my day.
Wait a minute. That it was.
You
The
what
way
you should have said.
I
preferenced
was,
it, the
I
way
was
you
saying it was.
preferenced it
I
and
was saying
used
my
it,
day
you
is
used
younger
it
than way
incorrectly.
back in the day.
What you
Oh
should
my
have said,
God,
James.
we literally just watched it 2 times. We have
What you should have
explained
said
it
is
10.
not in my day, not back in my day. You shouldn't have said back in
James.
my day.
James, just own it. It was right there, just like when I said
No, I shouldn't use the
WD-40 when
word
I was
back,
trying to
I should've
reference
just said in my
W2s.
day. So I shouldn't have used the word back. I should have just said in my day, but that don't make any
No,
sense.
you shouldn't have
That
said.
wouldn't make any
back-
sense because I was
No, listen
because
to
I
the
was a
words
kid
coming
in
out of
the
my mouth.
past. I'm not a kid now.
Hold on. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. What you said incorrectly was the fact you prefaced back in my day with way back in the day before it, indicating way back in the day was after back in your day. It is English language, dog.
How did I indicate?
Oh my God, I'm about to fucking
Way
snap,
back. I said
bro.
way back. in
Not
the
worth
day.
snapping, but it's funny.
James,
No, I mean just snap and start roasting him for not fucking listening and not realizing.
Well, I'm trying to
it was
understand how I
just the way you
insinuated
said
that
it.
when I said way
Hey.
back. I didn't say
So,
it. Ain't
what?
I said,
This
Yeah,
is
but-
endless
I said
content for
way
James
back.
or for Abe
Older than my
now.
time.
So
Like, I
here's
indicated further than my time,
Because
but
James won't own it.
James, the problem, the main problem is that where you come from or how you were raised, probably this doesn't mean anything to you, but to the rest of the country, when you say it the way that you said it, you made yourself sound way older than you actually are.
yeah, well, see, that's the thing, James. You're still in your day. You're not back in your day because you're still in the day. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Wait 10 years and then then you can say back in my day.
If you were 80 or
you're
40,
James,
I didn't say
hold on,
it's
hold on. I have a very serious question. Are you the doctor?
Doctor Who?
Exactly.
I used to be a kid. I wasn't. I ain't a kid no more.
Wait.
So,
Yeah,
I
but
used
when
to
you're a
be
kid, that's not in your day. That's just when you're a kid.
yeah, but I was thinking about when I was growing up, though. When I was getting.
That's
when I
not
was-
back in the day. That's not before way back in the day. That is after way back in the day. Way
I mean, you
back
can
in the
say
day.
back
happened
in-
That's your
sometime
childhood.
earlier.
because
Yeah.
in the
Back in your
context we were
childhood.
talking
That's how you
about-
would say that.
God. This is so circular, James. You refuse to actually listen.
James
Back
is
in
a
my
time traveler.
childhood. Back in my childhood. That's how you would say that, James.
Hey, James,
Oh.
did you own CDs?
What do you mean? Did I own CDs? We
Did
had-
you own CDs
He
as a
didn't
kid?
even.
Does he
didn't
even
even
know
have-
what CD means?
Yeah, I know
Did
what
you-
CD. I know
you
what
own
CDs
compact
are, but I
disc?
don't know exactly what the CD.
Did you
Do
own
you know
what
he
compact
doesn't-
disc?
CD? Hold on. Do you know what a CD? What CD stands for?
I don't know what it stands for. But I know what a CD is. It plays.
Compact
Oh
disc.
my god.
A
Yo,
compact
oh my
disc.
CD
God,
plays
I'm
music.
done. I'm done.
I don't know what the actual CD stands for. Why do I
Bro,
give a
it said it on every fucking CD that was ever printed. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah, but why do I care about what it actually stands
Ricky,
for?
can you show me your cam real quick? Give me a peace sign.
The what?
Okay.
Cat apparently he was
Okay.
in the hyperbolic
Good to
time
go.
chamber where
Good to go,
one
good
day
to go.
it was 50 years outside.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm in the middle of cooking.
It was
so.
like a reverse
You're fine.
time
I just
travel.
wanted to make sure I was safe. I've talked to
Oh,
you
yeah, no,
a lot. I just
you're definitely good, bro.
awesome.
Yeah, see,
How
I'm
we
like
doing?
down in the chat. I know what an 8-track is too. When I back in my day, James, we had 8 tracks and cassette.
Back in my day, I heard James say back in my day.
Back in my day, I heard him
Way
say back in my day.
back in my day.
You know, back in my day, we had 45s, which James probably doesn't know what those are. But before,
Good old
but
45,
before
bro.
that,
I still have them
before
in
that,
those
we
two.
had CDs back in my day. Like,
Before that, yeah, we had cassette tapes.
Back in the day. That's way back in the day.
yeah, exactly. Maybe,
Bro, remember
maybe,
floppy
maybe-
disks?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Floppy disks, bro. Those things were a
Oh,
fucking nightmare,
And we're not talking about the 3-inch
right? No, like those
actual
fucking,
floppy
like,
disks.
yeah, those huge fucking floppy disks. Dog.
Playing Oregon Trail.
Hey, James.
hear
Colorado never was once a state where you could smoke weed legally. Back in the day, that is. But in my day, it was kind of the case.
Okay, can we move on?
You have
I
to
don't
first
think there's any
admit.
moving on at this
Hey,
point.
James.
You have to
James,
first
hold on.
admit that you made yourself sound older than you are.
Let's stay on this topic.
Like that.
James, yo, hold on.
Let's
James,
stay on the topic.
Can I ask you something? Do you remember back in the day when you said back way back in the day, but back in your day?
way back in the day, people used the steam train, but in my day, we just used a DeLorean.
Oh, my
James,
side is hurting from
James,
laughing so hard.
James, I just want you to know we actually all love you, but this is just funny.
Bro,
This is way too
remember
much
back
for
in my day with the original Atari?
My point in doing this is that, James, that you would understand contextually what's being said. That's the criticism, right?
I'm pretty sure back in
I didn't mean it like that, though.
I know
But
you
that
didn't
is
mean it that
exactly how
way.
you said it, bro.
That's how you said it. And I think everybody here wants you to be the best communicator you can possibly be, especially so that you can have good success on things like VK, right? Saying things like that, it will be hard to argue a position when you because then they'll get distracted
trap
and all
you.
that. Yeah.
They will
Bro,
trap
So-
you.
because then if you were against me and you did that, bro, I'd be doing the same shit on VK. I would start being back in my day. The point was
Back in my day, at the end of the day,
the fact of the matter is back in the day.
And James, to be honest with you, I've struggled with similar things, and I think what it is sometimes our brains will think before we speak, and what it does is you're talking as if how you would think about it as you're thinking about it, and usually that will always make you say things that don't make sense.
I just realized I'm restarted. So
Yeah.
And then what happens is, because you've spoken it, your automatic defense inside your brain is going to make you defend it. You're going to defend it even though you didn't mean it. Instead of saying, that's not what I meant, immediately. That's what I didn't mean that. I misspoke. Because you have a defense mechanism in your brain for congruence.
Fucking cat.
I'll take that one.
Whoa! Hey, look, in my area, I've never seen coal mine before.
That's all you
My
had to say then.
actual
That's all you have to
valid-
say.
That's all you had to say.
In my area, to my knowledge, I've not seen any of this in my lifetime. That would make sense.
you know what, James? Just keep doubling down. Be
Yes.
the ye
Yeah.
on our panel.
Yeah, keep
Dude,
doubling
what?
down the skate.
Bro, if he doubles down anymore, I'm gonna go harder.
Get your banjo, bro. Get your banjo. Start playing every. I'm gonna play it every time somebody
damn.
comes back in the day.
Damn, smoking Spaceman. That's a good point. Did you play GoldenEye on Nintendo 64?
Oh, GoldenEye was the best.
Not back. No, I didn't play GoldenEye on Nintendo 64. I played it on
You
my
caught
car.
yourself that time. You
I think
literally
it was
caught
on-
yourself.
I think
You
it was on
almost said-
GameCube when I first played GoldenEye.
You almost said back in my day, but you
Or
said
was
back.
it
I
Xbox?
didn't play it.
Maybe it was Xbox first time I played GoldenEye. Was
You
it?
see?
It wasn't on the Xbox until
wasn't on the Xbox.
One. It
That
just
means-
came out like 3 years ago on the Xbox One.
I
Yeah.
am proud of you, James. You learned your lesson
Wait,
just
I
now.
thought GoldenEye. Wait a minute, which GoldenEye are you talking about? Because
We're talking about the only one, the
James,
OG
you're
one.
supposed to be
No,
doubling
there's
down.
The OG GoldenEye.
If you don't know the N64 one, then you don't know what we're
Nintendo
talking about.
64, Odd Job, crawling through vents and throwing hats, Golden Gun.
Odd Job ain't cheating. Odd Job ain't cheating, by the way. Just gotta say that. Odd Job ain't cheating. Anybody who says he's cheating is off the rocker.
I mean, he's got a smaller hitbox, but
multiple forms of GoldenEye. Depends on which. If you're only talking about just the N64 one,
we're
then
talking about the first time it was ever released.
just the N64 one alone.
Hey, James, if you can't remember when Super Mario 3 came out, you can't say back in my day.
Man, Tanuki Mario. Man, I remember getting that for my birthday. Oh man,
Right?
Mario 3 was so dope.
Oh yeah, it was good. It was great.
Oh man.
And then of
Flying
course
as
they
a
made that whole
Tanuki.
movie. They made that whole movie to sell it. It was called The Wizard with Fred Savage.
Oh my gosh, you guys have to see this. Now that you brought this up,
Hold on.
now that you
Before
brought this
before
up,
you go there, I'm disappointed, James. You're supposed to be doubling down, and you're not.
Yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, come on. Where's the double down?
Okay, I almost feel like like in the next discussion, I'm gonna purposely say something that fucking retarded. Call me on it. I will fight it for 25 minutes straight. I do
Oh
not.
my
Yeah, dude.
Oh, come on. Was that really that retarded the way I said it?
Dude, the way you said it was full blown stupid, bro. You insinuated you were 80 years old.
you're shooting yourself in the foot
That
even more.
wasn't
now.
how I intended it, though.
It
Well,
doesn't
that's-
matter how
that's
you intend.
fine.
Dude, James, think about every time me and you debate on VK. Do I not always try to give you a little criticism after, like, James, you should have did this, or you should have attacked this? Like, I'm only calling you out on this shit so you can get better at VK, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready? This is gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. It's gonna be so good. Just saying. You're like,
Right.
what? What's gonna be so good?
Yeah, what's gonna be so?
I don't even know.
Yeah, my curiosity.
Ready?
Tanuki anyway. It's part of the canine family. And it's kind of look like a dog and raccoon combined. Not only that, it's also one of the most famous Japanese folktale creatures in the world. We call these creatures yokai, and they're basically the Japanese version of mythical beasts like Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, and Guy Fieri. Just like how Tanuki suits Mario can fly, the Tanuki yokai can fly too. But instead of using their tail like in the game, they use their magic sack. They just stretch the skin out like a paraglider and then they can fly through the sky. Another ability that Tanuki suits Mario has is being able to turn into a statue. But why does the Tanuki turn into this statue? That's because this is a Japanese Buddhist statue called a Jizo. You'll see them all over Japan, usually with a red cap or scarf wrapped around them. They represent the Buddhist god that protects children and travelers named Jizo Bosatsu. In Japanese folktale, the Tanuki has the ability to transform into anything, from objects to other animals and even to people. According to legend, one of the more common pranks that Tanuki play on humans is to turn into a beautiful woman and flirt with them. If you end up falling for their charms right before they'll show you who they really are at the last moment. Bah, I'm a chubby Tanuki guy with big two balls. No! So think of it as an ancient legendary Japanese form of catfishing. I wish Nintendo used that idea though. Instead of Mario turning into a statue, he became like a beautiful woman and all the enemy who come to him, as their eyes get hard. When the magic is over, it reveals a chubby Mario. There's so much more to tell you about the Tanuki and their magical testes. And they are not the only crazy Japanese spirit out there. There's also this Japanese spirit that was inspiration for the Wump in Mario 64.
So Mario's Tanuki suit should actually be flying by the power of balls and not the power of a tail.
Yeah, pretty much.
That last thing looked like a giant walking scrotum. That's exactly what it looked like.
So what's a skinwalker?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was a skinwalker.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. A skinwalker who has magic balls.
Okay.
Can't we all be like that now?
See, and James, that whole referential thing doesn't really play for you because we all grew up playing that game. And to you, it's just an old game that used to be played by people.
Are you trying to get me to really say it again?
No. See, you already almost said it once and you caught yourself and didn't do it. So you've already kind of learned the lesson through a little bit of prodding.
A little bit. That was more like a little bit.
There's a lot of it. There's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of y'all and one of me.
James, we're only coaching you because we love you.
James,
I mean, if we didn't like you, we would just be mean, real mean about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bro.
We get Angry Beaver to be mean to you.
Yo, how about I just be mean to you, handholder?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a turn on.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, hold hands now? When was this? So we
We're all holding hands now. Yes, we're doing that.
Back in my day, James was still a twinkle in Daddy's eye, just like Kat says.
Hello. Evidently, my internet connection's being goofy. So, if I get booted,
stop playing with him.
Whoa! I didn't do anything. I'm just staring at the screen.
This fucking guy doesn't. Yo, what? Did you not sacrifice your goat this morning, dog? You need the sacrifice to the internet gods.
Yeah, right.
I don't
blood
do
for
that.
the blood gods, dog.
I don't do that because I don't have that ability because I'm wearing a magic hat.
You need to
Magic
sit.
Hat does nothing against sacrificing a goat, dog.
Somebody else would have to do it.
Yeah, you need to sit
All right,
there and get
James. I want you to tell me who that is in my camera feed.
Oh.
I had no idea.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Well, the triangle booby. There's no triangle booby, so it's not Tomb Raider.
Well, we know it's not Tomb Raider. I mean, I would know Tomb Raider. I would know Laura Croft.
The polygon.
I would know Laura Croft. So I mean, Tomb Raider's not old to me, man. Tomb Raider's been around for a long time, bro. Where have you been?
Back before your day, or back in your day, you mean?
Well, technically, it was probably before I was born, because that thing was like, I think Tomb Raider's been out since the early 90s.
I think the first Tomb Raider came out in what, 97 or 96?
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
played Tomb Raider as a kid.
my time.
I put it at 96. If I
That
remember
was
correctly.
before. No, James. That was not back in. That was not back in time. That
Oh,
was before your time.
back like
I
like
just
back,
can't see because I got
around
my
the time when I
screen
was
split
born.
with my
I was
workouts.
born in the late.
No, but the way you, like I said, I'm trying to show you the way you say stuff. Like that's all.
Well, I said back when I was around. I didn't say like about back when I was around.
That was before you were around.
Well, yeah, but I was born in the late 90s. I was born like right there in that area where you're
Oh,
talking.
Bro,
James,
you
your
wouldn't
word.
have even been old enough to touch a controller.
Yeah, I
word.
wasn't. I never said that.
Your
So it was
words.
before your time.
Your words are the
I
paintbrush.
said around when I was around. I never said somewhere around the time when I was around.
Bro.
Around.
Yeah, Tomb Raider
Around.
came out in 96, bro. That is I was pretty damn fucking close. I said 96 or 97.
Yeah,
So
it was like
hey, Chase, when did it come out?
96.
So I was 15 years old.
Yeah.
back in Chase's day. I mean.
Back in my day.
How the hell has nobody got a banjo for this?
What's that?
I say, how the hell nobody got a banjo
Okay.
for this company?
Oxycat does.
I'm
James,
trying
this
to
is
be
the
nice
same
right
game
now.
right here. This is the same game.
Yeah, I don't know that game.
Yeah. Probably because
Ooh.
it came out the year you were born.
Snake.
What year did it come
You were
out?
playing Doom in the arcade, bro.
I
What
don't
year
know.
did it come out?
It came out in 1998. It is probably one of the great, if not what the top
Dude, I
five
was unborn
greatest
by '98.
PlayStation 1
So
games.
again, you said when you were a kid, Tomb Raider came out. 96 was when Tomb Raider
No,
came out. It
no,
was before your time.
I said around the time when I was born,
That was
like when I was
before
getting
your
into
time. It
the
was
world.
before your time.
Somewhere around the time when I was getting ready to be in the world. I never said like
Bro,
when I
you
was-
weren't you were still a twinkle in your daddy's eye, dude. This is 96.
Well,
I
he's
never
a
said
fetus.
when I was a
He was-
kid. I said about the time when I was
bro,
around.
He was in
That's
a
like
womb,
that's
brother.
like
Being
that's
in existence.
You insinuated you were alive when it was
How did I
round. When
insinuate?
it
and not
came
just
out.
not just that you were alive, that you were old enough to engage in
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, how did
Like
I
you
insinuate
implied.
Yes,
that?
Gorilla. Yes,
The
yes,
fact
yes.
that I
Metal
was
Gear
in
Solid. Yes.
existence, how do I insinuate me saying it was around the time when I was in existence?
When?
Insinuate that I was
Because
old
you
enough?
were not in existence.
As a baby, I couldn't be in existence.
No, you were it was in 96, bro.
What
It was out before you were born.
what month were you born in 98, James?
I wasn't born in '98.
Or nine?
I was
What,
born in the late '90s.
in
I'm not gonna go to
99?
the exact year that I was born and the exact month I was
Well,
born.
you
I,
said-
I thought you were born in
So that would
98. Were
be
you born in
98.
99?
Now I was born before '98. I'm not gonna go to the exact year that I was born.
How are you 27 if you were born before 98 then?
Yeah.
Again, my birthday's this month and it's this week. I'm not gonna go.
Okay,
exact
okay.
date.
Let's,
Bro,
You're trying to get me to dox my
I,
actual birth.
I
No. I'm
Hold
just trying to get an
hold on,
idea.
hold
I'm
on.
just trying to get an
Trying to do
idea.
right now Because you're
Hold on,
asking me all these
because
questions.
again, you insinuated that you
I
were
told- I-
alive and a child when Tomb Raider came out.
When my
Tomb
birthday
Raider came out
Okay.
in
I don't want to
1996.
tell you online
They're
when
just
exactly my
saying-
birthday was.
They're
I'm
saying it
not
was.
saying you have to say it. I'm just proving you were incorrect.
Look, if you knew when
getting
my actual
heated up.
birthday, I said I was around the time. I never said it was exactly at the time.
You
Okay.
I didn't know if it was
insinuated-
96 or
Hold on.
97
James,
when Tomb Raider came out.
James,
I just-
I was
I
91.
insinuated that.
I was 94.
And
I was 84.
9. I'm the oldest one here.
Yep, you are
Who's the oldest one here?
Gorilla Biscuits.
And how old are you?
I'm 46.
He's a year older than you, I think.
I turned
Wait,
40.
I couldn't.
79.
was it? Were you born in 79?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
49.
Yeah, so you're just a couple of years older than me.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I think it goes.
Usually I'm the baby of the group.
I think it goes Gorilla, Mosman, me for age. And I keep getting told I don't look like I'm 41. I think I do.
I'd,
You just can't tell.
I'd say you're in your 30s.
Well, if I shave my beard, I go back to being 16. It's okay.
So
Actually,
so
I'll
maybe
be like 14.
so
I don't know.
maybe if you were born in 98, then you would be like just a couple of months old when Metal Gear Solid.
no,
came
I
out.
was born before 98.
Then you wouldn't be 27.
But I said my birthday's this week. I didn't say what day.
That does-
Do you not understand how basic math works, James?
Do you not understand?
You not
that-
understand?
Do you not understand? that I could have been
Do
born.
you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I was
I think I
my
understand.
year on Discord.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Oh, go
Don't say it out
around.
loud.
Okay,
Go get you're on Discord. You won't understand.
Kat has made a request. Can we go around the panel and tell us your favorite movie and give us a brief summary? And the other panelists can discuss the movie.
Ooh. All right.
Mosman, would you like to start?
Have you looked on Discord, Chase? Don't say the year though.
Yeah, I'm responding right now. And I'm explaining it again.
Oh.
Mosman,
You're not responding. I don't see you responding.
Did someone say my name?
I am.
what's your favorite movie?
Oh, my favorite movie?
Yeah.
That's tough. There's so many damn good ones. But I still think that my all-time favorite movie would probably be also what I think is the greatest movie of all time, which is Lawrence of Arabia from 1962
I said around Chase when I was.
with Peter O'Toole, where during the time
I didn't know
during the
if it
time of World War I, the British were
Sure.
trying to help the Arabs fight off the Ottoman Empire, and we traded one evil for another. Great
All right.
movie, great movie.
Yeah, that is a good movie. Lawrence of Arabia is a good movie. It's very classic, but very good movie.
I think I've only seen it once.
But I didn't say it was exactly when I came into existence, Chase. I just said it was around.
No, it was your phrasing. You insinuated you were a baby when it came out. When you were.
Well, I didn't know which year it was because
I
you-
had stated before you
you
made
didn't
your
say-
statement.
We,
It
we
came
haven't
out
come
in
to the conclusion
'96.
that it was 96 exactly, though.
So
Yes,
Chase,
I
what's
did.
your
I
favorite
had
movie?
stated that before.
Chase, what's your favorite movie?
You said it was 96 or 97 when I made that statement.
And then
Stay on the movie.
Hold on.
These two need a
hold on.
room.
Yo, but then fucking I had stated that
Put-
Smoking Spaceman
Put
confirmed
Angry
it was
Beaver and James in the
96
back. They can argue.
And honestly, that to me needs more context because that's too generic for me. I cannot choose one all-time favorite. I'm sorry.
He's
Yeah, that
27,
is
but he was
good
born on a
hard
leap year.
I
Cat,
don't think you know how
Cat, that's too good. That's too good.
That was way too good.
So,
Yeah.
so really, he's like in his hundreds.
Yeah, he's
Little bit
really
old.
old.
Just
My
ever so secret.
grandpa told me
Yo,
my
I
dad was in
can't.
the Civil
Look, I
War.
love bugging my one buddy about the fact that according to his birthday, he's only 8 years old because he
yeah.
was born on a leap year. So he only gets one birthday every
Heck
4
yeah.
years.
Heck yeah. All right, Chase, it's your turn. What's your favorite movie?
Again, like it would have to depend, like what genre, what kind of movie, like that is just a generic
So
statement.
you're saying your
that
favorite
I
movie
honestly-
is? So you're saying your favorite movie is Strange Brew?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I like that one.
No, just like a movie you enjoy above most movies.
There's many.
Well,
I
Chase,
can give. Here's the thing, because if we're going for like my all-time favorite movie of period, I do not have one. I have a couple that are like just
Right.
instant
Tell-
good.
Tell us.
Well, there would be Titan AE and Princess Mononoke would be one of my mains.
Oh, Titan AE was really good.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Fair enough.
Titan AE when I was a kid, bro, I felt so fucking like that was mine.
The music
Because of
in it
the
was
fact,
so
like
epic.
I felt abandoned, and the dude was abandoned, and he was
Yep.
searching for a new world. Like that was
It's
me growing
my
up.
Right.
So it always kind of
shine.
stuck out to me.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and the music is so apt to that. Actually, like everything about that movie makes sense for you, big time.
Bro, Titan AE, fantastic. Mwah, chef's kiss movie.
Yep, yep.
And the
Definitely.
worst part is it received so much fucking hate.
I know,
Yeah,
but
but-
it was so
No.
good. It was good.
was
good,
I
yeah.
enjoyed it in the theaters. It was a great movie to watch. in
Oh
the
yeah,
theaters.
I still watch that one once a year at least.
It's
Yeah,
my
it
time
was
to
it was a
shine.
great flick. It was a great
It's
one.
my time to shine. Father, be with me tonight. Like that's like, oh man, yeah,
Yeah.
good movie. That's a good movie.
Kat, we're all figments of everybody's imaginations. We are words and voices in an electronic device. None of us are real.
There's no.
Yeah,
physicality.
I'm usually the voice in your headphones that tells you to do the wrong thing all the damn time.
Yeah.
Wait, which one of mine are you? I have a few. None
He's the one
of
that
them
sounds
are
like
nice.
that. He's the one that
I'm
sounds
one
like
of your I'm one of your employees that enjoys. That joins the meetings.
Ricky, what's your favorite movie?
Oh man, I have to sit there and agree with Chase. Like I've watched a lot of movies. It's kind of like hard to pick one, but like honestly, like man, just for the sheer fact of nostalgia, I would have to go Nightmare on Elm Street.
nice.
Because like man, Robert Englund sitting there like icing everybody and having a good one liner to it like every
Yep.
time. That was just mwah. Never thought a comedian could sit there and be like a slasher villain flick. Villain. But yeah, like just for the whole nostalgia purpose.
Very good.
The fact of the matter is, back in my day, Titan AE was a phenomenal movie.
Oh yeah, it was.
I don't think anybody can disagree with that. The movie was damn good. The music was incredible. Like I listened to that
And
music
then,
for
like,
years after.
if I have to pick my favorite Studio Ghibli movie, Princess Mononoke, hands down.
And you
Absolutely,
you
that was
identified-
that was a great one.
yeah, and you identified
What about
with, Prince Ashitaka.
Absolutely not.
Really?
I identified as the wolves. I just wanted to destroy everything.
Okay. All right. All right.
What about Howl's Moving Castle? I mean, that one was a really good one.
It was, but it's not as
Howl's
good.
Was a good one, but
Story is not as good. It's just
yeah,
not.
there were a few more plot holes.
If you can't tell, I identify more with Prince Ashitaka. Just saying.
Why you feel like you've been cursed by the gods, whereas I am a curse?
Oh man, Chase, you and I could have quite the discussion about our childhoods.
I will say
Well,
this. I think the
dude, the
best
fact-
scene in
hold
that
on.
movie in the
The
Princess
fact of the
Mononoke.
matter is, no one on this planet will learn how bad my childhood actually was.
I'm not
Um,
saying that I know that. I'm saying that we could talk. That's all.
No, but I'm saying like I can tell you a half of it, and the other half I will never speak of ever again.
I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
But I do think the best scene in Princess Mononoke is when he's riding and he's got the bow and arrow and he's shooting at the bandits and he takes the guy's 2 arms off with the 1 arrow.
I think that's a good scene, but I like the scene where he's actually got the bow drawn and the curse in the arm wants to fire that arrow and his own will is fighting to hold back his own hatred from striking down. I think that's an incredible
I
scene.
would say I'm putting in the chat now. These would probably be my top 10 right here.
Okay. Ricky, which one did you say? Oh yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. Right. All right. Gorilla Biscuits, what about you?
I've got a quick favorite, because the real favorite's too obscure. People won't even know what it is. The quick favorite is Braveheart, just because it's always go-to, every time I watched it. I think I watched it in high school like 25 times. It's always really good. And then another one that's just as good as that is Die Hard. When I was a kid, we had a dollar theater in my town.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
Dad take me to the dollar theater like 9 times to go see Die Hard. I watched it over and over and over again. I love that.
What's the obscure movie, Gorilla, that you don't think anybody would know?
Well, the real favorite is this Warren Beatty movie from 1974, and it's called The Parallax View.
The Parallax.
Oh, Parallax was great.
Great flick.
Most people haven't even heard of it, but that is my real favorite movie. It's so like weird and I don't know. I guess they were making it because it's Nixon thing was going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So weird assassinations going on and conspiracies all the time, but it really fits with what's going on now. And I loved it. I discovered it like 15 years ago. And
Chase, did you rage quit?
He did.
Oh, dude.
Oh man.
So let me ask you this, Abe and Gorilla. I'm sure you guys have seen Lawrence of Arabia, Casablanca, The Fellowship of the Ring. Yeah. Master and Commander. You guys seen that movie, right?
Yeah.
I put the word, but not the world. I'm sorry. Blade Runner, Empire Strikes Back, The Dark Knight, Two Towers.
I love Blade Runner so much.
And then I also put have you guys ever seen Night of the Hunter? That movie is phenomenal.
Yes,
is that the submarine one?
It's from the 1950s. And it's got Robert Mitchum. It's great. It's got one of the best scenes of all time in it because it's such a great movie. But he plays like a con man who pretends to be a preacher, and he basically cons Shelley Winters into marrying her. And all the reason why he's marrying her is because he was in a cell with her husband who passed away, who was hanged. And he's trying to find the money that he stole from a bank.
Oh man!
And he finds out that the kids have it, and so he starts chasing the kids around. The movie was not liked at all for its time because whether people knew it or not, there are things in that movie that like are way before its time. Like the idea of like a predator, the idea of somebody who is going after kids. The idea of
wow. That's crazy.
There's a lot of different stuff in there, but if you guys are interested, I could show you a scene which I think is the best scene in the movie, and I think it just showcases I think a lot of cool elements. If you're interested,
we could do it at the end of the movie go around.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I'm just saying if you're interested, but if you haven't seen it, I recommend. I think you can watch it on YouTube too, but it's got Robert Mitchum, and yeah, it's a great movie.
It sounds damn familiar. I mean, I might have seen it at some point, but I can't be entirely too sure.
Yeah.
Spaceman, we had this debate with Grok. You lost, dog. You even lost to Grok.
Oh my gosh. Okay. K2, what about you? What's your favorite movie?
I actually have a few.
There's a few.
Don't we all?
Yeah, there's a few. Like top 5, I want to say Weaver Soldiers, Saving Private Ryan, Miracle on Ice, Slapshot, and like Blade.
Okay.
Damn.
Blade was a good movie.
Those are good.
Yeah,
The first two were good. The third was terrible.
man.
Okay. James,
I
what's
think Husky Song was like the actual bad one out of them.
That's a tough pick between my favorite one, like most people would say.
Hey, y'all fucking forced me. Just pick one, James. Fuck off.
If I had to pick, I would say I have to say the classic John Wayne movie, The Longest Day. I'd have to say the classic John Wayne.
It's a good movie.
I
It's a good
mean,
It is a good movie, but I feel like there was better John Wayne ones.
yes, there
I
are
agree.
better John Wayne ones, but I do like his.
There
war
was
picture
with
ones.
Rooster
Cogburn, man.
Rooster
Oh, man.
Cogburn.
Western ones. I like his
Rooster
Western ones, but I don't
Cogburn.
like them as much as do his war pictures.
Okay.
You had Big
so,
Jake.
I might surprise you with this one. I think one of my favorite movies is The Court Jester with Danny Kaye.
Ooh.
I don't know that I've ever seen that, Abe.
So it's a movie about a man who is with these rebels against a kingdom, and he is a more of a bard, a jester, a fool, and the main character is that guy. So he's in this group, and he's got a band of little people that follow him that are helping these rebels. Because they're the only ones that can fit through a secret tunnel into the castle. And who is at the head of this rebellion is a hero like Robin Hood called the Black Fox. And the Black Fox is like this suave, swashbuckling hero. And it's all around a castle. Like it's ancient times, and they're fighting against the king. And something happens to the Black Fox, and so the jester ends up taking the spot of him, and then gets hypnotized by a witch inside of the castle, and believes he's actually the suave debonair swashbuckling hero, and ends up like sweeping the princess off her feet, getting her to turn against the king to betray him, and overthrowing the kingdom in order to win for the rebellion. And it's old, like real old, actually.
James, Kat has a message
19
for you. She said back in your day there were silent movies.
Yeah, I seen that in the chat. I was like,
1955. It's just it's a incredibly good movie.
And it's called The Court Jester.
The Court Jester.
All
Who
right.
did we lose?
I'll try
Worth
to
the
watch.
watch. Worth the watch.
we lost.
got- It's got Basil Rathbone and Danny Kaye and Gladys Johns. It's really good. It's really, really good. As far as like modern day movies, I would say something like Dead Poet Society was pretty good.
Yeah, that's a
With
great.
Robin Williams.
That's a really.
Love her,
Yeah.
bro.
And it's a movie where he's the teacher of
Yeah,
these
that movie
boys.
just celebrated the 40th anniversary or something
Wow.
like that. Or it
Wow.
was something like that. Or 30th. Yeah, I think it was 40th anniversary.
And then
Which
I
was back in
also-
James's day.
Yeah. I also love I love The Breakfast Club, obviously.
Very
Awesome
funny
movie. And Ferris Bueller's Day Off was an incredible movie.
Oh yeah.
Ferris Bueller's, yeah, that's an incredible movie. Yeah.
So,
Ferris Bueller, you're my hero.
Ferris Bueller's crazy.
yeah.
Insane.
So
By the way, Abe, whenever you're ready, I've got that video queued up.
all right. I'll pull her up. We'll see
Yes.
this.
So I'll give you just a little preface for. First of all, so the guy who directed this, he only made one movie. He was a well-known stage director named Charles Lawton. So if you can tell, there's a lot of shadow, darkness, very similar tactics that they use for lighting stages. Also, this movie has what they call, it's got like a surrealism. So there's things that are happening in the movie that are like things that are over-exaggerated to tell the greater story going on. And the con man, played by Robert Mitchum, has chased these two kids across the country. They found shelter in this house, which is run by this woman who is an old lady who's played by the great silent actress, which back in James's day he would know as Lillian Gish, who was the Fourth of a Nation. But
know
here we
what
go. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Bye.
Can you guys hear it?
I can't hear it.
I think you'll like this, Abe.
Safe and secure from all alarms, leaning, leaning, leaning on the everlasting arms. What a fellowship, what a joy divine, leaning on the everlasting arms. What a blessedness, what a peace is mine, leaning on the everlasting arms.
Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, safe and secure from all alarms. Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, leaning on the everlasting arms.
Shame on you, Ruby. Mooning around the house after that mad dog of a man. Merciful heavens. Ruby, go get the children out of bed and bring them down here. Women are such germ fools. It's a hard world for little things.
It's such a
Yeah, yeah.
powerful scene. It always gives me goosebumps because there he is. He's pretending to be a con man. He's singing. He's singing the song in a correct way. But like she's there in the rocking chair, straddling the shotgun, going, "Lean on Jesus, lean," you know. And
That's
then,
a beautiful hymn.
and then when she comes down and you see the owl, that's where that surrealism comes in. So the whole idea is the owl represents him as the hunter who's hunting the little things, and that's why it does that. And she has that line at the end that always gets me, which is, "This is such a hard world for little things."
Well,
Like
and
that, the idea that
honestly,
children are being targeted by evil,
So-
you know.
two things. So that looked very Alfred Hitchcock-esque. And two, the owl is also used biblically as a symbol of a demonic force.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So
I've
So
never
you
heard-
can see how much is like just chock full of imagery in just that little scene. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the way the lighting is. You could see with the pyramid coming down, like it represents like a
crazy.
web.
Mhm.
They repeat that again when he. It's just an amazing, and unfortunately, it was not accepted for its time. I don't think they understood
Right.
it before its time. But the idea of there's no safe place for little things. I mean, it speaks to this thing that we know now, which is the evil forces out there that want to corrupt and destroy innocent life and little children. You know.
yeah.
Hey, Mosman, you know what that line reminds me of, and I wonder if they got it from that movie. Is in the Coen Brothers, in Raising Arizona. You know when he's introducing the biker, and he shoots the bunny rabbit, and then he shoots the he throws a hand grenade at a bunny rabbit or something like that. And he says especially hard on the little things.
Yeah, probably is a borrow. Yeah.
Okay.
And let me do this as well.
Have y'all ever seen this movie? It's I think it's
Hey, check back chat. I sent you the Rooster Cogburn scene, the one-eyed fat.
Did y'all ever see this Andy Griffith movie? I think it's the first movie he ever made, and it's before he ever made that TV show. And it's called A Face in the Crowd.
No, I never seen that
I
one.
don't think so.
That is a really, really good movie. It's all shot in Arkansas in the 50s. and then it starts off and he's in jail, but they're doing this radio show called "The Face in the Crowd," where they just do like man on the street interviews, and then he's so charismatic that like people start writing letters to get him out of jail, and then he starts putting on shows and going on the road, and then he runs for office and then moves to New York, and it just keeps progressively going up and up and up and getting crazier and crazier. And it's all Andy Griffiths, so that's kind of weird. But it's I think Elia Kazan directed it, and it's from like middle 50s, something like that.
Okay.
Really, really good movie.
Hey, Abe, do you want me? If you want, I can put the link for the movie on that movie, the Night of the Hundred, because they have it on YouTube. You can watch it for free.
Sure. Yeah, you can throw it in the back, and I'll watch it after later on.
Yeah, like I said, and if people wanted that, they can let me know too. But because so many good movies you can find, old movies you can find on YouTube now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like one of my all-time favorites, because I'm a huge John Ford fan, is How Green Is My Valley. Of course, his best film will always be The Searchers. Oh, The Searchers is such a phenomenal movie.
Isn't How Green Is My Valley? Isn't that the one where it's all in Ireland?
That's the Quiet Man.
Oh, is that The Quiet Man?
The Quiet Man. That's another good one too. I love that movie.
Well, which one is How Green Is My Valley?
How Green Is My Valley is about that. It's about the family in Pennsylvania with the coal mining and basically it's about how this whole valley loses its good green earth to all of the increase in mining, and it's got Maureen O'Hara from The Quiet Man. She's quite younger in it, and then also it was the very first movie that Roddy McDowall is in as a child. But it's a black and white movie, and it kind of showcases the area that gets, and it's based on a book too. It was a book that John Ford adapted. So
Crazy. So Spaceman asked the question, where did all of the grasshoppers go? We used to play with them a bunch as kids, and I kind of agree. I don't see them nearly as much as I used to, and I live pretty rural, actually.
Yeah, I haven't noticed, but like I haven't seen. I moved into this house that I live in like 4 years ago. It'll be 4 years in July, and then I think the first year I was here, I kind of remember them because I was out in the yard a bunch. But like I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them this year at all.
Yeah, it's weird. Feels weird.
Did we eat them all?
Maybe. Oh, yeah, we're eating all the crickets, right?
Could be.
Dang.
what do you think is going in that Impossible Burger?
Oh gosh.
Oh, let's not go into that.
The secret sauce.
Boomerang, good to see you. Oh, I guess somewhat, sort of, good to see you.
Well, it's somewhat, sort of good to see you too, Mosman. I thought we had a pretty good thing going.
Awkward.
Did I miss something? Is there a DM I missed? Are we not cool now?
Hey, dude, movie.
Was it? I must have missed something.
I definitely missed something.
I think, yeah.
I need to get out of my rock occasionally.
Yeah. That's okay. I'm under a mountain, I guess. I don't know.
Can y'all still?
With that top hat, I'm surprised you ain't on the top of the mountain. No room underneath it.
There's not even a cave. I'm just under it.
Maybe that's why the mountain's so high. Because it's just sitting on your top hat.
Jeez. Yeah, this thing is big and it's pretty heavy, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know how Abraham Lincoln wore that type of hat every day. How did he do that? Like,
He had a strong neck.
Must have.
He started with weighted hats. And worked his way up to that one.
Trained it. He had to reach Super Saiyan so he could wear that hat as president.
I'm not sure why I even wore a hat that tall. What was the reasoning behind that?
It was
That was the
distinguishing.
fact.
Hey,
It was
Doom, what's on your
distinguishing.
shirt?
Yeah, plus he had all his vampire hunting gear up in that hat too.
That's right. That's right. Snake Plissken. Snake Plissken. Nice. Very nice, Mosman.
Hey, Doom, what's on your shirt?
Huh? Oh, DBZ.
Right on.
It's the whole Dragon Ball family.
That's an awesome shirt.
Abe, you got a cool shirt too. I like that one.
It's
Doom,
good.
what's your favorite movie?
Oh yeah. What's your favorite movie?
What's my favorite movie?
Yeah.
I don't know. That scene in Scanners is pretty cool where that dude's head blows up.
Yeah.
Scanners.
Everybody knows Doomering's favorite movie is Wolfman's Got Nards.
Yeah, you got to go in the back of the store section for that one. In the,
Oh my.
Hey, Abe, did you get that YouTube video of that scene with Rooster Cogburn? That's like the most iconic scene in that movie. I thought I sent it in the back chat.
Oh, you did. I didn't even notice that actually. Is that going to hit me for
They can
copyright?
play it for us. I don't know. You gotta ask Doom or people that know.
Yeah,
I don't know,
you
get
Have
some,
you,
like
hey, K2, have you ever been to Ridgeway,
Ridgeway,
Colorado?
No,
Ridgeway,
I don't.
Colorado? That's where they filmed True Grit, the original True Grit.
There's a Ridgeway in
Oh.
Colorado.
Yep.
Because I know in Iowa,
And you can
there's
actually go
like,
to the True Grit Cafe too.
that's interesting because there's I forgot what town it is. It's like somewhere in Iowa. Is it Iowa or yeah, Iowa? There's like they like display in the water tower John Wayne's hometown.
Yeah.
I can't think of the city. Yeah. I've been
You think I'm going to
I
get
can't
hit for
think of
True
the
Grit?
I don't know, if you break it up and talk like how we usually do things, you might get away with. Unless you don't want to risk it, then. I was just saying if you wanted the show. It's only like a 2-minute clip, so you can probably break. I don't know. That's up to you. It's your channel.
Yeah,
I'm just here for the ride.
I'm just unsure what would be hit. I think True Grit's a pretty big time movie, but
Yeah, I wouldn't show it.
I love
But
that.
that's a
scene.
picture of the True Grit Cafe there in Ridgeway, Colorado, which is only about an hour and a half away from where I live. So
Nice.
if you ever get to go to Ridgeway, you can see exactly where they filmed the entire. It's like stepping into a Western movie.
It's a lot of places
What's
like
up?
that.
What's
What's that?
funny about that, it's all set in Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. And then they're shot it in Colorado, I guess.
Yeah. You know what's funny is to me is I have a pretty good idea of where they film things, and I can always tell by the geographic areas where they film things. So for example, when they filmed the original Red Dawn, they filmed that down in New Mexico. And
There
not
will
in
be
Colorado.
blood.
And I'm like, this is not Colorado, I can tell you because of the trees.
Smoking Spaceman says True Grit is okay, but McClintock is W.
Oh, those are fighting words.
Fighting words.
Fight.
Oh man.
Well, what about like
McClintock is good. I'm not going to deny that McClintock's not good, but
what about the outlaw
Oh,
Josie
man.
Wales?
I mean, Rooster Cogburn is one of the most iconic roles he ever played. I mean, it's
Smoking Spaceman.
I would have to say the movie that didn't fit John Wayne was the Vietnam movie, like his last movie, one of his last movies. It just didn't seem like his type of nostalgia in that movie.
yeah.
The Green Berets.
Fair enough.
You know, John Wayne was in Star Wars, right?
Yeah, the Green Beret.
Wait a minute, he was in Star Wars? What part
Yeah,
did he play
he was in Star Wars.
Hold on. I'm calling cap on Mosman.
Yeah, I've never heard this.
I never heard of that
Yeah,
either.
well, find the scene. Find the scene, and we'll believe you. I was calling.
Was he a stormtrooper?
It's not the way people think it is. They actually used his voice. So one of the guys that was working with the sound department when they had talked, because I guess John Wayne was in England filming for a scene, and he came by because they were all the same thing, and he looked at this and he just said, "I have no idea what this is all about," you know. George Lucas apparently had asked him to do a recording or something, and they actually put it on a speed thing. And you know that alien thing that's in the beginning when he's talking to the stormtroopers about where Han Solo and the Falcon is? That they basically just speed his voice. So they gave him a non-credit for that. You can look it up. I'm not lying.
Gotta look it up and slow it down.
So he wasn't actually technically in the movie, but they used his voice in an altered way.
Chase road raging hard in the chat. His voice protects Ron, so he's road raging in the chat.
Read it, Ed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm honking. You at you fucker. Get out of the middle of the road before I drive over your Mazda.
Come on, you motherfucker.
Oh,
you're road racing.
It's nice. It's
He
nice
is the
when
angry
someone
beaver.
else is doing it. It's nice when someone else is doing it.
Right. Oh man.
And then everyone calls out your road rage.
Well, you know what? You know they don't want you to call it. They want to call it your road rage, but they never want to call out stupid driving.
True.
Right? Like taking 10 years to turn. Dude.
Because the thing that drives me nuts, really when I'm driving is when people don't understand the concept of passing.
Come on, you motherfucker.
Drives you nuts.
God damn it. Same shit, different day. Come on, you.
Mosman, that's what I complain about all the time. When a car's in the right lane, you go to pass them, and you're semi.
And then they speed up.
Speeds up, and then knowing you're governed.
Yep.
Look,
Yep. And then
I'm pretty sure you've read my road rage in the chat.
What drives me nuts here in the state of Colorado is technically you're not supposed to travel in the left lane. Left lane is only for passing. And so, like, people travel in the left lane and it drives me nuts. And then people in there, they'll pass you on the right and they pull over on the left, which makes no damn sense at all.
How's it going, Vibe? Welcome in.
Good. I just wanted to say my favorite driver is the one that starts to do a left turn, and the moment they actually start changing the lane, they turn on their turn signal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good luck, everybody else.
Vibe, what's your favorite movie?
Oh my God, I have to say Harold and Maude. And I can tell maybe I'm probably the old guy on this panel here.
Very
Harold and Maude
relatable.
Is
Very relatable.
I don't know, because back in James's day, they knew something about that.
Yeah, James probably gets it.
Back in
Very funny.
James was around before Cole.
Oh my god.
No, this is the great thing, because actually back in my day, I had to walk uphill both to school and on the way home from school in the snow.
In the snow,
Back in my
yeah,
day.
exactly.
Because there was a hill on the way to school, and
Yeah.
there was a descent on the way to school. So
I tell
had to
people
walk in
that
the snow.
story all the time, because your parents will always say, well, I was your age. I used to walk uphill both ways in 20 feet of snow or whatever. In my dad's case, it's true because he lived in Montana.
I originally was from Michigan, so
yeah,
snow.
Hey, Vibe, I've seen that movie, and it's got like one of the best soundtracks of all time. It's all Cat
Oh yeah,
Stevens.
Cat Stevens. It's all Cat Stevens soundtrack.
Yeah.
Me and my
I don't know-
co-driver.
I don't know what
almost
happened to
froze
that guy, by the way, because I mean, I love Cat Stevens, but what happened to him? How did he
I
become
know.
Muslim? Like, what,
Yeah.
well, just crazy
Sad.
story there.
Bad.
Me and my co-driver almost froze to death in Montana. Shout out to Bozeman Knives for letting us warm up in there.
Well, hey,
Survival
thanks,
is
Abe.
proof
I
of
think this is the
strength.
first time I've ever been on your
Survival
panel.
is proof of strength. Welcome. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you a story about Montana since I lived there. Couple winters ago, it got to negative 52 degrees, and the cold air that got inside of my dryer vent fried out the entire inside of my dryer because it's only rated at negative 30.
Oh,
Holy cow! Yeah.
yeah. Oh.
You know what's funny, Abe, is people
Yes,
will
that's-
laugh at me because I'll say in Montana it will snow on the 4th of July. I've been there when it snowed on the 4th of July.
It has happened. It has happened. I've had it snow in the middle of June, and I go outside and there's a drift in my front yard, and it's like, what, how, just how?
That's when we almost froze to death in Montana. That negative 50.
It's bad. My car started because I have a newer car, but like everybody in our community couldn't get their vehicles to start at all.
Oh, yeah.
It was bad.
Instead of bring out that
Dude,
spare
and,
car body.
Ox has a question.
There was-
It says, why didn't y'all harness the friction?
Oh yeah.
Hail
Jeez, Gabe.
strength.
J2, you could have just rubbed up against each other and survived.
Right.
No, the state trooper picked us up before that happened.
You don't need to hold hands. There's no
You
hand
just need
holding
the
right
spoon.
now.
Just need the spoon.
No. No, it seemed like
It's
people
your
in
choice,
Montana
man.
are a
Big
lot
spoon,
nicer
little
too.
spoon, whatever you want. Survival is proof of strength,
like-
K2.
Yeah, he's
See,
right. Survival is
people-
proof of strength.
There was a guy that lived like right across from that knife shop. He
Uh-huh.
went to the pilot, tried to pick us up some diesel 911 for us, but it was already too late by then.
It already gelled by then, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of people might not know that. When it gets really cold, like real cold, diesel turns into gel and it won't flow through anything. It becomes like a solid mass of gelatin.
That's
Yeah,
when you
you
throw the
see-
blanket over it, right? The heater blanket to warm up the diesel before you actually start it.
Yeah, or a heater block of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, right? Like I mean, I've been watching you, Abe, and this panel a little bit too. Some of the people we bring on, and I have to say, you guys are a bunch of freaking hicks. That's why I came here to say hi, because I actually am a former hick. I came from Michigan myself. Grew up in the Middle Peninsula of the hand, right?
Yep.
So like near
Yeah.
West Branch, just trying to get a. You don't have to exactly say, but I'm just trying to picture. I think West Branch is like in the middle.
I was in East Lansing, right? Just
East Lansing.
Yeah,
I was
all
trying to
I
get
have
you
to
to say.
say, all I have to say is go Lions, go Tigers, and go Blue.
No, hold on, Mosman.
I knew that
Mosman.
last one was gonna get
Whoa, Mosman. It's the Red Wings.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Red Wings. You forgot, like.
I went to.
I mean, I'm
all
in
three of their
Northwest
back-to-back
Ohio.
wins.
I'm in Northwest
Okay.
Ohio, and I grew up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Toledo Mud Hens, Toledo Walleye, all Detroit affiliated.
So you're
Yes,
a Toledo
yes.
Mudheads fan?
That is correct. Every once in a while, I like
So
to go.
if you
I'm
live-
not
if you
saying
live
I'm a fan.
If you live near Toledo, then you are technically still part of Michigan, right? That's
Yeah, technically.
That's the old border war, right?
Dude, hold on. Technically, you don't even get Columbus Blue Jackets games because the market's done out by the Red Wings. And
Man,
north
that's funny.
up
That's
here
funny as
until
hell,
like
dude.
DG.
Toledo Ohioans are the only ones that I actually like. Anybody in that anybody that's around Columbus and you know, the Cincinnati people are
No,
okay
they're all-
because they've got a little bit more Kentucky in them than they do Ohioan, but those people from Cleveland and from Columbus, yeah, no.
Is that the pitch? What the frick?
Yeah.
That was super high pitch.
By the way, I did go
My
see the
big squeaky
Tigers a couple
boy.
of weeks here in Denver, in Colorado, so it was a fun game to see.
Well, eventually I had to leave Michigan. I can imagine from all the areas you guys are from, we go through the winters and we're like, why do we live here? And then the summers come and we're like, oh, that's why we live here. But after shoveling snow and like putting your bathrobe on and turning on your car 30 minutes before going to work just to defrost it, and then shoveling the driveway, I ended up in California. So now I'm one of those guys.
Yeah.
Do you use your hand as a map?
And
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure how many
I
positions.
can do it perfect, right? That's Michigan right there.
Try to
Yeah, like
join it, and I'll see if
the
I can
lower
bring you up.
peninsula, then you got the upper peninsula. Like I just make like a peace sign basically, and then you point out where you are in Michigan.
From there, drove up here when I got drunk in college to here to get a pasty. We'd cross the bridge to get the perfect pasty at 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
The UP is beautiful. That's like God's country.
I love the UP, yeah. And I was originally born in Canada from 2 American parents. So I'm still an American citizen, but I started off in Waterloo. And then we migrated from Waterloo to Michigan State.
Oh, where's Chase? The other Canadian.
Somebody forgot about her.
Chase is on the road right now, having some trouble.
I know. I was waiting for him.
Okay. In lieu of what you just said, we have to represent Chase.
I couldn't do that. Was the sound he made too.
Holy crap! I have so many spots. This is crazy.
Hey.
Holy party!
Hello, Emma.
Oh, we got the alien guy.
The alien guy? I'm not the alien guy. I'm the.
Oh, you got the avatar for the
hero of the
alien guy.
dogs.
Your avatar, ancient alien guy.
Oh yeah, but it's talking about other stuff. The feminism.
No, so I mean, I don't know. What you guys are doing on this panel today, if you have a debate or anything like this, but I think this is a really good crew for this. I think Abe might have even been in the conversation on Sarah's channel where it was Andrew Wilson came on, and I was trying to explain to him that like the deficiency of simp guys is because they're all in California and New York, and they've been pussified because they've never actually like held a shotgun and never like killed anything or gutted a fish or like. I think this is the crew that is not the simp crew, right? And I find it really interesting that like America is being taken over by the two East and West Coasts of people that have never actually hunted for their own food.
Sorry, I kind of missed part of that. Say it again.
But so I feel like we've got the Midwest crew here, right? And I feel like the Midwest crew is pretty much men that have done things like ridden a 4x4 bike, they've shot a shotgun, they may have caught a fish and gutted it and eaten it, right? These are the people that like have actually eaten the food that they've killed versus the rest of America where we have all these simp guys, right, that exist out there in the world now. Coming from California and from New York, that they go to a grocery market and they don't even know where the breast of a chicken comes from.
I think it's possible in part, right? Because there's still going to be some that come out of that atmosphere that are all right. But I agree with that for the most part.
See, at least if you don't hunt your own food, you know where it comes from. You realize just it doesn't magically appears on the shelf. Like a lot of people in the cities don't understand logistics.
Well, that actually reminds me of a clip. That reminds me of a clip from from like Tim Pool, where he's talking to one of the more lefty guys, and he's on a flight and he's flying over fields of crops, and he's like, why are all those square? That's so weird that it would do that naturally. And he didn't realize he was flying over farmland. He didn't even know that was the case.
Okay, in the defense of everybody, he's a freaking leftist, okay? And there's an R word that should be stamped there before leftist. Just saying.
Totally.
Right, but the point is that there's people out there that don't even realize their food is either grown on a farm, or that animals are cared for, nurtured, and then slaughtered in order to produce the food that's on the shelves. They don't even process that. They don't understand that. Not in any real way.
True.
And
true.
No, man, grocery stores just grow that shit in labs. You know what I mean?
right. Right.
You just go ahead and just wish it, and it happens. That's how it works.
That's just not how that works at all.
Yeah, you go
I know
ahead.
you're
and just
making
get
a
in front
joke. I know.
Yeah, you get in
So-
front of the store, and then you're like, "Oh man, I really want a patty," and you go inside, and it appears.
Well, and this even plays into the fact where you have like vehement feminists going out and attacking places and pouring milk all over the place, talking about the cows that were slaughtered for the milk. Like what?
I mean, they need to go out to the country and just learn country life.
Well, I think that was part of Vibe's point, is that there are
Yeah.
people that are so disconnected from reality that they have no idea how the world works. They
What
think they
happened to
do.
Ryan?
But they
Well, see,
don't.
so whenever I want food, and this is just how it always is in the big city, I pull up to this little speaker box that's got a menu behind it, and I place my order. And when I drive up to the window, a lower class person hands me a bag.
Usually Mexican, I have to say gracias instead of thank you because they don't understand me.
No, no.
That depends on the restaurant. You know?
Where you are.
I mean, you can get an extra
Breeze,
different paper.
you're gonna invoke Bree now.
Yep.
I had to learn the Spanish lower class language in order to manage these people.
No,
Spanish is not
this is
lower
America.
class.
This is
all
America.
you have to say, Emmett, is that back in the day, back in my
Ha ha ha, John.
Hey, the most
This is
common
America.
phrase to my people is "I'll get you back on check day." You know what I'm saying?
Right. I've been there, man.
Yeah.
That was most of my early life. So
You just go ahead, go to a speaker box, say number 1, and then go to the window.
Yes, sir.
That's yeah.
He went for
I
number
agree.
1. He didn't want to order the number 2.
I agree with lower class. That's exactly how food happens in the cities.
Exactly. Nothing.
It's funny that the same
happens-
trolls try to get away with the same stuff, and they won't
pisses
learn.
me off, man. That same one, we've been seeing them on all the channels.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Trolls be
Not
trolls.
here, not anymore.
Yeah, they gotta get back under their bridges.
I've
Got
not
him.
seen-
Got him.
Got him.
What do you think of that, K2, on my camera? Oh, I don't know if he's
Say
here.
what? No, I'm switching from my headset to my car radio, but I just got done working out.
You know who that is, Abe?
I have no idea. I don't like sports. I
Uh,
mean, I played sports growing up.
Oh, you're covered by the live. I'm not really a Tigers fan. I'm more of a Cleveland Indians fan, and I will always call them the
fuck!
Cleveland
Oh
Indians.
fuck! Oh fuck!
Dallas
Okay,
Rodriguez.
now we can't be friends, K2. Now we can't be friends.
Oh, wow.
And besides,
Damn.
I'm more of a high than baseball. I just like watching baseball in the summer because that's the only thing that's going on.
Come on
Yeah.
up, Dan. There's room for Dan.
Like I said, you got the Red Wings you can watch, but usually it's a little bit smug crowd now there since they moved it downtown.
Yeah.
You got
Nightbreed.
Cleveland
Nightbreed.
Indians, but I usually just watch the Mud Hens and Toledo Walleye mostly.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Goodbye, Bree.
Those are the only two sports that matter.
Bree's leaving. Good night, Bree.
Good night, Bree.
Yep. Good night, Bree.
07 Bree.
So
And the Walleye freaking choked against the fucking Quebecs in the last, and we can never win the fucking Kelly Cup. Fucking terrible.
Welcome,
Hey,
Dan.
How you
Dan
doing?
the man.
Good night.
Fucking choked to
Hey,
fucking
Dan.
Quebecians.
Hallelujah.
Hey, how are
There
you
he
guys?
is.
Hallelujah.
Good.
Yeah, I'll get off
Hallelujah.
Facebook, buddy. I'll catch you guys later. Plus, my phone's already dying.
I can forgive K2 for being a Guardian fan, which I think is lame that they stopped being the Indians. But
Yeah.
Oh, never stop calling them the Indians.
yeah,
I'm gonna be
but,
that guy.
Yeah,
Indian
yeah.
Redskins.
Well,
But at least you're not. Tell me you're not an Ohio State nut job.
Oh no, go blue.
Okay, good. Because I hate those nut jobs.
Nah,
You know-
dude, they're like,
Dude, I'm in
fucking-
Colorado,
Dude.
and like I could be in the mountain on a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden I hear this guy go, "OHI," and I'm like,
no, that fucking Ohio Buckeye nut fan with the fucking face paint that's like famous. He fucking lives. He's like fucking Toledo famous, like in
Yeah.
the Toledo area. He's a fucking douche. Even the Ohio State guy that's a fan, he goes, "Yeah, I ran into that guy, and he's a douche."
gosh, K2 goes on this rant.
That's supposed to be my boomer voice because he's a little bit
Oh
older.
my gosh. Crazy.
He likes those Ohio guys. Fuck that
Oh.
guy.
Yeah, like damn. How you been, Dan?
I'm good, thank you. Just
Dan.
released the episode.
Ooh, that's awesome.
You released an episode of what?
It's Asim Malhotra. He's a doctor cardiologist who has just become a chief medical advisor of Maha.
Hey Dan, can you drop your channel in the private chat?
Yeah,
or even like
drop
regular
your-
chat so I can sub.
Yeah, this is the host's channel. I'll drop it. Let's see. I gotta find it here. Yeah, I'll do that.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll probably
That's
watch it.
important.
I like nerd shit.
That's important. Important.
It's really interesting. He lost his father during he was advocate for the shot and everything, and then he lost his father to cardiac arrest, and he's a cardiologist, so he did a 180 and he got a lot of flack for it, obviously, and then he got a call from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. back then, and he said he appreciated his bravery for standing up against, mainstream media and all that.
Yep.
So we were lucky enough to have him in the studio.
Very awesome.
I still have an article about mental health in children and the closure of schools and the link between them.
Yeah, that's
And
a big
it's-
one. That's a
It's,
direct link to the episode.
K2, that's me at the Fiesta Bowl.
I could maybe
Couple
I
years
could
ago.
actually. Is it okay if I drop it in the main chat also?
It's fine. Yes. Yes, do it. It's too important not to.
I don't know if it's gonna allow it, the bot, but probably Abe can do it.
I think Dan can. He's one of my mods, so
yeah.
Mosman, I'm mostly like
So that's the one.
Michigan. I watch the only football I watch is Michigan versus Ohio State football. I mostly just follow the hockey team.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's fine. You're a hockey fan. I get it. As I couldn't tell by your movie choices.
So we have a pressing situation at this point, Dan. You're Norwegian. You're not even American. What's your favorite movie?
Princess Bride.
Oh,
Hands
good
down.
call.
My
Good
man
call.
Dan.
With the win.
I watched that. The
Anybody
most
want a peanut?
of all all movie. Yes. Yeah.
The
You know,
ROUS.
there are so many quotes from that one.
Yep, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Emmett, what's your favorite movie?
It's How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah,
the animated one, and the first
You love
one.
Toothless?
All of the others suck.
Toothless. All about that Toothless.
Yeah.
So you don't like the real
Night Fury.
The real
What about
I
the
think it's gonna
real,
look good,
what
but
do
I have a thing for blondes, you know. So
okay,
I have a
okay,
thing for
okay.
blondes and
I got
redheads, and every single
got you.
time they make them black. So I don't know.
All right, lower class. What about you? What's your favorite movie?
So I got a couple. I know, like, I've been listening this whole time. I got a couple. I think, like, my favorite movie, not because of the movie itself, but because of, like, the mystery that kind of surrounds it. Eyes Wide Shut, for sure. But I would say, like, stuff that appeals to my past and things that have happened in my life. Spun. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that movie.
Yep.
Spun,
Yeah.
that's a big one. And I like a lot of the stuff on Hunter S. Thompson as well. So, like, Where the Buffalo Roam. I wasn't a big fan of the Rum Diaries, but Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I've read a lot of his books. So
okay.
yeah. So
Just recently I
Hunter S.
watched.
Thompson, just because of like my own bias towards Hunter S. Thompson. I like any movies about him. I like simp for the guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Just recently I watched Gone with the Wind, and it was a great movie. What a good movie.
Yeah.
How do we feel about A Clockwork Orange?
Dude, Stanley Kubrick, bro. He's a fucking legend.
He is. That's a classic.
I've
I haven't
only seen
seen that one.
clips from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Or Doctor
crazy-
Strangelove. Have you ever
Oh,
seen
yeah.
that?
Yep.
Yeah,
Fucking wild movie, dude.
I haven't seen that either.
well, The
Yeah,
I
Shining.
love Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket was good too.
Yeah, The Shining.
Full Metal Jacket was good.
The
Absolutely.
Shining.
Oh.
Shining's probably my favorite Kubrick film, and it's not for the reason because the book and the movie are so different, and I love the book and the movie for different reasons. So I don't have like this competitiveness when it comes to them because I realize that even though they have the same characters and same kind of like core to it, they're telling two different stories in reality. And I understand why King didn't like that. But you can't deny his cinematography genius in The Shining, especially because he literally like disorients you throughout the entire movie. Like everything you know, there's
Led you
stuff
by
that's
the hand.
missing one room. There's hallways that go missing.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's
Screws
and,
with your subconscious mind the whole time.
yeah. Well, that's what's good about his movies is that he's really good at doing that kind of stuff. But he also tells really good thematic stuff, and I think a lot of reasons why a lot of people did not, because almost 95% of the people I run into when I tell them that Eyes Wide Shut was a phenomenal movie, that they don't understand it, and I think it's because they don't understand that it's telling things both. There's both like the narrative and the meta of what the story is saying, and so there's actually. And what the meta is telling you throughout the entire thing is that you can't trust the narrative, and at the same time, you're saying to yourself, at the same time, the narrative. You're trying to trust whose narrative it is, right? And the whole movie makes you think it's either completely in someone's head or it's completely some type of weird cabal. It's and it works either way.
What
And-
do?
Oh,
How?
go ahead, Abe.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the craziest thing about that movie to me is the fact that he died of an unexpected heart attack 6 days after presenting the final cut to Warner Brothers, and everybody that in his friends, his family, the cast and crew, everyone that was working with him on that said he was completely healthy. He had a ton of energy. Everything was fine. It's just interesting. I won't say anything past that.
I've heard recently that they recut that movie. You know what?
They did. Spielberg was involved in that because he was also at the same time working on the unfinished AI, which The first 30 minutes of AI, you can tell it's a Kubrick film. The rest of it, you can tell Spielberg went in there and just Spielberg the hell out of it, and it just sucked.
Definitely.
Well, I forget who Roger Avery. That's what I'm thinking of. Roger Avery was talking about it with Quentin Tarantino on the Joe Rogan podcast the last time they were on, and he did a whole like 5-minute thing on Eyes Wide Shut and how it was cut differently and edited, completely differently. There were voiceovers that were taken out. The whole end scene is completely different. And then apparently there's like 2 guys that keep showing up in the background in a bunch of scenes in the movie, and that were supposed to have a bigger part than ended up being in it. So it was real interesting. I'd never heard all of that. So.
Now I got to.
Yeah, either way, I mean, it's still it's still a classic, and all of his movies, 2001: Space Odyssey. I know for a lot of people could be boring, but the cinematography, it's hard for me to find a movie of his I don't actually appreciate or like.
Space Odyssey. I wrote a really in-depth paper on that.
Mm-hmm.
In one of the upper tier classes that you have to have as a graduate. Undergraduate, and it's I really got to love that movie through that.
And I think the closest thing that we've gotten to a kind of another style of Kubrick film since that was Christopher Nolan's Insomnia. That had a lot of different aspects that reminded me of Kubrick, and that was not Insomnia, but I mean, sorry, Memento. Memento was a great movie.
Yeah, Memento was amazing. That was a great thriller.
Yeah, you can watch that movie.
Also, I gotta say, sorry, was someone else talking? My bad.
No, it was just me. I was just gonna say Memento is one of those movies you can watch like 50 times and still get stuff out of it every time you watch it. You know what I mean?
Identity was like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The John Cusack movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I liked it.
Yeah, psychological thrillers are fun.
You want to talk about a movie that really now our friend here James is not going to get this reference because this movie was back in the day, but do you guys remember the movie Radio Flyer?
No.
With Elijah Wood and the kid from Jurassic Park, and Tom Hanks narrates it because he plays the Elijah Wood character growing up. And it's the mom and it's the stepdad.
Oh, yeah.
So that entire movie, it's got like a very fantasy element, right? And I rewatched it because I have like the Voodoo stuff, and you can get like movie sales or whatever. And I rewatched that, and what I realized rewatching that is that movie is that the little boy is actually made up in the older brother's head to deal with the trauma and the abuse that he's going through. And his brother flying away is that part of him that he's trying to escape from, and then he's trying to figure out a way to deal with that when he's seeing his sons fight or whatever. But I mean, like when you realize there's so many,
it's really crazy because it's got that same kind of feel as Fight Club, that reveal where you're just like, whoa.
Yeah, because you're like, wait a minute, what did because when I remember it as a kid, it was like, I loved it because it was like 2 brothers helping each other out, and they go on, and one of them has to go away, and they're going to do this, and they're going to get into this, mysterious adventure and all that. And and then the other thing I realized too, the guy that plays the Duke or whatever, the stepdad, the guy that's beaten on the little kid, is actually played by one of my favorite actors, who, like, when you think about him, you're like, because you're like, how could he have been so bad? But I'm trying to think his first name real quick. My brain's just farted on me. It's Baldwin, Adam Baldwin. You know the actor from Firefly and Chuck, he plays the stepdad.
Oh yeah,
and yeah,
like remembering
He's in
bits and
Full
pieces.
Metal
of
Jacket.
videos like that.
yeah. But I was like, holy cow, this movie is not what I thought it was. Like, this is a movie about a child who's creating an imaginary brother to escape
of
the trauma
abandonment.
of being abused by the stepdad. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
Another really good recent movie is Interstellar. Anyone seen that?
Yeah, that is a good movie. Yeah, no, it's really good, Dan. With Matthew McConaughey, right? And then it's directed by Christopher Nolan. And then I rewatched that movie recently, and I forgot that Timothy Chalamet plays his son in that movie at the beginning.
yeah, he's actually a pretty good actor. I was impressed what he did. You know, I mean, I know what they were trying to do in Dune, and I realized why they did it the way they did it. So I don't blame him for that. But I have to say though, he killed it in the Bob Dylan. Did you guys see the new Bob Dylan biopic that he did?
Yeah,
I didn't.
the movie's really good.
Yeah, it was really good. I was really impressed. And then for him to do the singing and it matched up, and
Oh yeah, man. There's some good film for sure.
If you guys like fictional serial killer movies, like less of like documentaries or biopics or anything like that, I highly recommend The House That Jack Built.
Oh,
yeah, I've heard that
I'll have to
one.
look into it.
That movie's badass, dude. That's a good fucking movie.
Isn't that with Matt Dillon, right?
I think that's the actor's name. Let me check. Hold on. Just I'm pretty sure you're right, but now I gotta know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I never
it
saw
is.
the movie, but
There you go.
it's
Yeah.
Lars von Trier, maybe the guy that did Dogville. He's like he's a European director, and I think he made.
Yeah, he's Danish. He's Danish.
Yeah.
And I'm a big Ari Aster fan, so like Hereditary and Midsommar, those movies. He's doing horror right, like psychological horror kind of stuff, right? You know.
What did any of y'all see Beau is Afraid, and what did you think of it?
I don't think I did.
Spaceman with a good comment there, bro.
Well, Ari Aster made that movie Beau is Afraid. It's got that is a weird movie, man. It's Joaquin Phoenix is the main character, and then he's like depressed and homebound basically, and then it turns into this like weird 3-hour odyssey where he goes across country to try to get to his mom's house or something like that. It was real weird and funny though, and it's from that same guy that made Hereditary and Midsommar.
Oh shit! And he just released a new movie this year. I didn't even see that.
Come on, you motherfucker! Ah, shit! God damn it! Same shit, different day.
Keeps happening. I mean, every time I log on here, I hear this guy keeps hurting himself.
I feel that meme in my soul.
Right? I thought Rob said he would come up if there was a link. And then a link dropped and Rob didn't appear.
Good and Rob.
Wow, Bob.
Maybe it dropped in his head.
Way to let us down.
Gee, Rob.
There he is.
Oh,
and he disappeared.
Gone.
And one disappeared. I don't know who.
I watched that movie Sinners this week. Have y'all heard of that movie at all?
No.
Nope.
It's Ryan Coogler directed it, and it's like I'll tell you what it was like. It was like a black version of that movie From Dusk Till Dawn. That's what it reminds me.
Oh, that sounds
weird.
cool.
And then Michael B. Jordan plays identical twin brothers in the movie, and it's all set in Mississippi in like the 1920s. So it's it was really, really good. I was really blown away. I when I first heard about it, I wasn't interested at all, but then I watched it. It was really good.
Rob, what's your favorite movie?
Is it? Sorry, can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. My favorite movie, probably like the 1982 The Thing, John Carpenter.
That's a good fucking movie.
That's a good movie too.
I love that
Classic
movie.
horror, bro. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Big win.
I like horror quite a bit.
You don't watch any shock horror or anything like that? Like August Underground or-
I like just like needlessly violent, like that kind of stuff.
Needlessly
Yeah,
violent.
no, I do. So those are like more like comedy movies to me. I do watch them, but my favorite horror movies are like, like actual like they're trying to be like well written, good horror movies, like The Alien and the Thing.
I think the only needlessly violent movies I like are the John Wick movies.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those are a lot of fun. Yeah.
They're super fun. They're needlessly
They're really-
violent too. But they're really
Yeah, they're
fun.
really well written. Just like the way all like the uniqueness of all the kills, like, and it's really good. I love it.
And Scorsese movies are good too for that. I'm a big Martin Scorsese fan.
Yeah, me too.
Some good ones.
Yeah, Tarantino and Scorsese are both like are badass.
He doesn't always do that though. I will say, man, Wolf of Wall Street, no violence whatsoever, and that movie kept me hooked the whole fucking time.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
I didn't crash the car.
Yeah. That
I
movie,
didn't.
So I'm a recovering drug addict. I still drink and shit, but like I don't do drugs or anything like that anymore. That movie wanted me to, like I wanted to like know what Quaaludes felt like so fucking bad after watching it.
Yeah, I've never even
It's a
heard
bit
of
of a
them.
time
Probably
delay
like
on
most
those things.
people.
Oh, they're
I'm
gone
not
now.
gonna step down. Y'all have a great one because I've been looking like
You
Cabal,
made it
and I'm
interrupt,
really kind of
but
stuck in stuff.
I split my screen on my phone.
Y'all have a great one.
The Crucible
I have a
and
good
the
one.
fucking
Talk to
LA
you.
riots are
Timeless
still going
games.
on right now. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, I peeped that.
Timeless
These they're probably gonna go on for a few more days, man. LAPD's so trash.
It's sad to see things in that state of affairs, honestly.
Yeah, it's a real shit
To
show.
see that all those libtard cities are that brainwashed to think that illegals are like here fine and not hurt anybody. If they're paying taxes, they stole somebody's social security number.
Yeah, honestly.
Well, I mean, they just don't want to take.
All right,
any
guys,
L.
I need to hop down for a while too. I'll still be in chat for a little bit, but I'm gonna work out some more computer stuff, get some clips ready for tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow, so
Take care,
Awesome,
Doomerang.
see me. It's been
Yeah,
a
take it easy.
Take care.
I'll
Love
come
you
over
guys.
for sure.
Take care.
Hey,
Love you, bud.
Boomerang, bro, I love that helmet. Just want to say before you go.
Hey man, it loves you too. Come see me.
Subscribe to Doomerang's channel.
Yes. Subscribe to Doomerang.
Yeah, hold on. Post the link in the chat, in the public chat, bro. I'm on.
Cat, will you? Or Smoking Spaceman, will you?
Oh no, I got it.
post your-
Nightbot did it. Nightbot did it.
Oh.
And is your channel a snack mid or something like that?
Was that?
Is it a snack
yes,
mid?
yes, it's a Norwegian channel. So this is like one of two English pods that we've done.
I was hoping to see you there and saw a chick and I was like, what is this? What is this
Yeah,
weird
no,
stuff
I-
going on in my brain?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the back doing all the edits and recordings. And
Technical stuff, okay.
Yeah.
You know, Abe, a director who can make some really good action but doesn't even get considered is Michael Mann. And I'm especially thinking Heat, because Heat with De Niro and Pacino was one of the best movies. And that gunfight at the end is one of the most realistic. I mean, it's just they take out there's no
Savage.
music. It's just like it's just brr, 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 brr. I mean, it's just intense. And I always liked Michael Mann from when he did Last of the Mohicans, because that scene in the field when they're at the end of the movie when they're attacking the British and they're scalping them and
Yeah, it's brutal, super brutal.
I think the best movie I've seen De Niro in is Stardust.
Oh, you're joking me. You're joking me. Oh my god.
No, De Niro is making a great appearance there. I think it really reflects his soul.
No.
Wasn't that shootout in Heat based off of that actual shootout in LA?
Yeah, in LA, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that was big piggyback off what you're just saying. Probably one of the hardest fucking
be back.
shootout scenes in movie history, bro.
I know it was insane. It was
Serious,
good.
dude.
It was good.
The real incident was pretty metal too.
Yeah.
No, dude, big time, bro. Homeboy's hiding up under a car, bleeding out, still popping shots off at the
Yeah,
car.
it changed so much, like policy and law enforcement from that moment on. Like it's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Like I'm pro law enforcement. Like, you know, there's a limit or whatever, but like that shit's fucking hard.
Well, what was great
Yeah.
about it is that they all and the guy who was the stunt coordinator and the firearm instructor said that of all the people that were on that cast, the one who took to it the fastest and was like instantly an expert was Val Kilmer.
Yeah, Val Kilmer. Yeah.
And then when you see the way he holds that, I mean, he is just fucking cold blooded, man. He's just
What a legend. And I'm a little drunk right now, so I can't think of what was the character, his name in Tombstone.
Doc Holliday.
Doc Holliday, that's it.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Bobby
that was a
Huckleberry.
badass fucking movie too.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a spelling bee?
I love when they when him and Ringo are in the bar and they're talking in Latin. You know, they're having an educated man's, you know, duel of wits and he looks, look, darling, Johnny here is an educated man. and then he just takes like the little tin cup and just pretends to it was so good.
I gotta go back and watch that movie. It's been a really long time.
That's
And then I love the scene where when they at the beginning of the movie when they first get to town and Kurt Russell basically bitch slaps Tommy Lee Jones or what's his name? Tommy Lee Jones, I think. No, it's Tommy Lee Jones. What's his name? Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh,
the fat car dealer. And he comes out and he wants to shoot Wyatt Earp and Val Kilmer is Doc Holland's like, John Tyler, Madtown, where you going with that shotgun? Doc, I didn't know you were back in town.
Dude, Westerns are so much fun, like almost always. It's just like an interesting time period to write a
I love
story in.
Westerns. I love Westerns.
Yeah.
There's a new one coming out called The Unholy Trinity that looks good because it's got Pierce
You guys
Bronson
see
and Samuel L. Jackson in it. And
I haven't heard that one.
yeah, I saw it in a trailer when we went and saw the new Mission
I'm sorry to
Impossible
interrupt.
movie.
Can you guys see this?
Let's see.
Kinda.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I know what it
that's-
is, but
Within your video.
Do you see it's moving?
Yeah.
That is that's AI editing a podcast video.
Oh wow.
Just cutting between listening to the voices of the people.
Yeah.
It
That's
saves so much
interesting.
time.
I'm sure it does.
Holy shit, dude.
What a time to be alive.
What,
Yeah,
what
and
AI
that's-
program is that?
That was like over 2 hours of podcast.
Lo-
But I have to
Laura,
go through and just make sure that it's okay. But it's Autopod.
yeah.
Autopod? Okay.
Yes.
Loracast, do you know that Doc Holliday is actually buried about an hour away from where I live? Been to his
No
grave.
shit.
Yeah.
Where like what area of the country are you?
I'm in Colorado because he died in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, at the sanitarium.
No shit, dude.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
And it's a hike to get up to the hill where it's at.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I'm dropping a link to Autopod in the back chat.
Yeah, he went there because they have the
Okay.
natural. They have the natural cave hot springs there, and it was good for his. At the time, they surmised that it would be good for his tuberculosis.
I'm back. Sorry.
There you go.
Back, dude.
Grumple.
Thanks.
Hey, Grumple.
Oh, good
How are you?
evening. Apparently,
Hey,
I was
Grump.
watching the stream. It was like delayed about a half hour, like back.
Yeah.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know.
I
It
had that.
happens,
Bubbles
dude. It
at the
happens.
beginning.
It happens. It happens. Now you
Hey,
know if you
Grumble,
say
I
grumple
think-
3 times, you know what will happen, don't you?
I think me and you were on a panel one day, Grumple, but I was not like actually saying anything, and everyone else was talking one time. So good to see you again, buddy.
You too. I mean, that happened.
The
Been around for a
did
while
they finally approve your
on YouTube.
27 long hour or panel that you forgot to turn off? Did they finally?
Dude, I had
Oh,
so much
nobody
fun
checked
on that. I had so much fun on that panel that night. That was a lot of
We
fun.
did. There was a lot of fun. Even listening.
Yeah.
The vinyl panel. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
That was a
vinyl
legendary
karaoke
one.
panel.
I gotta
That
see
was so
if,
fun.
I gotta see if it's approved or not approved. It said it was processing. I don't know what that means. Let's see.
It means they are thinking about it.
Means
Yeah,
the AI
yeah,
is still scavenging.
Probably, yeah. I was talking to TrippyCast just a little bit ago, and apparently a 1 point something second short that he made took, I forget if he said if it was 25 minutes or 25 hours for it to get like AI
Dude, oh my
processed to see if there's
God.
like DMCA stuff in it.
Wow.
A 1 point
A
something
1
second
second?
short.
Were there like a lot
Yeah.
of frames or something? I don't know how that would even happen.
It wasn't like it was fewer than 2 seconds. It was enough that the time stamp
Oh.
on the time frame on the video said 0.00 and then 001.
That's
That
ridiculous.
Wasn't
sounds
it?
like purposeful delay to me.
Yeah.
The
honestly.
AI was having
what
a
we kinda
field
think.
day with that thing. He's like checking every pixel.
That's what we kind of
That
theory.
pixel
was
is
the summary of the
copyrighted.
theory anyway.
Yeah, honestly.
Grumple, what's your favorite movie, man? That's the question everyone's been Abe's been asking. It seems.
Mm.
Yes, well said.
Okay, well,
It's
I
hard-
mean,
it's
obviously
hard.
the one from the soundtrack, the 1986 Transformers movie, but
Oh, Transformers,
also-
yeah.
I mean the original one.
Yeah.
But I really like Book of Eli, which apparently was like a part of a trilogy. Man on Fire and Equalizer, I believe, where Denzel is like supposedly playing the same character. They're just at
The
very
blind,
different
blind
stages.
guy? The blind
Yeah.
guy?
I've never heard that one. That's close.
It's a theory, you know. It's not like
That's fun. That's a fun theory.
It is.
Book of Eli was
I've
wild.
actually heard that before. Yeah.
Book of Eli was a wild movie for sure.
That's a good one.
That concept was pretty interesting for sure.
What is the movie again?
The Book of Eli.
with Denzel
The Book of
Washington
Eli?
and who's the
Yeah,
guy? Who's the
Gary
main guy?
Oldman.
Gary
Yeah, Gary
Oldman. There
Oldman.
you go. Yeah.
Gary Oldman's so
Yeah,
good.
He was good.
I
in
like
it.
Gary
yeah.
Oldman.
He was great.
At the end,
He's
he's
got
like,
that
"Oh, I
look."
don't need the Bible. I have the book is me."
Yeah.
No, don't. I mean,
Yeah,
Dad
yeah,
remembered
let's leave it
everything.
at that.
I don't
Spoilers.
listen. It's a very very old movie. If there's anybody anywhere that hasn't seen it, they fucked up. I've seen it.
Yeah, that's
okay?
fair.
I was born in Mexico. You know, I fucked up already, and I have fucking fucked up.
oh, even a Mexican's seen it. Oh, that's
Yeah. Did you see it? That's
You-
how. That's
Wait,
how
wait,
I'm
wait,
like
wait. That's
international
unfair.
about it.
That's unfair because a lot of movies actually release in Mexico before they do in the U.S. I'm pretty sure.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
What
Some-
did you
no,
mean?
yes and no. The ones that really release before the United States are ones usually in Japan or in Europe sometimes. But
So we have a new
think-
litmus test now. It's the Emmett test.
The Emmett test.
yeah.
We
Emmett
asked Emmett,
Which-
have you seen it? And if Emmett
by
has
by
seen
the way, Abe, this picture that I have in my camera, that is in real life my cousin. I'm not joking.
Nathan Fillion?
Uh huh.
Really? That's
Dude,
funny.
Nathan Fillion's the man.
I like Nathan Fillion. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Dude, I get so sad whenever I think about Firefly though.
So do I.
That was that is my Fillion is
I've
my
seen it.
grandmother's maiden name, and they all her relatives all that she married into came from originally from Canada, which is where he's from originally too.
That's really cool. Damn.
So if you looked at a picture of my grandma, she looks a lot. She has the same kind of chin. She had the blue eyes. I mean, it's pretty dead on.
That's really cool, man. I didn't know that.
Before we get too far away from Book of Eli, just Emmett, did you see it in English or Spanish? With, like dubs or subs or anything?
I don't remember. I've probably seen it in English. That's more than likely.
Don't you remember? He said it came out a long time ago. Jeez.
Yeah, he doesn't
Well, it's
remember,
an
bro.
old movie, and I watch things in Spanish, and then I have to watch things in English, and sometimes I mix them up. So I don't know. I don't remember.
Sounds racist to me.
Me too.
It is racist. You should be racist. I don't know why I'm even allowed in these spaces. Being honest. You know, I'm not racist because I hate them. I it's just part of my blood.
That sounds even more racist now.
It's just naturally
Well,
a
if you
hateful person.
if you see the numbers, there's nobody in the world that kills more Mexicans than Mexicans.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I
usually
guess
the
that's
case
fair.
with most.
That's a common trend, apparently,
It's
when
a
it comes to
common trend.
races.
It
It's
is.
true.
Yeah, every race has to keep their own race in line. You know, that's the rule.
That's the point.
It seems that way.
Yeah.
It's probably just because it's like familiarity and they hang around with themselves more. Maybe I'm just
It
trying to
might
think
be-
like
it
statistically
might
why
be,
it would.
You know, it's very tiring to, go to another country and just kill someone. Just do it
Yeah.
at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Oh my
and
God.
like this may be
Unalive.
a hot take, right? This may be a hot take, but I genuinely think that, like I was someone who, like, I'm a recovering drug addict. When I was doing that shit, I really only dealt with other white people, and what it seems like is, to a
Humor.
large majority, people who are killing other people generally revolves around some form of like drug trade or anything like that. Like,
Yeah.
that is the
Sure.
motivation for most murders. That's an opinion, but that's what it
No, I
looks
think there's a lot of truth to that.
No, no. In our area, that is the major demographic reason on why there's murders. Because it's funny because there's places where people live here where it's bad crime. Like we had a guy who was literally in his front yard watering his yard, and he got shot and killed. And people were like, "Oh my gosh, someone can get killed and shot in the." And I said, "Just wait. It's going to come out in a couple of days that he was involved in drugs."
Is TOS,
And sure enough, a couple of days later.
so has
He was
TOS
involved in
given you
drugs.
any trouble?
Look, like, all I'm gonna say is, don't tell that to a libertarian. They're gonna lose their minds. Like, what? Are you telling me that drugs cause that
I
kind
just-
of violence?
I
Just
don't know.
legalize them. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Well, it's
Exactly.
it's the illegal nature that makes the reasons for all that violence is just the
Oh,
fact
but
that
what
it's
about
not legal.
I think it would be.
You know what
I think it
Oh,
would
here
be-
we go.
I think
Debate.
it would
Let's
be
go. Bob
beneficial.
versus Emmett. Let's go.
We should probably use unalive just in case.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will. Yeah,
Fair.
sorry. I will
Fair.
try to use
Fair.
the correct term
So-
here.
But I mean, it's like, and this is like I said, it's an opinion, but typically when it comes to the D-Rug game, that when people pew each other, it typically has to do with something revolving around D-Rugs, right?
Right.
And that's this is just from like my own personal experience. So like, this is not. There's no science. There's no like studies or anything involved around this. but
Wait,
it's-
not peer reviewed? What?
Correct. Yeah. That
Good
was-
IQ in lower class.
I'm just
Come
a
back when you
fucking
have to
trailer trash
review and
white
stuff.
dude, like living in Birmingham, Alabama. But at the end of the day, like what it seems like to me,
Cite your data. Cite your data.
people who are involved in the D-Rug game typically end up in prison. And anybody who
Mhm.
knows anything about prison knows that you hang out with your people. Okay.
Yeah.
And, like that's not. I don't think that's how it should be in regular day society. But
I
when you're
agree.
when
Right.
when,
I
when you're
think-
in there, that's what you do. You know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think when you are in prison, you should not hang with anybody.
And
You should
and you're
just be
you're
like-
also you're also around a group of people where if they feel like they've been slighted, it's an that's something that they take serious because respect means something to them. Or in a lot of cases too, because I've been told this because I've actually have a family member who used to be an extended family member that used to be on D-Rugs as well, and they said that the number one thing that is always a precarious thing is the fact that people would always buy drugs like on credit or something and then never pay back, or
Yeah,
or
that's a bad idea.
there's always like fights over how much they were supposed to actually pay, and you know?
Yeah, or like when a supplier is like getting money back, like it's short, or just things like that. It's all the business related aspects of it.
Correct, exactly. And but at the end of the day, like when you're dealing with people, especially when it comes to something to the volume that we're talking about, when it comes to people who are dealing with D-Rugs, most people, and this is just commonplace, at least from my perspective. But oh shit, hold on, am I gone? Am I gone, guys?
No, we can hear you.
You're here.
Oh, you're
Yes, the ATF has completely disrupted your signal. We can't.
No,
hear
they
you.
haven't. They haven't. There's a storm going on.
Not yet.
My TV kind of spurred.
Hold
out
on.
for a second.
Bob's here,
But-
so
Okay.
it might be
Yeah, you're good.
blowing.
Cool. That's all that matters. Okay.
No, dude, it's not me.
But no. So typically when people deal in D-Rugs, some folks like who just go and buy them every once in a while. Like that's like a total separate thing. But when it comes to people who we're talking about dealing in the thousands, possibly tens of thousands of dollar transactions, most of those folks, those are people who've been behind bars for extended periods of time, and they deal with their kind. And that's
Yeah.
not like a racist thing. That probably has nothing to do with supremacy. That's just we're dealing with a class of people who have been there. You know,
It
what I mean?
reverts people back to like a more primitive kind of like mindset, especially
Yeah.
in prison and then out of prison as well after that. It makes sense, like from an animal perspective.
Yeah. So
It's just
when it
balls.
comes to like people in Mexico, and this is even white folks, right? Like white folks, we kill each other all the fucking time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Pardon me, unalive. I'm sorry, Abe. My bad.
I get it. It slips because it's natural speech and it's hard
Yeah.
to not speak naturally. I get it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
No,
But
that's an AI.
like-
Lower class is an AI.
Every race does this to each other all the time.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with race. It has to. It's anyone who knows what I'm like, who knows the phrase. It's for the love of money, bro. Like,
Well, and
that's
not
what
just
it
that, but
is, dude. It's
if you
for
look
the
at
love
other
of money.
forms of if
That's
you look
it.
at other forms of violence and crime, it also tends to be with people who know people. There's a reason why they always go after the husband or whatever, and that's because usually the best way of being able to commit a crime is usually if you have some type of foreknowledge of that person and understand something about them and so that's just kind of how it is. This idea, and this is why it's just insane, this idea of people, well, if they're going to come in here and they're going to start killing our people. And it's like, no, that doesn't happen. It's like,
The love of money is
There-
the root.
There
are
is
people-
random
evil.
violence sometimes, but yeah,
there are random people
It's
who are
almost
motivated
never.
by animus,
Yeah.
but the percentages are so damn small. That
Exactly. Yeah, those are the ones you hear the most about, but those are the least frequent, like occurring ones.
Yeah, no, 100%, dude. They don't talk about the majority, man.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
majority is same race people doing that. The
Yep.
the
It's
YouTube
true.
of that-
unfriendly M word to people of their same color. That's commonplace.
And-
That's what
and-
happens the most.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not the convenient thing to report on, though. So
Exactly.
Okay.
Dude.
Well, that's the problem with society. It sensationalizes violence and all of the worst things. You wouldn't sit and watch the news if it was all cuddles and happy all the time. So they have to draw your attention by giving you all of the worst things because it's what piques your interest.
Yeah, it
bleeds
just
the leads.
yeah, it just
Fear is
mirrors
sensational.
Absolutely.
like our psyche. Yeah, it's sad.
Fear is sensational, man.
Yep.
Sad but true. Sad but true.
Very
So
we like those stories. We make movies about them.
That's right.
Yeah.
We do.
We sure do, don't we? Yeah, good point,
Mm-hmm.
Emmett.
So to answer the question, just real quick, no, it's still this video is processing. You'll be able to edit it when it's done.
Hell yeah, dude.
When you're 95, you know.
It's 30. It's 30 something hours.
Just crop me out. You know what I mean? Just crop me out and mute my shit.
So I'm still
Sorry,
watching.
please
I
continue.
got it on my TV. The one dude's live, and you just see them going into a donut store, raiding it or looting it, and then a gas station, and then they're flying other countries' flags, and I'm just really pissed off. Like I'm deeply triggered. I'm like, where's the rooftop Koreans at? You know what I'm saying?
Dude, those are the real homies.
Yeah.
They had
That's
each other's
such a-
backs.
That's such a badass story too, man. Like,
Yes.
for real, dude. That I don't know. Anyway.
Well, it's like yeah, because it's like such a like a immature, selfish thing to do something like that.
I'd say it's foolish.
And they're like, nope. Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. You don't take political violence whatsoever because if it's acceptable by you, it's acceptable by everyone.
Exactly.
Infinitum until there's nothing left. You have to
Yeah.
stand. You have to put a line somewhere. You have to.
Uh-huh.
Unless you want that.
Well,
that sounds like
yeah, but it's
I
just
made the other day.
it's an ignorant thing to want, I guess.
No, it isn't.
Unless you want to see everything
What?
burn.
To just want, just to want like nothing but
Violence is
for the sake of
about
violence.
making position, and sometimes you want to make impositions.
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't-
not.
it's
It's not
not
a good
worth it.
precedent to set because
It
then
doesn't
the
work
ones
in the
that
long run.
oppose you, where are they going to go to after that?
It's
They're
will
just
not
gonna
benefit
start.
in the end run. I promise you, you will not benefit in the end run.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
it's
even
really
matter.
it's you're thinking very short sightedly if that's the
I'm
move
not
that you
thinking.
make.
I'm not thinking short-sightedly. It's the only precedent. Every single country, every single institution is created by force, and
No, that's
sometimes
true.
violence is necessary
But
to
in the specific context of a civilian like ethnic group doing it, like I agree, the military we need them to exert force in order to basically like create all of society. I get that, but in the specific context of like just a group of civilians doing it, it's very very stupid and ignorant because it's
No,
not
listen.
going to go anywhere good.
Listen. If you have a bunch of people flying different flags and having completely different set of morals, and they're trying to tell you that they're gonna do whatever the hell they want, and you go in with force and attack them and put them all in jail or even kill them, that is
Okay,
just
what happens? What happens when the majority that they're targeting does it back to them, in like 8 times more with 8 times more efficacy?
It depends
That's not
on
good.
who has the greatest force, and then the greater force is going to impose it, right?
Yeah, well, that's why as the least great force, it's stupid to do that because you're going to lose.
Yeah, maybe being a civilian that has no way to.
Let me
give
ask you
you
a question,
your
Emmett. Let me
the
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Say you allow the political violence on both sides, right? And the country is in a weakened state. What happens?
Well, what I was saying is not
Somebody
necessarily
swoops
that,
in and
but if
takes
you're
over.
gonna go
Somebody
ahead
swoops in and
allow-
takes over.
If
You
you're going to
will
allow
weaken the
political
nation to a point. You'd weaken the nation to a point where somebody could step in. The reason
Yeah, I
we don't
agree.
have that happening is
would
we
be-
don't
would
do
be
that.
what we normally see when there's political violence on both sides is that it's going to go to an escalation, and the end result is going to be civil war every time.
Yeah, well, not at this point in time, because if we started a civil war in America, we run the risk of every other nation that stands against the United States capitalizing on it. We don't live in the past.
Yes,
we
I
live
agree.
in today. And
I
the problem
agree.
is, if we cause that kind of collapse, everybody and their brother is going to be gunning for us. I promise you.
There's a big problem with that though. Logistics.
I agree with that, but that doesn't.
Problem.
If you think, I agree with you.
I also really think that there's no big difference between. There's not gonna be a great fight if an actual civil war started. Okay, there's a bunch of people saying, "Oh no, please don't shoot."
I think you underestimate,
so bad.
really underestimate things.
And there's another side of people that are like, "Well, you know what?
If you think
no,
Emmett, if you think there's no element in the left that is pro 2A, you're dead wrong.
No, I know there's elements in the left that are pro 2A. My point is that most of them
shooting out with the cops in Georgia, Atlanta, where that cop city was supposed to be.
The John Brown Gun Club.
Here's the only thing like that, and this is, this is not necessarily like making a specific point, like and trying to predict what would happen in the event of something like this, but this is just something from my own prior research. This is something that I'm saying from this. They have war gamed out strategies for what would happen if nukes were carpet bombing the United States. If you think that they haven't war gamed out strategies for how the government would react to a wide scale civil war, they have a plan in place and they have a side they're going to pick and they know exactly the way they're going to react. And all of that depends on who's in power.
It's called COG, continuity of government. That's the term that they use for that type of planning.
And it only partially.
They've been doing this for like 80 years now.
Yeah,
they've
had a lot of time to do it.
Civil war includes the military. It's not simply civilians attacking each other.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but who's the military though? It is the civilians.
They have
military or the soldiers.
Correct, but
the soldiers are all American people.
American people are not necessarily civilians.
Well, yeah, but that's the group that they come out of. Like, if there is like a personal interest in American people to take one side or the other, the soldiers aren't going to kill their own family murder or whatever it is. Like, they're going to obviously have an interest in doing one thing or the other. They're not drones.
I agree.
So if there's something, but it's far-sighted enough.
I'm not saying that they're just going to go act like drones, but the point that I'm making is that soldiers are part of civil war, and usually when we're talking about these, we're just thinking of civilians.
It would divide the military too. I promise.
Yeah, exactly. If it was something to that scale, everything would start infighting, even the military.
That's the important thing about, and like I may sound like a fucking hippie here, right? So bear with me, but that's the important thing about us trying to help each other moderate, at least to some degree, and start to find where we agree on things. Because just piggybacking off of what Abe just said, if we don't start working towards some element of cohesion, the way America works, and this is a melting pot, right? And like, we've already other people. I don't remember if it was Abe or someone else who was talking about like Ivan Bezmenov. Like these guys have already said the entire focus of any kind of like cultural or any kind of like national subversion that takes place is specifically in place so it can divide different people because of how diverse. I mean, this is literally, which blows my mind that the left like operates off of these crazy fucking ideals. This is the most diverse country on the planet. No other country is as diverse culturally, racially, religiously, anything as the United States.
Yeah, but cohesion is what we're looking for, and that is not like having a ton of different multicultural things. It's like it's having an actual set of ethics and standards on your own country, and have like the actual nationalism of it. I'm not going to
agree with you 100%.
when I went on and be like, hey, I want to be in the United States, I want to be part of the United States. I wasn't thinking, no, you know what? I want to bring all my circus music and I want to go ahead and put I'm gonna take all of the ideals of Mexico and put it in the United States. What's the point of it? I want to be, American idealism and the actual values and culture of the American way is what I was looking for.
I agree.
So
and the owners of that American culture are going to be the ones that win every time because they're the majority.
But that's why we need people to like start uniting under something. And I know a lot of people may disagree with me, whatever it is. I think that's why Trump is one of the most important presidents that we've had in a long time.
Source.
Hey, it is what it is, right? But I think that like Trump, people may call him this far right guy. He's not, bro.
No,
when he
not.
ran in 2016, he was pro-gay marriage. He's a pro-life president. He just believes in American values and the Constitution. So he wants to take away power from the federal government, which did all their stuff with abortion, and give that shit back to the states. Like, this is a guy who literally said on camera, I want more months before you can do the thing, right? Which, whatever you believe on that is like, I'm not even trying to have that kind of debate right now. But what I'm saying is, this is the most moderate Republican that we've had in office probably well before my lifetime. I mean,
he's a New York Democrat.
Yes, exactly. Right. So we need somebody like that to take a party that was the George Bush Republicans, the neocon, like hardcore military industrial complex. We need to go and liberate other countries kind of Republicans. We need someone like Trump who is anti-war, who is pro-choice to a degree, right? Who is pro-gay marriage. And like, I'm not even pro-gay marriage. I'm not even gonna have that talk right now, okay? But what I'm saying, yeah. But what I'm saying is, we need someone like that in this country to bring at least one side back towards the middle. So the people who, because I truly believe about 70 to 80% of people in the country reside in the middle. They're not on these far extremes. We need
that's 100% correct
to attract more of those people towards a more moderate position, and that's what Trump's done. I mean,
but the moderate is now
extreme. And they started changing. They literally, what was it, Memorial Day, that they made like Trans Awareness Day or some stupid.
Oh yeah,
that was on Easter last year.
So Easter, that's what it was.
Oh, Easter.
Easter, yes, that's not gonna win you anything. Right? I mean, am I wrong here? Like, that's
no, you're right.
Ridiculous.
You're right. So
Christianity
what I would say
is the primary religion in this country. How fucking stupid do you need to be to do something like that?
Yeah,
it's rage bait.
Who's going to moderate the country to bring people back towards?
This is exactly what we were talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. They're trying to prompt reactions because those reactions will give them fuel for their movements. So what needs to happen is this. We need a complete crackdown on all political violence in the United States, like immediately. Like there can be no question that this is not going to happen. We're not going to allow this to happen.
Yeah, the government should use all of the force to stop all of that. I agree.
From there, we proceed forward and we continue to keep that from happening. Now, the question then becomes, how do you keep that from bubbling underneath the surface because you've stopped all of them physically? Then how do you stop the bubbling underneath that would lead to guerrilla warfare and things like that? Because that will come once you've stifled this action.
The government's the one that's instigating it in the first place anyway.
Fair.
That's fair. So if they just stop doing what they're doing with their social conditioning, then it would go away immediately.
Right.
Well,
and here's the thing too. You just said, how do we stop something? And this is the thing: force begets more force. There's never been a time where that hasn't been the case. Now there are times when an extreme amount of force has been used to stop a situation. However, I think in almost every one of those cases, you could argue the moral grounds of that kind of action. So the question is, this is what we end up doing is we continue to get in this loop of how do we stop these things? I think first and foremost, the best thing you do is you have to see who is creating it. And I think it's pretty obvious that the government is creating it because they're the ones that stand to benefit from a divided populace. They're the ones that continue to want you to play this shell game of every couple of years, just whenever something that you don't like, vote for the other side, instead of saying, hey, we don't like either of these things or these options that we have. Let's either come up with a third solution, or I don't know, maybe we come up with a some type of new type of congressional meeting and have people start to enforce limits on the government again. I mean, but the reality is, as long as the government is intended in getting benefit from doing it, you know. And then the other thing too is we're not seeing the fact that
hold on a sec.
There's a lot of different aspects that are playing into this beyond just violence.
But I think it's
No,
the
I
other
agree
way
with what you
around.
just
I
said.
think it's I think
your approach
the
on
lack
this.
of violence and proper boundaries is what creates violence. Like if you go ahead and allow all of the BLM peace summers and you do nothing around it, why would they stop? They
There's a
know that
lot
they
more than that
can go
going
ahead
on
and
in
do it.
this country specifically.
Well, yeah, but right now they know they can go ahead and be peaceful outside, you know, with all of the peace.
Because they're being
all of the
incentivized by a government to do it. That's
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole reason.
Yeah,
That's the
and
reason for
what-
the increased political violence or the
and
want
why
for
is,
it.
what is exactly that the government is not doing that is allowing them to continue?
Want
They're
it to
not
happen.
using any violence.
They want us to all
They're
be
not using any
distracted
force to
from the
stop
real
them.
problems.
Oh Lord, you're gonna give me they want us distracted from the problems? Really?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, that's literally what Mosman and I were just saying. Yeah.
You think that the summer of love was not a problem in and of itself?
Yeah, there's problems and then there's big problems. Right now,
Oh.
like dude, I could talk to you for 5 days straight about this shit.
The summer
I'm
of
not
love
gonna.
was not a big problem. Was just a small little problem to distract you. Is that what you're telling me?
There are a lot of big problems and there's a lot of small problems.
I'm asking you a direct question. I'm not asking you if there's big and small problems. Is the summer of love a big problem or not?
Yeah, yeah, sure. There's a lot of big problems that exist parallel to each other.
Awesome.
That's what
yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
whether it's a problem
go
or not,
ahead.
it doesn't mean that what you're prescribing is going to be the solution for it.
It's also small beans compared to
so
what it
allowing
would be.
them and not using any force is the solution to it? Is that what you're telling me?
So you're telling
No,
me that
that's not what
that
I'm
they-
saying.
no, he's talking to me. Are you
Uh-uh.
saying are you telling me that when we do have certain kinds of things like forcing things, that it doesn't escalate? You're going to tell me
There's-
here
okay,
that
let me-
when
let
a
me
bunch
put
of
this
fucking
together.
FBI agents camp out
avoiding the
somebody's
question.
house and shoot their fucking dog, and it doesn't escalate from that?
You're avoiding the question. Let's say that you have a summer of love and there's a bunch of people in a target giving love to the target. Okay, and the government has two options. They can stop it or not. Which one is gonna be the solution to that specific problem?
Well, but here's the thing: if you don't look at the things that are the underlying cause of it, yeah, you
No.
might forego some of the
Yeah, it's
outward,
just it's short again,
violence.
it's short sighted. You're
And
not
it's
looking at the
not
whole
going to
picture.
necessarily stop it
short-sighted.
from abuse again.
What is
You need to look at the whole picture,
what is
dude.
exactly, what is exactly what you are if let's say that you don't do anything and you allow these peaceful loving people give a lot of love to these target, what do you think is the what do you
I'm
think is
not
gonna
arguing
happen
for
next
that at
time they
all,
have
dude.
a-
That's
they
literally
have a
not my
new
position.
target? What do you think is going to happen with the
Your
new target?
your idea of what my position is completely incorrect.
Your position is there's a big problem that was the summer of love, and the solution is not to do anything because there's underlying other
That's
problems.
not my position at
No.
all. If I were to tell you my
There were
position,
a lot of other
yeah, we
problems.
would get the stream. If I were to tell you my real position, this stream would go down in like 5 minutes. Okay? That's why I'm not talking about it.
That's why none of us are talking about it. In fact,
Yeah, exactly.
We're literally talking about a specific problem and that the solution of that.
No, you're not. You're not. Your mind's not open enough to understand what our position is.
You're doing a Jordan fucking Peterson right now.
No. Literally everyone here agrees except for you, dude.
Listen, Emmett.
Solution of the society that you're aligned to, that you would allow them to give a lot of love to that target.
That's not. You're just like being ignorant right now, for real.
I'm not being ignorant. I'm asking
You're being
you
100% ignorant.
about the summer of love, and you're telling me
We're not talking about that, dude. We can't get into the specifics here.
Yeah,
we literally can't talk about it.
Without shutting down the stream.
Okay, you're punching me with my arms and legs tied up behind my back right now.
I'm not trying to punch you. I'm being
No, well, you don't understand the full context
about
here.
what I'm talking. I'm being specific.
He
about
is spaceman. If
there
you're
is
an
a
authoritarian
target,
nationalist,
you're giving
he
it a
is.
bunch of love, and the solution that you have is either stop them or not stop them. Which one is the solution to that?
Yeah, and you're pinning down that position that doesn't exist in me. You're not. You don't see the full picture.
Stop them.
He's trying to get you, Rob. He's trying to get you and me to assert his position by demanding that we answer.
Yeah, but
one
it's
or the other.
completely ignorant.
I know.
If you don't want to stop them, you can say no.
No,
they
see,
should
that's where you're
That's
going.
not
again.
what we're saying, dude. We want to stop everybody. We want to stop more people than you do with your position. We want to stop everybody. So your position's completely ignorant and not thought out at all.
The problem with an individual example like this.
Okay, fine. If you want to stop, if you would like to stop all of these,
The government aren't the good guys, dude.
Yes, that's the best thing that's come out of this. Government is not the good guys.
I'm not.
Government is not the good
I
guys.
don't
We know
care
this.
about.
We all know this. We all know.
Well, I
this.
think all of us except for one person knows it.
Well, yeah, but he's also a
obvious
nationalist
that they're not
authoritarian.
good
So
people when they're allowing a bunch of people because of their of a color to just show a lot of love to a target without even trying to stop
That's
them.
literally not our position.
That is a very
No, it's just the only position that you know how to argue against because you're like a freaking cookie cutter debate bro, dude. You don't know what our position is.
You're just doubling down on the same talking points that.
Yeah, you
people
literally sound like
Andrew
you sound like a
Wilson
fool right now, dude. You sound like a fool.
and
I sound like
Jay
a fool, man.
Dyer
I can
and
be
Jim Bob. It's
specific, and I
all
can
a
just go
repeat.
ahead
I'm
and
sorry.
take
It's
a
all a
specific
repeat.
issue
All
and
a
say
repeat.
I will do these.
Can I say
these,
something in
instead of
regards
being vague
that
about
will
it?
be safe for TOS?
If you think it's safe,
Yeah, no, it is. I promise. We have a government that is willing to, regardless of what side of the spectrum you stand on, we have a government that is willing to let people do this for their own benefit.
Yes, absolutely. They incite it. Not only willing to
They
let
are-
it happen,
Yeah,
they
they're
directly incite it.
They sure do. So there's
Have
a
you-
government
yeah.
agency called the CIA. I'm sure everyone here knows. Like,
Oh no! We mean by the CIA. We mean by that the DHB, the DHB.
yes, but what I'm saying is, so I'm
joking.
leading into something here, and like I had this little thing over my head because I didn't have any fucking tinfoil. But I was, that was the whole. Like I was gonna do a whole meme with this, but
it would end up very badly. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You can't always win. You know what I mean?
There's a thing called the Hegelian dialectic. Okay? If anybody wants to understand how our government controls us, that's a part of it. It's one part of it, but there's a lot of little pieces.
Right, but my thing is this, because this is what it comes down to, is this position that gets repeated over and over and over, that nothing gets changed, nothing gets done with force, and yet it ignores the fact that almost everything that does get escalated is also a result of force. And so when we're put into a situation of saying, well, if you don't want to do force, you're just saying, oh yeah, you're okay with that. No, that's not what's being said. The question is how do you look at what is the cause of things? And there are and the degrees of force that are looked at, that becomes the issue. However, no one wants to talk about how force can be reactionary. And as long as if your prescription is just force and you don't give a greater analysis for why that is, then all you're saying is whenever something bad happens, We need to do something to stop it. And again, how many fucking wars have been started because we needed to stop something? How many wars, and think about all the things that we were reactionary to that had nothing to do with the people that we went out after. And I could give you examples too, but I don't want to bring Abe's stream down.
No, literally, yeah. Like the whole thing I want to launch into is all stuff that we can't talk about.
Yeah.
So what's the
We
point
would
of
have
having
to
the
do it in some
conversation?
private way for it to even be talked about, because
Yeah, we
that's
need to
how it
get
works.
off. Yeah, we can't
Yeah.
take Abe's stream down.
We might as well just go to some other topic at this point.
Yeah,
Fair. I'm
more
with
than
that.
fair.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
I'm with that.
Okay.
Because we
So what
can't talk
them
about it in
Pittsburgh
definition.
Pirates, boys.
Pirates are awesome.
Yeah, Pirates are amazing.
Like, but
That's one way to. That's one
Yeah, the Pirates are good, but they're not as good as my Tigers.
He's talking
go
baseball.
Panthers, because let me tell you, they're facing a Canadian team right now, and America needs to fucking redeem itself. in hockey, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna be very honest.
hockey is the best sport, while all the other sports are like, eh.
To watch
Hockey's the
live,
man sport.
I'm fucking with you, dude. That is so.
They're
I've watched
live to
baseball
play
live
it.
my entire life,
The
and the
second-
3 hockey games I've been to have been the hardest fucking events I've ever been to live. It's almost like a UFC fight.
And then the sport after that, lacrosse.
Oh, if you like hockey and lacrosse, you will love. There's an Irish sport called hurling, and it was described to me as a cross between ice hockey, lacrosse, and first-degree manslaughter. I mean, it's not that different. It's only in Ireland, and it's all
Come
amateur.
on.
There's an adult
We all
and a youth
know
league.
We all know the best game is basketball.
And then I just watch baseball in the summer because there's really nothing going on.
Well, we
Real
all
men
know
play
that
dodgeball.
baseball is America's sport, and that's
It is.
reality.
And the Cleveland Indians needs to come back.
No, they never come back. That's fine.
They
But
could
you
rename
can't
the
get
team.
past. You can't get past
The
the
Guardians
cerebral
is
element of
kinda
baseball.
gay.
That's what makes it a superior sport, because it's not just skill and athleticism. It does require intelligence with its pitching, how you pitch a game, how you decide who gets subbed in and who doesn't. There's so much stuff going on. But guess what? I'm a D&D nerd, so you think what the commonality between D&D and baseball is it's a bunch of math.
Okay, so you just gave me a new topic. We're gonna go around and see which class in D&D each person would play.
Okay.
I'm too busy for that.
Okay.
Okay.
You're not too busy for that, K2. Get out of here with that.
So K2
I
has
don't have-
decided he will be the
Barbarian.
no. He'll be probably the most worst type of subclass in class, I think, in D&D. One of them, which is the trickery domain cleric.
Oh my god!
What is that?
What system are we playing? If you're saying 5e, I'm off. I'm off the stream.
Well, I've only played up to
Specify which edition.
3.5, so I've only played
Okay.
the 3.5. I have no idea what came. I haven't touched it since. So
Okay,
I have never played
I
Dungeons
played
and
D&D
Dragons.
when it came out. Okay, that's
Right.
when I played D&D, and I was a dungeon master for 10 years. And I made my own thing from the whole thing. So D&D, I
First
don't
edition?
really know anything about. AD&D
You mean
had just
first
come out.
edition?
Dan,
Dan's from
what was
Norway,
it like
so
during Prohibition, my friend?
What? Hey,
Oh,
hey,
that was
hey!
a
What was
horror,
it?
back in my
What was it?
day,
What was it
Norway
like,
wasn't that
when
bad.
James? When
In
James
Norway,
Yeah,
wasn't
he's from
that
Norway.
bad.
He's been playing D&D since like the first century.
I think we made. I
Like
think we
from
made a full
70?
loop.
No, but
Here.
really,
He remembers when the Crusade started.
Yeah.
I started playing
That was
D&D
back
Hold
in
on.
James's day.
before
though.
with Gary Gygax
It's
at first
James.
edition.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
We made it. We made a full circle. We're back to back in my day.
My day.
I'll do Meringue, my man. Yes, Bard. me and Doomerang will be bards.
I'll be a paladin.
I like
What if-
probably
Ghost Rider?
Ranger the best.
What was I figured for like Adult Swim, Dan's favorite show would have been that like Sweden metal band. I heard they were like
the coffee one.
Death
Death
Claw?
Clock?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, oh, dude,
Yeah.
Rob knew exactly what.
Yeah,
Well,
Metalocalypse, dude.
Yeah,
saying what
I heard
D&D
like
class are you?
Norwegians and stuff like that, like heavy metal. I just figured that would be Dan's favorite show. on
Are
Adult
you-
that's
Swim.
fair.
When you
I think
say
Toki
D&D
was Norwegian.
When you say D&D class, are you talking about favorite to play or like the most identifiable to you?
That's a good
The one you would
Favorite to
identify the
play.
most with.
Oh,
Let's do
okay.
both. Let's do both.
Yeah, we can do both.
Let's do both. Yeah, sure.
Well, for to me, both would probably most likely. Well,
Mine
I
are two
identify-
different ones.
I would probably say if I identify with any class, it would probably be a druid. Because I love animals.
For me, it'd be rogue.
And then the other one would probably be cleric. So
Yeah, rogue and
a
ranger
life,
for me.
a life cleric. So
Yes, you do, Doom. Yes,
Do I
you
go
do.
next?
Yeah, go. Do it.
So I think then what I would identify most with is bard. I wouldn't want to play a bard. I used to really like being the class is, I think, ranger or something like that, and then I would like to be an elf, and that's because a warrior / ranger. I wasn't sure. Whatever was the closest to Link, because I loved playing Legend of Zelda. So and I just stuck
You wanna
with
be a-
that. And I
You want to be a
I
night
was-
elf mohawk.
Was that?
What'd you say,
You
Grumple?
want to be a night elf mohawk.
Sure. Sure thing.
Okay, Mr. T.
What about you, Abe? What would you be?
I would say 100% on both in the paladin.
What about you, lower class?
Hey, read Bill Hicks' comment he just put.
Well, no, I gotta read this comment, and then I'm gonna. and then I'm gonna give my take. Because I'm
such a
I'm
dick, bro.
embarrassed.
It is kind of
Yeah,
gay, isn't it?
wizard.
It is kind of gay, isn't it?
It is kind of gay.
Now that I think about
Man,
it.
okay, look. Bill Hicks, I just want you to know something. You may think that's gay. I think I'm the loser here because I don't even know what kind of classes are in D&D.
I don't either.
I'm a normal
I
person.
Yeah, obviously that makes you the loser.
I wish I could. No.
Yeah,
Hold on. Wait a minute.
I had shit to do in
Let me
high
explain
school.
my point, okay?
Pretty sure.
I'm fucking Tampa Bay trailer trash from Florida, right?
He's a fighter.
I never had
He's a fighter. Or a
Yeah,
rogue.
he's a fighter for sure. Yeah, or a barb. Sorry.
If I would have had
Are you gonna
friends
wrestle a
that did
gator?
this stuff, my life would have gone completely fucking different from the way.
Did you ever wrestle a
Hold on.
And where I'm at now is I wish that I could have been involved in something like D&D and had people around that were in D&D, because I see, and this is just from my own personal experience, people who play D&D together are much better friends than the kind of fucking degenerates that I spent my life growing up with.
Yeah,
Hey,
I bet that's true.
Just want to
Question
say,
for you.
like I have no idea, but if we're going off of like Path of Exile 2
Similar, yeah.
characters, right? It's
Yeah.
not the same. I understand that, but
Hey, lower class.
going off of Path of Exile 2, I am definitely going to be a mercenary.
Okay, so like a fighter then.
Lower,
Yeah.
lower class. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
When are you gonna live stream yourself wrestling a gator? Since you're from Florida.
You don't want
Not all heroes wear capes.
that's not TOS, bro.
Now, but lower class, you would make one hell of a Gimli. Like you would be like if you cosplayed, you'd make a really cool Gimli.
Dude, hey, I'll give it a shot sometime.
That'd be cool,
I'm
man.
open to anything. Can I be
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
straight up? I just started
Anyway?
live streaming a week ago. Hold on. Being myself, I had like a character when I was gaming on Twitch like over a year ago.
Yeah.
But this is who I actually am, and I might give it a shot. I'm willing to take some suggestions. You know what I mean? I'm an open-minded guy. You know.
Be cool. That'd be cool. Did we go through the whole panel?
No.
No, I haven't said
That's-
anything. I would
That's-
be my favorite to play is wizard. What I would identify with is a cleric.
By the way, just real quick, there's a massive thunderstorm over Alabama right now. So if I just suddenly dip out,
Okay.
Grumple,
Gotcha.
did you
this
say
has been
what was your
fantastic
class? And
talking to you guys. I've had a great time. I just
You're a
want
great,
to
you're a great guy.
If he suddenly
No.
dips out, then it's a rage quit. Is that what you're saying?
It's always
fair.
Rage
Yeah,
quit.
you can call it a rage quit, and you can like, clip it, do whatever. That's
Hey,
great.
if you leave, it's a rage quit and you lose. That's the rules.
Rage
That's the rules for everyone.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. I'll take it.
Did you give your class, Grumple?
No,
You're too cool to play.
no,
he's
I
not too
did.
cool to play.
My favorite to do was 3.5 edition Intelligence Rogue.
No, those are cool though. Like arcane
Clever
tricks or that
bastard
kind of
is
thing.
What that is.
No,
Clever
not
bastard.
not any
Man,
subclass, just straight vanilla rogue, but
But
stacking and
with
intelligence
high
is
intelligence for like investigations and stuff like that. Okay,
No, for
I
just
get
like
it.
all the skill points.
Yeah, skill points.
Oh, I see. You're talking about a different edition. That's why. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
3.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoking Spaceman is a paladin, it seems.
But in 5th, I'm really investigating barbarian and artificer. Artificer is really cool.
Yeah, I
What
like.
is that?
I've been looking at a Swarmkeeper Ranger recently, like on paper. I haven't played it though.
Grumple, did you play it in the rec tent?
No, just back in the barracks.
Fun times. Fun times.
Good times.
Rob, what did you say you were?
So as far as ones I identify with, I don't know what real life attribute can be like fixated onto like spell casting. Sorcerer is like probably my all time favorite. But my favorite to play as, because I'm like I get really tactical and like into like the team playing aspect, is Ranger. That's my favorite one to play as.
Very cool. That was
But
for
rogues
fun.
are really fun too.
Yeah. Thief is a good time.
Dude, I love all of my my biggest like shenanigans moments has been with a rogue when I was playing a rogue.
Yep.
It
Or
definitely puts
thief,
me in a
you get
position
shot
where
at.
Rob, my
Yeah.
friend did a
Thing.
halfling rogue, and his name was Oops, I Did It.
Yes.
Dude, that's so funny. That's like that encapsulates like the rogue playing experience like so well. Just that, honestly. Dude, that's funny. I mean,
It's a way
it's
to
good
play.
that it's a halfling too. That
Way
makes
to
it even
play.
better.
We had a guy play like a gnome mage, a gnome wizard that was named Cue Ball.
I just love any of the charisma casting classes, like Warlock and Sorcerer, because it's just so useful to have good charisma.
Well, especially if you want a multi-class. If you want like especially like if you multi-class in Paladin and say
Oh, yeah.
Sorcerer, you can make like a
Absolutely.
battle mage type, like a or if you did like a bard and rogue.
Yeah, there's a lot of decent classes that scale off of charisma.
Rogues that can cast spells are absolutely broken.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree.
Spell sword's like a crazy, or shadow dancer. Those are crazy subclasses.
I made a
Spell
horror
sword's
that
like the fighter one,
a
right?
little bit like Shadow Dancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, a fighter with spells where rogue with spells are both busted.
Fighter with spells, or like what or what is it? Shadow Dancer?
Arcane Trickster in the more recent ones, yeah, but it was probably different
Yeah,
names in the
in
previous.
and out of shadows and doing strikes. That's like Dritz style stuff.
Oh no, I'm sorry, that's a monk. Monks have that one.
No, that is a Shadow Dancer. It's a prestige class for thieves in 3.5 anyway.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're talking. Yeah, I think I'm used to paying different editions.
Just crazy stuff happens when you
probably
get into
play
like prestige classes and stuff. Dragon Rider, things like that. It gets really crazy.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a Dragon Rider and ended up with a Hippogriff.
Hell yeah, dude.
As it would happen. Because that's how life is.
Sometimes you don't get a dragon. You have to compromise.
Yeah. Although we had one campaign, I like came down and used Lay of Hands on the Hippogriff, and the wingtips touched the two people and healed both of them. I had to roll D20 and rolled critical. So
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was sick.
So
it was really
the tips touched?
Yeah, the tips touched.
Tips touched, and then everyone got healed.
Yep.
Just like in real life.
Everyone got
crazy.
I have a fighter ranger in in my life campaign, and he basically animal charmed owlbear. So basically, it's his own personal buddy, and so he's just so the party has its own owlbear.
That's broken too. That's like Beast Mastery. That's freaking broken.
But hey, I
You mean
got
Warcraft or
to get going, but I wanted to show you the cover for the campaign one of the campaigns I've done.
Cool.
On the share screen, you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are all characters that people in my party play, and so
That's fun.
I've been working on a graphic novel of it, type of thing.
See, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of D&D. Actually, you play through a good campaign and you keep track. You literally have a book. By the end,
Yeah.
From
For sure. Yeah.
you could be an author just by the campaigns you've played through.
Yeah, that's why I think Mosman and I both have an interest in like the creative writing aspect of being a DM. That's so much fun to do.
Same, it's a blast being in that position.
It's what got me into writing in the first place.
Well, that in essence, you're writing a story in the first place. You know, you write this story, and then you expect people to play through it, and those people's decisions have now added to the depth of your story.
Yeah, no, it's a collaborative storytelling process, and it's like my favorite type of storytelling. I think. D&D is fucking sick, dude.
Well, because you don't know what you're gonna get. Like, there's so much you can plan for, and then they'll do things. So, like, for example, we have our barbarian, and he doesn't really think straight. You know, he's quick to action.
Smash.
And he kind of basically like, you know, they were trying to they were in this temple, and there was like this bewitched dragon skull, and it was like. Basically, they were all going and doing without thinking, you know, because I'm the kind of person that if you're not going to do your due diligence and checking for traps or checking for magic or you're gonna get,
especially in certain situations. Yeah. Absolutely.
And but basically, he basically for like 5 or 6 rounds was just like literally in the corner doing something to himself.
Smoking Spaceman is really.
That's
I just
funny.
wanted to know that he's really enjoying our discussion. It's giving a calming effect. It's not as angry anymore. That's French to him.
That's what I was hoping. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, you got that calling French.
One thing I would say, Mosman, is if you read through like the Forgotten Realms books, you can imagine that a bunch of those were people's own campaigns that ended up as stories, like War of the Spider Queen and Drizzt and all of that could like literally have been campaigns played out by people.
Yeah, that's like the point of them. Yeah. They're like examples. I like, yeah, it's cool to be able to set up an entire like cast of characters and like setting, and then just see what the players do with it. Like it's just there's like a chaotic element of like the storytelling process that's like beautiful, I think.
Bill Hicks comment about the
Yep.
Smoking Spaceman.
He's gonna come up and defend it.
All right, I'm gonna have to now rage quit on y'all because I'm
All
gonna
right,
get to
Mosman.
sleep.
Rage
Mosman, what did we do to make you rage quit?
Oh, I don't know. It was probably something
Bill
about
Hicks.
liking the Cleveland Indians, so you can blame it on K2. K2 enraged me so much with this Cleveland Guardians.
Ew.
Later, dude. It was fun
No,
talking
it's
to you.
probably Bill Hicks's comment about Dungeons and Dragons in the
Yeah,
comment
Bill Hicks
section.
did it to me too. Yeah, Bill
Yeah,
Hicks.
yeah.
Bill
Rage
Hicks is
quit.
always triggering me.
Well,
Bill
always
Hicks
good to
is
see you,
always
Mosman.
triggering me. All right, see ya.
Hey, don't rage quit on my behalf. Who's rage quitting?
Oh, rage quit.
Who rage quit? Are they
John
scared?
Mosman.
They were scared because I was popping up. Oh, John Mosman, you pussy. No, John Mosman's all right.
How you doing, Bill?
Yeah, what's up,
no,
Bill?
not bad. I heard you F slurs talking about nerd shit about Dungeons and Dragons, so I thought, an Alpha Chad has to come on stream and just bully you guys, just mog you guys.
Chad. Right.
I can talk
Yeah,
about
we
Chad
couldn't
stuff
wait.
too.
We needed
Oh,
this.
yeah, yeah.
Come on, give it, lay it
Spoken
on
like a
us.
true bloody nerd. Oh, I can talk about
I
Chad
have
stuff
no
too.
idea what you're
Dude,
talking about, Bill
I've
Hicks.
been
I just
owning
want
and
to put that on
operating
record.
firearms since I was 14 years old, bro. There's not
Oh,
more
well,
manly
what do you
stuff than
fucking
that.
do? I don't live in the land of the free. I wish I could too.
Well, who's the Chad now?
Hold on. Let's
It's Chad
give Bill
now.
Hicks's citizenship. He needs refugee status
Bill.
from the Australian
Bill.
government.
I don't know how you could be a Chad if you're not free.
I am the captain now. Yeah, no, anyway. I was a
No,
little bit
all
drunk,
his
so
guns
I
sank.
don't come on
All
panels
his
unless
guns
I'm a
sank
little
to the
bit drunk.
bottom of the lake.
We all are.
Who? What?
Bill Hicks's guns just sank to the bottom of the lake. And the boat
Yeah,
he
a lot of mine did
Exactly.
too.
Like we've all had those tragic accidents,
Nah, I'm
It's
past
happened
that
to me
point.
multiple
Like,
times.
I'm like,
multiple times.
they didn't think. No, I like come and do something.
Yeah, come.
I live right next
come
to
and
the
get
Great
'em.
Lakes. There's a lot of firearms at the bottom of those lakes.
There are. I can
That's
confirm there is.
That's easy for you to say, Mr. Gadsden Flag.
Damn.
You know,
Dude,
I'm
the Great
right.
Lake.
Everybody
Yeah.
and their brothers are ready. Where you-
Dude, no,
Dude,
yeah, for sure, right, for sure.
You're gonna get effed up.
There's a
if you
lot of
push them
people
over.
that are just waiting for some shit to go down. I'll say
That's
that.
true. That's
See,
true.
that's one of the good things about living. So I'm in Birmingham, Alabama right now. That's one of the good things about living here, because this is a fucking blue city. But you go 15 to 20 minutes in any direction, and there is a red wall, brother.
Yeah, it's like
That's
most
how.
cities.
Yeah, I'm right in one of the red walls. We're in my area. Yeah, there's a lot of in upstate New York. There's a lot of like very conservative, like gun owning, more rural people, and suburban even. It's just the cities that are blue, just like everywhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, I live in Montana.
Yeah, so you're good. Yeah, you know what it's like.
I heard a lot of gay
It's very
Californians
red.
move to California during C-19.
Probably. That's the promised land.
But they're gonna bring their dumb blue anti-gun stuff
Well,
to Montana eventually.
Not
Give it
enough of
time.
them.
Yeah, I mean it becomes
the,
unbearable to stay where they are, and they go to find
Usually they try to
places that are not
integrate. A
corrupted
lot
yet,
of them
right?
who come out of those places try to integrate because they want a more conservative life. Not
Yeah,
all
because
of them,
they know they were wrong and they're
Yeah.
trying to repent.
a lot of the time.
They still vote the same way though,
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
and that's
Sometimes.
you just need some.
I'll say, like, in my area, there's been an influx, and they're not.
Okay. Well, there's
You're a
shift in
Canadian.
There's not-
You just bend your knee to the crown. Wow, Smoking
Most
Spaceman's
people
really going in the
change.
chat.
Damn.
Generally,
Please
the
do.
more you have, like the more you accumulate resources when you grow up, the more conservative you become generally. So as they're moving out of the cities and into like the more suburban areas, their voting changes like more often than not, but not always.
It's interesting. I grew up in a pretty low income household, and I've never been good at maintaining money. Yet I've found myself to become quite conservative. So
Yeah, well, that's not the only reason you would be conservative. Yeah, but it's just that tends to be something that changes the way people think, like in a general sense. But I'm not rich as hell, and I'm conservative as well. So
I can understand why, because they've been brought up to value, certain
Everyone.
principles.
Everyone.
I guess.
yeah,
So
no,
here's-
like there's
here's-
religion has a lot to do with it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things.
Smoking Spaceman has a decent point. The problem is that almost all, if not all, coastal cities are filled with left-leaning people, and they
Mm-hmm.
have a far higher population than inland parts of the United States. So when they
Yeah,
do flood
that's the
inland,
case
you
in my
have a
state.
problem.
Yeah, there's a big
So,
instance of that
back in
my
my
state.
day, urban coastal elites was a dog whistle for a certain tribe of people. They're always urban coastal elites,
Oh, James,
They
you're
are
back.
though.
Okay. Well,
James
regardless,
is back in his
Shalom, shalom, James.
day. No, I was joking. I was when
Oh.
Dylan said back in my day.
Oh, I see.
Back in my
Yeah, I
day.
get it.
See, the joke there is that it's in my day, it's in your day, it's in grandchildren's day. That's the joke.
My day was in your grandparents' day.
It's just this synagogue of Satan. Like they don't change. A leopard doesn't change its spots.
Yeah.
They always do the same tricks.
True.
The
Yeah.
kind of conservative that is conservative to heart are the ones, for example, the dads and moms who show up at school boards and fight
Yes.
what's going on with their kids.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, if you have a point of view, you have a change of heart. It doesn't do anything. You have to really actively fight against whatever is strangling.
Oh, hold on.
You know what,
I'm sorry, Gabe. Who is
Interesting.
Smoking Spaceman
If I
yelling
may
at?
comment
in
on
chat?
that.
Is he yelling at all
Everyone.
of us?
Yes.
I think he's yelling at all of us. Yeah.
He's telling us
That's
we're
okay.
weak and we need to take.
He's allowed to
I'm
do
not
that.
paying attention to chat, but just Norwegian Dan. That's an interesting point that you make. Is that parents that are willing to sacrifice, and actually put their neck on the line when they go to the school boards, and they'll be ostracized by the rest of the school board community for saying what is right and wrong, right? But then you get the other side of the spectrum of, all these mums going along to, tranny reading for their kids in kindergarten, like I guess you get people that are actually have principles and are willing to fight for what they believe in, and then you have a whole lot of people that go along with the status quo of whichever trends are happening.
Yes,
I imagine that in
definitely.
both cases,
But
though,
that doesn't really. I think the most those that just go along to get along are the problem, but they are not.
They
really
are the problem.
They are not activists. They're not fighting for freedom.
Well, they won't be putting their neck on the line. They'll come and fight if a whole horde of
exactly. They're
like-minded
not going to
people
start
come with them.
anything.
It's not evil that's the greatest. It's not evil that's the greatest enemy of good. It's indifference.
Right.
Exactly right.
Yeah. 100%.
Indifference is what kills society or destroys societies. What destroys everything. When you
just to bring this home again, we can always see in neighbours where they are going wrong, and we can correct them, right? But there's indifference to our own sin as well. The things that we are willing to overlook, like the impact that has on the world.
It starts there, doesn't it?
That's what I've said on this channel multiple times. It starts with an individual, then it moves to the family, then it moves to the community, then it moves like all of these things have to be in a line. You can't fix anything if you don't have it from yourself up. Right?
100%.
But it's amazing. It's amazing how much a little light can show what's in the room. And at least just one light. So it starts with the individual.
Yep. This little light of mine.
It starts
There you
with
go.
one
There you go.
thing.
It's truth.
I don't know
truth,
why.
truth to that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You got to try to help other people turn their lights on.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, you got to light the candles, right?
Hmm.
Takes one candle to light another and another. And if one lights 10 and 10 light 10.
So, in my Christian journey, this quote always it always keeps coming back up, right? Saint Seraphim of Sarov, there's acquire a spirit of peace, and 1,000 around you will be enlightened. That's a paraphrase, something along those lines. But
That's funny because David
that's
Healy
the
sent
goal.
that to me. David Healy sent that to me just recently too.
Mhm.
It's beautiful.
I wish Smokey Spaceman would come up and yell at all of us.
Yeah,
He's
I
not gonna.
sort of.
If he gets up here, he's gonna break TOS. He already said that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
never mind.
Nah, he'll
He's-
be good.
he's-
He won't do that to you.
he's been
He-
imbibing.
He's drunken and he's
Yeah.
pissed off
He'll
at
be
the state of
okay.
things.
He
Yeah.
won't do
Well,
that.
let's. I'm the
Who are we
second
talking
thing, but
about?
I'm not the first thing.
Look, guys. I'm drunk, but I can like maintain TOS while I'm drunk.
I could do that too, but
Well, you're not
Spaceman,
black
I
out
don't-
drunk.
I'm pretty sure he's at a higher level.
well, the thing is,
Yeah,
Hey,
he's at a high level. He said, yeah, which
all
is good.
love,
You know, I'm
all
glad he's having.
respect to Spaceman, because
self-control.
he's my boy. But Abe, I want you up, dude. You know what I mean? I want to be able to watch you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to be here as well. I mean, that's partially why I do panels like this, is because it does build some unity. I know that most of us are of like mind for the most part, but if you don't talk to people, you don't understand anything. So,
You know what?
you can't even make or help people see where there's an issue if you don't understand their issue first. A lot of the time.
I think it's bizarre how, with the advent of social media, we've sort of become atomized in society. You know, this is our medium through which we interact, and we can find like-minded people, which is great. You know, so you don't feel completely insane in this crazy world. But at the same time, I think it is great that it does provide a forum for talking to your radical traders or your bloody Mel, the retarded cosmic fox or whatever. Like, I would probably not give these people the time of day in my personal life. Like, I don't have time for this. But seeing as there's like the public platform there, you kind of feel like, well, no, actually discussing these things has some merits, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, I think we're all pretty like-minded in that regard.
That these fucking weirdos are having. Okay.
Otherwise, you'd just be wasting your time talking to some deluded retard, right? But because it is in the public sphere, we're kind of feeling like, oh, maybe this message is getting through to people. But maybe it's just confirmation bias for all the like-minded people to go, yeah, that person's retarded. And for the retards to go into the lines and going, yeah, we showed those conservatives, you know. Like, I think there is some good from it, but maybe we're just patting ourselves on the back as well. I don't know.
Even if you can get somebody to glean a small piece of truth, you've done something.
Yeah, if you just
was
get them to the
gleaning.
point where they start questioning things, that's usually good enough to make an avalanche in a lot of people.
But if you don't talk, then there's not even a chance.
Yeah, like I personally, I like, and this is just where I come from. Like, this might be a little self-suck, right? But I genuinely consider myself a true moderate, like a real centrist, and that's why I voted for Trump. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I get it, right?
I would
That's
say-
why I voted for Trump. Just
I would
to
say
let you know.
I would say there's no such thing as a moderate anymore.
what's funny? I like the fact
There is,
that
you
you say
just
you're
don't see
moderate,
them.
and that's why you voted for Trump. Because by all accounts, he's just a classical liberal, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
by the accounts of these, crazy libtards, he's a full-on fascist. But no, as a moderate, that's why you voted for Trump. Because
Yeah, exactly.
he's common sense.
Yes, he's the most moderate candidate that we've had probably in my lifetime. George Bush wasn't moderate. Obama wasn't moderate. Biden wasn't moderate. Clinton wasn't moderate. You know what I mean? I was born in '93, so
Yeah, I was born in '91.
yeah, I have not seen a
Kids.
moderate candidate in my entire lifetime. This is the one dude that places closest to the middle than any other candidate in my lifetime, dude. You know what
I think
mean?
I was
Well,
Bush
here's the
Senior when
thing.
I was born.
That's fair, but the Overton window's constantly shifting.
Exactly. As the Overton window shifts,
Good point.
just common sense traditionalism becomes radical. You just want to conserve the status quo of how things have been for millennia, and all of a sudden that's radical because the status quo has become so radicalized. It's very funny these times.
Yeah, somebody who was center right a decade ago is now far right to the whole left.
Speaking of
In air quotes, though,
They can think
felt
whatever they
like
and in
want.
air quotes, though, you know what I mean? Far right, like
Well, yeah, I mean, I
that's
don't
such a
have to
fucking
put it in quotes.
buzzword now, man.
I don't even have to put it in quotes because the truth of the matter is, it's a silly, arbitrary statement that's been stated about anybody who has a conservative value whatsoever. If you have a
Yeah.
conservative value, you are extreme to them.
They're not
Period.
grounded in
Well-
reality anymore over there. They don't know what. Yeah, they lost touch
Well,
with a lot of things.
Speaking of left hard weirdos, it felt like Ryan just jumped on BK to like try to shame us and call us all hypocrites.
Well, that's
Dude, Ryan's a fucking
I
cringe
don't
little
agree
shitbag,
with
dude.
everything that Trump does.
No, but
and I
that's how he-
criticize the
that's how
stuff
they-
that I do not like. That's why I'm not a complete
that's how
nut
the-
job like he
that's how
was
the
blindly
verbal
following
voices.
Joe
That's how the
Biden.
that's how the verbal voices of the left work, though. They come into this space and then they call all of you the same, because if they paint all of you with the same brush, then everything on the right
This
side
is why we can't have nice things. We just want to do our own thing. We just want to chill and grill, and these leftists come in our spaces. Fucking
No,
hell,
Angry
mate.
Meter. No.
Well, it's good to engage with them to some degree instead of us all just saying the same thing to each other. But like I mean, I think it's a good thing because it just keeps exemplifying like how absurd their positions are if they keep bringing it in and showing us.
Ryan just
Yeah, I
seems like
agree.
a nut job.
Yeah, well, I think he's like young
normal
and
to
he
them.
just doesn't get it yet. I don't know how old he is,
No,
but
here's
like
the thing,
he's just,
right? When I was younger,
I think he's like
I had
30.
just as cringe positions as these people, I'm sure, but we didn't have social media. Like, it wasn't as prevalent, right? So now these people are like, their heart is in the right place. They want good for everyone, but they're just so retarded. God bless them, I guess.
they
And
have
exactly
so
like you
much
said, it's a good
empathy
thing
and
that
no
we
logic.
can all see how retarded their positions are.
Yeah, and I
As they
think that's
come
a good
into these
thing.
spaces.
You should always be able to. Everyone should be able to say whatever they want, just so you know exactly what kind of people they are.
And before
All
we
right.
go on, Bill,
So-
do you
Exactly.
usually have the spark? Like, there's a sound when you speak in the mic. It's like
Yeah, you're pretty
what do you
choppy,
call it?
Bill.
Sparkly.
Oh, am I pretty choppy? Sorry about that, guys.
No, it might be your mouth might be too close to the mic. Try backing it away. That it might be that.
How
It might
about
not
now?
be.
Is this
Yeah,
less
that's better.
choppy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll
better.
do that then.
I
Okay.
still hear
It
it.
was.
I still hear it.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
while I've got the
sometimes
floor,
Ricky has had this
just-
problem.
Oh, yeah,
sometimes.
it is still there.
What if you?
It was
What if
better
you
very
just,
briefly.
log off and on again? Maybe that will help.
My issue is that I don't have a headset, so I've got to get really close to my phone to hear you, and then I've got to get away from the phone to talk. Like,
I think
so,
that's
yeah,
just
it's all
the
fucked
phone.
up.
I think that's just
Yeah.
how the phone speaker is. That's okay. It's like we can still hear you.
Anyway, hey guys, I just wanted to call out Lower Class. Good on him for being an enlightened centrist, but he has to realise that the more the Overton window shifts, centrist just becomes a bleeding heart, liberal, leftist epsilon. I don't want to say the word, but it just becomes that over time.
Hey, lower class. Bill,
You're not wrong,
Bill
dude.
is right.
is what it is,
Eventually, Hey, lower class. Bill is right. Eventually, they're gonna call you a Yahtzee, and then you'll be part of the Windmill of Friendship.
no.
Yeah,
Club.
just pick
What
the
Bill-
right side
What
right
Bill
now.
is saying, what Bill is
I mean,
saying
hey,
is,
dude, I already
no,
have, right?
You're missing it.
No,
You're
I know.
missing it.
Yeah, that's
What
you're
Bill
right.
is
You're right.
saying is the
I already
Overton window
have.
is
Where am I
shifting.
at right now, guys?
No,
You know
no,
what
no,
I
no.
mean?
Listen,
Like,
listen.
No, we get
listen.
it. We get it. We get it.
I
Listen.
already see the kind of
Lower
people
class.
that have more of a brain power
Bill
and
is
who can comprehend outside ideals. I've already
right.
chosen my side.
Yeah, you're with
I
us,
have
buddy.
my
You're
own
with us.
beliefs,
Right.
You
We
know
know.
what I'm saying?
But
We're just kidding around.
But Bill is
Well,
saying
but the
as
thing
it
is,
shifts
mate,
back to the
as
right.
far as you're concerned,
Hold on,
you can be a
Abe is
centrist
trying to
until you
talk.
die, right?
Abe
But
is trying
as
to
the
talk.
window shifts, it's like pronouns. Like you don't self-ID as to where you are in the left-right spectrum. Everyone else decides that for you. So if you believe what you think is a centrist position, well, you know what, you're a Yahtzee.
Right. No, 100%, dude.
Sorry, Abe.
No, I was just saying what I think what Bill was trying to say is if it shifts back the other direction, then the people in the center become leftists to the right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And vice versa. That's
On
right.
both sides.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
If for whatever reason the Overton window starts going radically right wing, then being a centrist, exactly, you got to be a complete liberal. So yeah, you could be a
Yeah.
communist. You're either a Nazi or a communist. All right, that's the plot you got being a centrist. So like, just make up your mind now, because
Yeah.
otherwise
No,
you're
he
going to
said
be
he
plunked
made up
in
his
somewhere.
mind. Yo, he's with the winning side. He already
I
said.
am. Yep, I'm on the right
Yeah.
side of history, 100%.
Hell yeah.
We
Hell
got
yeah.
Kanye.
But Bill
We
Hicks.
got Kanye.
So Lord
Yeah.
Bill Hicks, I have a question for you. I'm a big Bill Hicks fan, like the actual guy. So are you
Yeah.
familiar with his later work when he really kind of started losing it before he died of pancreatic cancer?
All I know of his latest work is his stint as Alex Jones, right?
Yeah. That's a big conspiracy. Yeah.
Did you see how?
Fair.
Speaking of Alex Jones, did you see how uncomfortable he was with Kanye?
That's a good answer, dude.
I did
I'll
that.
be honest with you.
I did that.
I'm
I did
familiar
that.
with his work up
That's
until
my
the point
fault.
that he died, but I haven't seen any sort of shift in his content as he approached death. So I may need to look more into that. Why do you mention that?
Not necessarily that aspect, but what I was touching on was, he would get on stage towards the end of his life when he would do his comedy bits, and this is like when he became unpopular and people stopped like producing his comedy specials because he'd get on stage and just start rambling about the CIA. Well, interesting enough, and this is touching on the subject we were just talking about.
Yeah.
CIA has been proficient in maintaining power over other countries by usurping their government with cultural subversion.
Well, just like
that's
every
their
other
number
nation's
one weapon, I think.
intelligence agencies.
Well, I don't think we'll ever see anything like that in this country.
No way.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Couldn't happen here.
No way. Not in our house. Not in our
Yeah.
house.
No. These institutions are for the external world. They wouldn't use their powers of manipulation on their own people. Of course not.
No, of course not.
Correct.
Of course
Yeah, there we go.
No way.
All right, we're good. Hey, Bill, you're based as fuck, dude. I'm glad to share a panel with you tonight.
Oh, yeah, no, likewise. And the funny thing is, I took on this username back in the day when I was, degenerate into psychedelics and all that. But I always thought Bill Hicks was pretty based. Like, he called things out. He had some balls. And nowadays, I think, look, his spiritual but not religious, his sort of weird psychedelic spirituality positions and all that, look, I think they're a bit cringe. They are the reasons why I got into his work in the first place. But having said that, I wonder what positions he would take now in the current state of the world,
Well, we know
think
because
he'd
he's
still be
Alex
based.
Jones, right?
Yeah, exactly. He switched from the left-wing psychedelic guy to the right-wing
right-wing conspiracy.
psych.
Yeah.
Well, see,
He's still ranting about demons and conspiracy theories. It's the same guy, surely.
Yeah.
It's a character.
Yeah.
So
They converge at the same point.
So
Yeah.
I would say, and this is just from like, an outside perspective, because he died when I was 1 year old, right? But
Oh,
just
yeah.
from watching his stuff back then, the left wing was a lot more individualist and less collectivist.
Hmm.
The right wing
Those are the good days.
back then was more collectivist and less individualist, and that has switched entirely. The
Yeah,
left
you're not
wing
kidding, dude.
today is entirely collectivist. Everything depends on what the color of your skin is, what your religion is, what you identify as sexually or gender or whatever the fuck, like
tribal.
your sexual orientation, all of that. Everyone has to be divided into little groups, and then
Have to be.
they list everybody in these oppression Olympics where when you are quote unquote the most oppressed by society, you are up top. But obviously, and I'm sure everyone on this panel knows, the left, their biggest and most important on the priority scale is the billionaire elite class. I'm sure we're all aware of that, but they don't tell us about that. It's got to be like, the African American trans, whatever, yada, yada, yada.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the billionaire elite class that's funding all these movements, right? It's because for the longest time, when I was growing up, left-wing ideology always seemed to be the underdog, the revolution against the status quo. And now, all of a sudden, I don't know when this happened, they have become the status quo, yet they still think that they are fighting a revolution against the powers that be, whilst they are completely supported by all these massive corporations, the government, everyone, right? And I'm thinking, how do they square that circle? How can they still delude themselves that they are fighting against oppressive powers when they have said oppressive powers?
They have to have a dragon to slay.
You guys remember this meme? But do you guys
for
remember
10
the meme from about like 10, 15 years ago? Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, I still jokingly say that about stuff today because it's funny.
I say it not joking.
It still applies, man.
Yeah,
I
it
say
really
it not
does a lot of it. It does still apply. It's funny.
No, that was
Joking, man.
that was the most, like, when I was 16 and he got elected, man, that was I was a stupid teenager and I thought like I knew what politics meant, so everyone did everything and yada yada yada. Obama was great, and then when he ran on, we need to bring our troops home and we need to protect our soldiers, he changed that from, yeah, we're sending 30,000 more people.
Yeah,
over in
yeah,
Afghanistan. It
yeah.
was like,
I caught that too.
Oh, that's
It's ridiculous.
where you're at. Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
overthrow Libya. Oh, that's where you're at. Oh, we're gonna start bombing Syria. Oh, that's where you're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that was the big wake up call where it was like, yeah, they got their hooks in this guy. He can
Yeah,
run on
absolutely.
change and hope,
If you think
change sure did show up when he bailed out the fucking banks that destroyed our housing.
Yeah,
market.
but if you don't think they have their hooks in everyone they possibly can, I mean,
Yeah.
I got a bridge to
The
sell you.
presidents have term limits. The heads of the defense corporations and the alphabet agencies don't have term limits. They're the ones that with the hooks.
It's not the heads. It's not the secretaries of those
No.
departments. It's the deputies.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like the director of the FBI. They can
Well,
get
who-
replaced
who-
easy. It's the deputy
Yeah,
director.
Exactly.
That's
Who
the one with
catches up
that's
the
most
new
staying power?
Right. Who catches the new
Yeah.
guy up to speed? It's his deputy
Yeah,
director.
exactly.
It's the coaches and the ones who welcome them in that keep it all going.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
dude, it's that Bill Hicks skit, dude. I hate
It
to
is.
run it back on that, but where he goes, every new president that comes in, they bring him into a room, and there's a table with like 6 guys in suits smoking cigars, and a screen drops down behind them, and it's a shot of the JFK assassination from a different angle. And after it
Well-
ends, the screen goes up, and they go, "Any questions?"
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't
Yeah,
even have
pretty
to be-
much
it-
though, dude.
it-
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be that crazy. Literally, all it takes is for them to roll that screen down and there to be a whole bunch of information that's as inescapable, the destruction of the entire country because of the person who's now in front of them. And he's so scared shitless that without their help, he can't keep that at bay. And he does exactly what he's told.
Yeah. So they make it so that they want to willingly work with them. Mm-hmm.
See, and that's the thing, like, and like, I'm not, as someone who, like, the way I generally perceive myself as a centrist, moderate, whatever, someone like Trump running, where those same exact agencies spend, it's been like a decade now that they've spent every resource they have trying to take this dude down, lie, levy like lawsuits at him in New York, levy charges at him, actually get him convicted with like really sketchy legal theory that should not have been utilized, in the sense, like all of these different things. That's the kind of thing that makes me back somebody. And I think that I stand, like, most people stand with me. When he got convicted as a felon, most people were like, that's fucking bullshit. That's crazy that this judge would look at this jury and go, we're not asking you to say he committed a crime. We're asking if you believe he was hiding a crime. Doesn't matter what that was.
Right.
If you believe that he was hiding a crime by fucking up his paperwork in the taxes.
May I interrupt you for a second? You call yourself the enlightened centrist here, but here I am, even more cynical than you, where I can believe that the media and the powers that be and the old establishment is throwing everything they can at Trump, yet at the same time, he is doing some 5D chess, and this could be a higher level tinfoil hats operation going on, where he gets this street cred through this unified effort through media and lawfare and all the rest of it to go, oh, he must be our guy, you know? But he's still implementing the
Bill, I
same
completely
technocratic
agree.
policies and all that.
Yeah, I completely agree with
Very
you.
true, bro. That's very, like, that could be what's going on. And maybe it's my optimism that I think that we got a candidate in office who actually cares about us and is actually doing something. This could all be political theater just to like guide us in one direction.
It always is. It always
very
is.
True. That's very true. So I, at the same time, where I say that I have this level of optimism, I completely agree with everything you just said.
The capability you'd have to be equipped with to actually stand against absolute subversion is
it's
off the chart.
impossible. Impossible.
Yeah.
Not
There's
even.
nowhere
Yeah,
on the
literally
chart for it.
impossible. Yeah.
Well, that's
Like
the thing,
he's
though.
either
Trump
working
has
with
always
them
been
or he's not working
a
at all.
master manipulator of the media. Like, I mean, he's always just been like a slogan, a trademark, if you will, right? And what always sticks in my mind is his involvement with wrestling, which is all kayfabe. It's all fake dramatics, right? And like him talking about, oh, lock her up, lock up Hillary, this and that. Aren't their families best friends still? So, I mean, look, I think that you need to be optimistic in politics, and I think that we do need to engage in it on good faith, because if we're completely cynical, then we're already signing, you know, that warrant there. So, for all we know, we are voting on with these people on, you know, the policies that they propose. So, we are at least morally kind of, what's the word? We're all good then. Like, we still need to engage. But when it comes down to it and they end up, you know, sticking the knife in the back, we're like, well, yeah, I sort of saw that coming.
Yeah. Well, I think like regardless of whether Biden or Trump is in charge, that the real enemies are the same few people that are in power, regardless of who the president is. Like the politics is just a puppet show, honestly.
I genuinely, I believe. And I'll stop here because I could expound on this, and I don't know where TOS, but I'll stop after I say this one thing. I think our real enemies are in the e-files, bro.
They're involved in a lot of things, yeah.
But like it's just it's more than just like, you know, the kind of QAnon side of things. I think that whole thing was a lot more than just the PDFs. You know what I mean? That was a large scale blackmail operation.
100%, million fucking
I will
percent. Yeah.
not expound on that any further out of respect for Abe and his channel.
No, I know. It's hard to like enjoy talking about these subjects and not like go into that. But it sounds like we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
I think we all are on the same page. I think the very fact that certain people unalive themselves in very strange circumstances says everything we need to know. Like that was such a huge meme during that
Hi, Doc.
time that Jeffrey Epstein didn't, unalive himself. Like that, everyone felt that, and
It was so
and that was
blatant.
like that was a wake up call for everyone. And then after that, once we start being complacent and going along with it, even though everybody knows the meme, we're still going along with it. We still trust these politicians.
Welcome, Doc.
Well, I think we're just a lot of people pretending to go along
Jack,
with it.
how
On
are
the
you?
inside, they're not really on board at this point.
I think the number is like 47 or something like that. The number of associates that the Clintons have that have off themselves in super mysterious.
Yeah, dude, they're tied up in a
situations.
bunch of shit. Yeah.
It's a long trail.
Clinton is a verb.
It's a long trail. You're right.
Hey, Doc. The big boys are talking about real politics, But yeah, tag along, listen in. You might learn something.
The self-deletion verb.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Did you just want to start fighting right away?
Yes, as soon as I see your face, mate.
You want to warm up first?
Where are you in New Zealand or the UK?
This motherfucker. Oh my goodness.
This motherfucker. Arr. Australia, maybe.
What's up, Doug?
Well, actually, let's invite Duck into this because we're talking about deep level compromise, like how all levels of government and politics and business are sort of tied in with these blackmail sort of schemes.
Let's do it.
Due to their degenerate proclivities, due to their own sins, basically, and how the whole sort of apparatus seems to be kind of like this network of compromised people that anyone can take any of them down. So as far as your morality of left and right and wrong, how do you square that? Would you say that all sides of politics are kind of corrupt and degenerate scumbags?
So I'd point you to a specific example. What I would say is you have to understand Barack Obama's presidency. A lot of people don't know that Barack Obama had multiple degrees from Ivy League schools and was a community organizer even before
What is
getting
that?
into politics. And then within 8 years,
Everybody knows that.
within 8 years, he was leading campaigns across, a geography that spanned almost as large as the United States. And so you put
Community
a
organizer.
lawyer,
Almost like he was placed there.
huh?
I'm saying almost like he was placed in a specific time and place in his life to be so prolific.
Yeah.
It is almost like that. Yeah.
Because he's a
Weird.
lawyer, right? And so, he had to take over someone else's campaign, understand the sort of geopolitical context, and he couldn't organize poor blacks and blue collar workers in Chicago. He couldn't show that the sort of Clinton neoliberal era was culminating in a change which was happening all over the United States. Instead of doing that, he was fighting off racist bigots saying that he wasn't born in the United States. And so if you talk about morality intercepting the sort of political sphere, Aristotle and Hobbes said man is a political animal. That's what we do. Maybe it is a harsh truth of reality or life. I don't know.
Would you say that Barack Obama pulled himself up by his bootstraps? Like he really made the most of his situation?
Yeah, I would say that to me sounds more like it's an attempt to undermine what Barack Obama accomplished. Even if he didn't come from a single parent household, he.
I'm happy you caught that. Yes, I was being very cynical of his achievements. That is correct. Thank you for understanding.
Wait, if he was set up and placed in it, what did he achieve?
the presidents only achieve whatever they're allowed to achieve by the people that are really in power.
I mean, what? Yeah, but if he was placed there, if he was like groomed and placed there, what is it that he achieved? As he said, you didn't build that. I mean, right? Didn't he say
Yeah,
that?
I think presidents are basically just used as figureheads, and they don't really do much, honestly, other than just be a face that everyone gets to point at if something goes wrong.
I will say he
They've
did
got personality, you know. I mean, Barack Obama, he had a silky, smooth tongue. So did Bill Clinton. But as far as personality goes, fucking Trump all the way. That guy's hilarious.
Look, Obama was by far the best cogent speaker since the year 2000. And when I say that, I mean someone who can just speak cohesively.
Yeah, he was a good orator, for sure.
He speaks like an idiot. Joe Biden was, I don't even have to even say anything.
Yeah, but you really don't have to say anything, yeah.
Yeah. Donald Trump, I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel can agree. The guy says some dumb shit sometimes, dude.
For sure. Yeah, he's not very like
That makes him
politically minded.
relatable, I guess.
Obama can speak very well, but
Right.
when it comes to his achievements, my biggest criticism to any of his achievements is the fact that he bailed out Wall Street, that fucked our housing market with almost $1 trillion in taxpayers' money.
What do you think about that?
Instead of bailing out the thousands of people that lost their houses, their jobs, and every ounce of their 401k and savings through no action of their own.
Well, the president, any sitting president has to do a lot of stuff that they probably don't agree with personally, just because they're not really the ones with all the power. So whether or not he wanted to do that personally, he had to.
Oh,
and you can say that about any president.
I mean,
Yeah,
hey, fair. That's fair, but that does not leave them washed clean of any kind of criticism.
No, they're all dirty, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying anyone's clean.
Cool. All right. We're on the same page then, bro.
Yeah, everyone up there's dirty. It doesn't matter if they're red or blue, dude.
They have no agency. We cannot blame them from their actions.
Well, that's why we need to blame the real people, dude.
Yeah. We.
But
cannot
everyone's
blame
so
them.
ignorant.
They do. We have to accept it. It's the people behind. They're reptilians in power.
Yeah.
They're the ones who had it.
Yeah, they're the real enemy. I agree.
Okay.
If you jump into bed with evil, you're evil. Sorry.
Dude, I know you're newer to the country, but if you don't think there's a deep state, then that's absurd.
Kataruri are running the scenes from behind an extra-dimensional layer. Sorry. I was trying
I'll
to
show
do
you
a-
something.
a David
Let
Icke.
me show you.
I'm not going to go ahead and pretend there's no accountability for people just because you think there is a lower.
No, I think they're all evil. Everyone, you don't get to high level politics without being bad.
We can't hold them accountable according to you because they weren't
That's not
actually
what
doing the
it
thing.
said,
Dude, that's not why you're being willfully ignorant about everything that I say, dude. I don't know what your fucking deal is.
It's just
Yeah, you're just
amazing
looking
how
for
you-
a fight that doesn't exist.
No, it's just amazing how you go ahead and just give them all of the outs, and they're like, "Oh my
That's
God,
you're
there's
not. You're
no
hearing
big
what you
fact."
want to hear. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I don't really have anything to say to you other than that.
Yeah,
I kind of stood on where you're at right now for a second.
Have to do whatever.
Rob made himself
His
very
eyes will open eventually.
Rob made himself very
Maybe.
clear on where he is.
I did, yeah. For everyone that had their ears open, I did.
We're coming from Emmett, but just you might want to maybe mute everything on StreamYard and then just go back a little bit because he did make himself incredibly clear, and that's why
Yeah,
I
well, he
said
obviously wasn't listening.
we're on the same page.
He said that they're actual people in power. These people are put there by these people in power, and they have to do whatever these people in power have to
That
tell
doesn't
them
mean you don't hold accountable.
If
Yeah,
you
what's
have-
incorrect about that?
Allegedly.
If
That-
listen,
that's true.
Give me a second. I'm trying to
Called
get.
Rob.
You're not teaching anyone anything. We already all know
Oh,
what you're saying, and
God.
you're not
I'm
looking
trying
ahead
to
enough.
give a fucking argument. Can I do it?
Well, your argument's dumb as
Master?
fuck, dude.
Well, okay, I can't do it then, Master. I'm sorry.
No, you've
No,
already
I'm
done it,
sorry.
and you're wrong.
I'm
You're trying to have a fight that doesn't
I am
exist.
so sorry that you have
Emmett.
to go ahead and rely on the deep state to listen to an argument. Okay.
Emmett, no. Listen,
I'm sorry.
listen. all of us believe that there should be accountability from the top all the way down.
Exactly.
Anybody who's in bed
Oh.
with anyone who has anything to do with evils that are committed, they're all accountable, all of them.
How do you hold someone accountable if they have no option and they have to do whatever they're being told?
By holding
everyone
all
has
of
a choice.
the whole group accountable. They're all
Everyone
bad.
has a choice.
How about this? The fact that they were elected as a democratically representative leader, and the fact that they are beholden to whatever interests, well, that's great. But their responsibility is to represent us. Now, as so far as they're doing that, great. As so far as they're not, well, that's where we hold them accountable. Now, I just wanted to clear the air, saying that sure, all these politicians they have to be compromised some which way. I mean, that's a given, right? But I will say that with Donald Trump being such a strong persona, that's why that's why everyone's so afraid of him, is because they can't quite make him bite his tongue. He's just going to say what he feels. That's how I feel. Like, and that's going to get him in trouble. And at the same time, that's going to make him feel like a real person to the electorate, where most politicians are sort of insulated by all these layers of, correct political speech and all that. And Trump is just such a persona that it's refreshing, and I think that's almost part of the trick there, is that he is so personable, so honest. It seems that he can kind of hide all these layers of
Let me ask you a question.
interest in there, whilst presenting as just being an honest person.
Yeah,
Bill can't hear very well
already
because he's on a
landed your
cell
point at
phone.
the beginning, though. So, if we have this desire, as you say, to hold people accountable in at least some way, even if they're a strong person, we maybe look at someone like biting their tongue disaffectionately. Like in the U.S., we also have AOC. She's advocating for issues like trans rights, and she's been doing that. Same with Bernie Sanders. He's been a supporter of
Running for a woman is gay. Sorry, continue.
I don't mean to be too whatever, but what I'm saying is that when you have people who are working outside of the normal systems of reciprocity, where there's bad behavior and they're doing good things, wouldn't you admit that we also have the same right, we have the same mandate to support those people instead of only holding people accountable for the bad stuff?
It just depends on how much of a hypocrite they are in the way that they.
I don't know. Bernie Sanders cucked Hillary pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, like.
So is anyone holding Trump accountable for the massive economic boom before the COVID hit? Or did everyone just sort of forget about that?
Everybody.
They just ignore that.
No. Everybody's against that. Or at least everybody here, I would say, it's against that, except Doug.
Against what? COVID. I'm against
Burning
Recognizing
money
the
and putting
economy
charge
before
of class
COVID.
to
We're asking you to hold Trump accountable, Duck. Hold him accountable for the economic prosperity and just general joy and hope for life in America during that short time before COVID. Can you hold him accountable for that?
So if I will. If we're seeing Donald Trump gallivant around the world, participating in geopolitics, which perhaps don't even make sense to Donald Trump, I would be just as ready to admit what I just said as I would to say that Biden's investments in AI has been the only reason the U.S. economy has had hope and optimism. The reason
What?
this is because of the utter failings of all the way back to the Bush administration, all the way back to the first Trump administration.
What about Obama?
What I find very curious is you accounting anything to Biden. He was just a puppet. Like, that was Weekend at Bernie's. Are you saying that he made any decisions?
It
No,
literally was
just
Weekend at
just
Bernie's.
because Americans decided to pick up an issue of Breitbart and suddenly become politically active does not mean that President Biden was a wet rag or like the welcome mat. Biden was a great president.
You may appeal to Breitbart all you want. May as well call us all fucking Hortler enthusiasts, but facts are facts, mate.
I would say worse things to you. If you guys didn't want to hear about how a solar farm or a new hydroelectric dam in China could have been relevant to the US's geopolitical strategy, then you guys should have never gotten into politics in the first place.
I want to hear about why you think a Breitbart article changed anything.
Why
Like an article that was on Breitbart is like a giant political tool that was used to do anything. I'm really curious how that works.
So disinformation and the new media, the phrase I use is counting shards of glass, right? This is what happened with Antifa and Black Lives Matter protests. Instead of actually looking at the context and asking who the relevant actors are, what issues they were supporting, and who else is playing in that space to contextualize how large or small an issue is, they counted shards of glass. They went around to protest. They caught every single violent event. Not only that, that wasn't even enough. The position of the Republican right and the alt-right, and now the woke right, is so weak that you have to spread disinformation. You have to lie about events that happen in the world.
Woke
You have
right?
to lie about
Can you-
people. This goes all the way
What
back
is
to
that?
2007.
Can you
This is
please
not
define
something
woke
new.
right?
I
Before
disagree
you
with a lot of what
continue?
you're saying, but what is the woke right, please?
I mean, so it's the woke right is this subjective mindset where you don't have to have context.
Is it like the
not a
fascist left
thing.
that is coming on?
It is ordering the next flavor of the day, in the same sense that the Koch brothers ordered a smear campaign against Barack Obama in 2007.
It's like the rise of the fascist left with Cory Booker.
So hold on, wait. What
There is
it
no
sounds
fascist
like
left.
is the
There is a
woke
fascism.
right or just neocons?
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
Woke right or
Where is the
neocons?
fascist left?
I don't know where the woke right is.
Antifa is the fascist left. I mean, just as one example.
Why?
But it's just an idea, right?
No, the guy.
me why.
Do you see the Cory
not a good
Booker
idea.
clip? What he is doing
It's
the.
not. Yeah, Antifa is not a good idea.
Yeah, it really isn't a good idea.
I'm
I agree.
I'm in big agreement with you, Doug.
Yeah, sure.
We
So
found common ground.
I think the fact that no one on this panel could define intersectionality or place it within overall academic literature. And additionally, I don't think anyone's actually spent serious time, as I mentioned
Why are you
now for
gatekeeping?
the second time, I think. Where
gatekeeping so hard?
where should Antifa fit in the overall
Intersectionality?
picture of the United States? I don't understand how we have
When do we
300
start talking about
Eradicated.
people going to work
intersectionality?
every day trying to find a future.
100% entirely eradicated. That's where they belong in the United States. That's where they belong.
Well, radicals on both sides should be eradicated.
I agree, but we're just
There
talking.
aren't any
I
radicals
agree.
on the right.
Was
We're
that
just
just like
talking
an
about
accidental
Antifa.
Nazi salute? Abe, you have
What?
lower class violating TOS doing like down
What?
and out Nazi salutes on your channel.
What? Nobody
Give
did
me a
that.
break,
So
dude.
where his
Jeez.
camera is, he
How
literally
did
has
that?
to reach his
Oh
hand
my
forward
God.
to
Did my
do
eyes
anything.
deceive me?
No,
No
your brain
offense,
deceived
bro.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably the rise of
It's a
the
hand
left
motion,
going
and
on.
I was just putting my hand up like this. I wasn't doing a fucking Nazi salute, brother.
My bad, man.
See,
I'm trying
Jesus.
to. Someone,
I mean,
someone
I-
asked me a
I
question.
think him
Same
thinking.
thing with Elon Musk. That's fine.
Yeah.
And people are trying to do the Cory Booker thing, but that's just a meme to make fun of the fact that everyone said Elon Musk was.
I don't think anything encapsulates what Antifa is more than someone thinking they're seeing a Nazi salute and not actually seeing one.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I'm not
yeah,
part of
that's-
Antifa.
That is
Why
that
would
is.
I care?
Well, no, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying
just
like that.
defending it
That
because-
perfectly encapsulates it.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to bring dull pencils and fill out all the bubbles in the wrong ways, like that's
Yeah, we're all
What?
saying that we agree that you're not Antifa. We understand.
Yeah,
Was that part of of
I don't think you're
intersectionality?
Antifa.
Yeah.
Well, he's protesting a lot, so he
Bias
might be.
stand
And,
on
you know,
But yeah, but
I mean-
Doug, to
I
be
mean,
fair,
hey,
you didn't say that to
Duck,
dig
if
at
you
anyone.
want to,
You
if you
just
want to
said it
admit
just
to burning
you know.
down buildings and like lighting cars on fire and shit, go ahead. But aside
There it
from
is,
that, I
counting
don't think
shards
you're
of
Antifa.
glass. Counting shards of glass.
you mean the 93% peaceful protests? That there must have been a whole lot of broken glass, just because the store's being looted and stuff.
Or the insurrection going on right now?
Probably.
Are you guys? Is anyone going to look at Charlottesville protests or the
Is anybody
how
gonna look at
basically
the
every social
insurrection
media
right
company
now?
had to shut down far right nationalism? What about that?
Every social
What?
media had to shut down, or
I agree that any
going
violent
on ahead
protest
and
is gay as hell,
I think
dude.
it's tro-
That's what
I
I
don't think
agree.
if you wrongs
trolling.
make a right. I think we should go against any wrong. Yeah.
Duck,
I think you're looking at the issues all wrong in the sense that you guys are giving examples of the woke right where you cannot help but step into the room
the
and
woke
when you're
right.
finding the
I
doorknob
think
when
you
you're
give an
you know,
example of the fascist left.
you're setting the timer on the coffee pot.
wait.
It's
Hey.
just the things that are exciting for you.
By the
I
way,
think
here's
you're
my
just giving
palm.
examples
This
of
isn't
the
a
fascist
Nazi
left.
salute, Duck, but I do want to ask you a question. And this is a good faith question, and I just want to know
Wait.
where you're coming from with this. What
Sure.
is your definition of right wing?
Of right?
That's a good
right wing?
question.
What's your definition of right wing? And I'm not talking about alt right. I'm not talking about woke
I don't
right.
have a definition
I'm not
of
talking
right
about
wing.
far right. I'm saying, what is your definition of right wing? This is a good faith question.
Are you talking?
I genuinely
Are you
want to
talking
know.
about like the political spectrum of like voters
Yeah.
or like politicians?
Or whatever you mean when you say right wing. That's
What is
probably a
right
better
wing
way.
I don't know
according
if
to
I
you?
said right wing, but since my name is Duck, I'll
Yes,
say
it's a
so.
question
I
to
think
you.
the right.
What is your definition of right wing? It's a very simple question, and I promise you, it's good faith.
Right.
I do genuinely want to know.
Yeah. So the right wing, to me, I think it tends towards a more limited government. I don't know how you want me to answer that question.
It's pretty
give me your
broad,
definition of
yeah.
Right wing.
Just
Just
whatever
give
you
me your-
think when you
just
say right wing.
What you think the right wing
I
is
wouldn't
when it
say
comes
right
to
wing
the
'cause I'm not
political
a fucking
spectrum.
idiot, though. Does that not make
No,
sense?
well, you've never said right wing ever.
Duck. I'm not quoting you here. I'm not trying to trap you. This is not a gotcha. This is a good faith.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I want to know what your definition of right wing is.
We were genuinely talking about this earlier. That's why he wants to know. It has nothing to do with you.
Yes, yeah, because I'm not right wing. I've made that very clear. So what I'm asking you is, what is your definition of right wing? Because you're left wing, and
Yeah.
I have my own definition of that.
I don't.
And
So
we agree on a lot of things, I'm sure. But what I'm asking
Yeah.
you is, genuinely, what is your definition of right wing?
Yeah, so in terms of like nationalism and right wing, right? Like if you're asking about how people on the right might identify themselves, I would say they're
No,
probably
what you
more
think.
prone to talk about American exceptionalism. That would be an important one to touch on. I would think they would attribute exceptionalism to Christianity. They would attribute this to something like the Protestant ethic. So they would make the claim that Christians are hard workers somewhere about there. They're ethical hard workers. And in general, I think people on the right wing still trust things like technology and energy, like everyone in the United States does.
So you just said
I
people
just
on the
think
right
the
wing.
sort of self
what-
stories that are told,
Wait, but what
and
do
then
you
the
mean when
political
you say
motions
that?
from there are different.
Wait, Grumple. If you don't mind, and
Go ahead, brother.
just I would just like to hear his full breakdown on what he believes right wing is, just so I
He's
can
not-
get a basic
What the fuck do
understanding
you
of
want
where
for a
he's
full
coming
breakdown? What do you? I have
I'm-
no
I'm not hearing him
context.
say
I
his
just gave you an
opinion.
answer. Say something
from.
back to me.
Duck.
all.
Listen. I promise you,
Absolutely
brother.
not.
I promise you, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm not trying to disarm you by saying this. I am being
I don't think you could if you
genuine in
wanted
asking.
to. I honestly don't think there's enough IQ points added together on this panel to trap me about anything.
Oh no, he called us dumb.
Yeah, of course.
Dude, I'm asking you a real simple question, man. What do you think right wing is? I mean, like, I can't say it. I'm a fucking
I just said like six
trailer
things to you. Do you not
trash
have fucking
pea
ears?
brain, okay? So
You
explain
have no
it to me
ears?
like I'm 5.
Do you have no hands?
All right,
He's
what
not
the
gonna
fuck?
answer,
Okay,
dude. Let's
okay,
just
okay,
move
what
past
the,
it.
okay, what the
Never
fuck
mind.
is
Yeah,
this?
remain
I
frustrated
mean,
then. That's fine.
seriously,
We can move on,
let's
guys.
just
We
have a
can move on.
freaking conversation,
really
all
cool.
right? Let's just stop the damn,
Super sick.
let's just
That's super
be,
sick. I love
Yeah,
it.
he won't answer.
I mean, yeah, I don't care. Just be civil, guys. Just talk. I mean,
No, I am. Yeah. No, I'm trying to be as civil as possible. This is not a gotcha. This was not like any kind of 4D chess. Oh, I got you in this, whatever, yada yada. I was just genuinely asking a question, and I can't get an answer. So,
do you not know what American exceptionalism is? Is that not
American
an
He does. Yeah.
right wing?
Like basic nationalism, wanting America.
He was asking for your opinion. That was the only thing.
So
not like a
instead
definition.
of saying so when I said nationalism, now it's basic nationalism. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, American
Can you explain?
exceptionalism.
Why don't you explain to chat? Why don't you explain to chat right now what
Is
basic
their country
nationalism
being
is?
on top, right? Where any other country having their country exceptionalism is going to be nationalism in that country. So that's basic nationalism.
What the fuck? What did you just say? You didn't say words that anyone should
I'm
ever
sorry
say.
you can't understand a very simple concept,
Because
brother.
you're a fucking retard.
Sure, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Go ahead and believe that.
harder.
If I'm from Sudan and I want Sudan to be the best country in the world, that's Sudanese exceptionalism.
So you're
if I'm in
Sudanese.
America,
So what you're
and I
telling
want
me is
America
you're not
to be the
you're
best
not part of the
country in
tribe.
world,
No,
that's
lower class.
American
Shut the fuck up and
exceptionalism.
listen.
It's
Shut
very
the fuck up.
simple.
You don't know what you're talking about. So if you're in Sudan and you want Sudan to be the best country in the world, you're not tribal. You're Sudanese.
That's nationalism.
Okay, and so you're not Muslim. You're Sudanese.
I didn't say anything about fucking religion, bro. I was talking
I
about
know, you dipshit.
So then what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
That's what I'm trying to ask you. You said right wing and I said nationalism. You don't know the definition of nationalism. You don't actually understand it. That's the incredible
Nationalism
part
is a
about all
general
of this.
benefit to the nation that you're in. That is the simplest definition that you can possibly
What the
give.
fuck? What is a state? What is a state? What is a nation?
What is a nation?
It's not a gotcha question.
A land area within borders that is united under some
Internationally,
form of
okay,
government.
so internationally recognized borders. That's one.
Yeah.
That's one.
That is governed under one general governance.
That is called sovereignty. That is called sovereignty, and it's not even right what you just said. So sovereignty, number 2.
But that's a nation, right?
That is the
Sure, that's
primary
the definition of a
definition of what a
state.
nation is. Yeah.
A nation state, a Westphalian nation state.
Okay, so wait a minute.
So you're talking about a right-wing national identity under a nation state. Was that the whole
But that's
point of
my
this?
question. That was my question earlier, Duck. What is right wing to you?
He's looking for opinion, not a definition. I think that if that's helpful, I think that's what he wants. And that's
Yeah,
where the
to
disconnect
you,
is.
Duck. To you.
An opinion?
To you.
Yeah.
What do
offered
you?
That's
my
what that's
opinion.
what he's looking
I
for.
said the
right wing.
Okay,
The
let me say
hold
my
on,
thing
hold on,
again.
Duck, hold on. Before
Yeah,
we
you
go
go.
down this, like, we're calling
Sure.
each other names and all that. We don't have to go through that.
Well, I
whatever.
called you
if
a
you want to,
retard.
that's fine. I don't give a shit. You can call me whatever names you want. I don't care.
I will.
Trust me. But
I'll
what I'm
call you a
saying is,
retard again.
I'm the reason that whatever. The reason I'm asking that is so we can all have a unified baseline on where you stand, so we can continue the conversation.
That doesn't
in
make any
somewhat
sense
good
to me.
faith.
You
But
understand
if
that?
you can't give me
You
a
understand that I'm like
definition of what
actually
right wing is,
just because
then
I
you
look
can
really
use
smart
this
and attractive
ephemeral
doesn't mean that I
definition
don't have like
of right
actual
wing,
autism.
of woke
I don't need to
right,
explain
of
anything
alt
to any
right,
of you.
of far right, and you don't have a centralized reference point to where we can all point back to in this conversation. So you can
That's
call me
fine.
retarded, you can say I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm asking
That's
a very simple concept of you, and I was doing it in good faith.
That's right. So I still think you're retarded.
That's fine. I don't care.
Doug, I have a
Answer
question.
the
If we're
question,
all
dude.
retarded, then why are you here? You're obviously too good to talk to us.
Christ.
What's the point?
I'm on a panel
I
full
don't know
of
if you guys are
retards.
offended.
Look at me.
You want to see how fucking easy?
We're
it
not
is?
offended, but I'm just wondering why someone that's so much smarter than all of us would even want to spend time with us.
Yeah,
I don't
dude,
understand what the point is.
debate.
What are you
gonna
looking
do,
for
go
here?
back to your homies
He's
and
gone.
video? Yeah,
He's
fuck
gone.
him, dude. See, that's
Yeah, because
not
I call
bullshit.
that as bullshit, dude. He's just here to flame everybody.
That's why, as a moderate, someone who probably agrees with him on a few things, I don't fuck with the left because that's the kind of bullshit they do, right? At least here, I know if I ask you guys the question, what's your definition of left wing? I'm going to get a pretty simple response from everybody on this panel. That's why I don't fuck with the left. That's why Trump won. That's why most people don't fuck with the Democrats. It's very easy.
Well, I think it was a good idea to bring him up. I mean, it could have been a productive conversation. I guess he got all.
No,
all
the reason
defensive,
that didn't go any. Yeah,
I guess
sorry.
he got
Dan.
defensive because.
Yeah, well, because he's used to
on the opposite side. I don't know what.
Yeah,
happened,
it's
but-
because everyone on the other side is used to having nothing but extremely vile encounters with the other. So he obviously just became defensive immediately
I was
instead
kinda
of being good
hoping
faith.
for a productive conversation. I mean, would be
Yeah.
awesome.
It's
yeah.
not often possible with people like that. And I think there's a lot of people on this side that are the same way towards them.
And like here's the thing, right? Like I understand there's the whole debate bro thing of trying to get somebody in a gotcha or whatever, and like I'm not part of debate culture, bro. Look,
We know that. Yeah.
I've been streaming for a week. Okay, I've been in the online sphere for a week. I'm not a big streamer. I'm not some like powerful voice in the community or anything. I'm just another fucking dude. Okay, but my thing is, I tried to reiterate, and I mean, like y'all can back me up here. Angry Beaver, by the way, I do want to shout out that comment. That's fucking hilarious.
Chase is great. Yeah.
Yeah. But you guys know for a fact, I tried to reiterate that question multiple times, and I was being genuine when I said this is not a bad faith question. I just wanted to know, so all of us on this panel had a basic reference point of where his ideals were coming from, what his definition of right wing is. So
Yeah, no,
that
you didn't
way,
do anything wrong at all. I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
it's when he started, saying that everyone here is so dumb that I can't. It's like, come on, man, just talk, just have a conversation.
Well, he obviously wasn't looking to
that's
talk,
what I meant
whi-
by that.
which is
So
why
it
he left.
Wasn't then against
Yeah.
whatever you said. Yeah.
Sorry,
He was
my
trying to
wife was
clip
my wife was
They're
messaging
done.
me off the
When
hook
Duck
about
got on and
earthquakes.
started calling everybody dumb, I just turned on the White Hurricane of 1913 in the Great Lakes.
He'll bring juicy juice for the kids next time.
Oh wait, bring crayons and chicken nuggets too.
Yeah.
Bro, my vote's on Capri Sun. Fuck Juicy Juice.
Yes, Doc, that's what you said. And that's what I meant. That's a good point.
I vote Capri Sun. And Duck, I'm a pea brain retard, so I might need your help getting the straw into the little insertion hole. Okay? If you could.
Insert.
So
Yeah,
anyways,
please.
Those things are complicated. Yeah, I mean, you help to.
Juice boxes were the OG.
I believe the plural is juice boxing. Sorry.
Juice boxing. Yes.
In Germany,
Point
it
of order.
is.
it's just
It's
it's
plural.
just sad that he couldn't use his IQ to communicate better. That would be
Right,
nice.
I know. Yeah.
I mean-
very, very simple. Yeah. See, usually when I talk with someone who's smarter than me, they can explain things in a simple way. For someone who's retarded to me, right? Like they can explain things like I'm 5. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway, I've seen this guy on other panels, and I think he seems like a decent guy. The little I've seen of him. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't have anything against anybody, no matter what their opinions are. But yeah, it's just, I mean, there's sometimes you're just not going to be able to have a conversation right from the beginning.
For whatever
And
reason,
that was
I
one of
mean,
them.
I'm not saying I know why this happened, but it happened, and it's unfortunate. But whatever. It's the
You
internet.
got a rhythm. You got a rhythm with the tism, not whatever you did.
A rhythm with the tism.
Rhythm with the tism. Love it, dude.
That's amazing. I gotta go. I gotta go to sleep. I have a debate tomorrow. Hope you all.
Emmett, wait, are you
Okay.
going to be streaming that debate, Emmett?
What?
Are you going to be streaming it?
Yeah, it's gonna be streaming Anson channel, chairman of the
Yo,
board.
hey,
I put a link.
Post your channel in the private chat, please.
I don't have a channel.
Oh, fuck, man. Well, post wherever you're going to be streaming it, dude. Like, post
It's
it in the
Anson.
private chat.
Yeah, Anson's
It's Anson's
channel.
I don't think I've subbed to Anson.
You should. That's fun. I've been there a couple times.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. Does anyone have?
Well, I'm on my phone, so I don't think I can paste the link. Let me see.
I'll get the link. Give me a second.
Emmett, we've shared a couple panels so far, and like I know I probably sound like a noob when I say this, but I like everybody on this panel. So if you have a channel and you want to post it in the private chat or post it in the regular chat, please do.
Yeah, I think it's my first time talking to you, but I had fun with you too, man.
Yeah, dude. You know.
Yeah, it's fun. I would absolutely like to have a conversation about what you couldn't talk in private if you want to. I don't. I'm
yeah.
overly willing to.
I'm willing to talk about it. Yeah. No, that's not his channel. That's someone else's channel. He's just going to appear on the channel.
Okay.
I'll be having a debate on that channel. It's not my channel. I'll probably end up making one, but I've been finishing. Like I'm on my last semester of school. I'm finishing. I'm almost done, and I have to get that done before I do anything else.
Well, yeah, Emmett. If you make a channel, holla at your boy.
I'll let you know. Thank you.
All right. Cool.
All right. Good luck tomorrow. I'll be watching.
Yeah, take it easy, dude.
Yeah, have a good one. I have a good plan. So I hope everything goes well. Enjoy the panel. Thank you for having me on, Abe.
Later.
Keep it sexy.
Was very.
Abe, sorry, we were being naughty a little bit.
I just figured the discussion would be fine.
Yeah.
So long as people aren't freaking out and getting really, really wild and shit.
Jess, what up?
Hello, Jeff.
Jess is a legend, dude. I like Jess, man.
So my wife was messaging me off the hook because there's a bunch of quakes in our area, and they're like being reported as new faults and moving different directions than normal. So, yeah, that's for fun. Instead of like up and down motion, it's being tracked as like side to side motion. So,
what a world.
Yeah.
So I live in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm trying to get out of the city right now. Pretty fucking wild here, man. It's crazy, dude.
Why? What's happening?
We just have a really high murder rate.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad, dude. My bad. We have
I've
a
heard
very
that.
high unaliving rate right now, and it is shocking, bro. Like I grew up in Tampa Bay, and I thought like where I grew up was bad, which I mean it was bad, right, when I was growing up, but it wasn't anywhere near what it's like here. It's crazy, dude. Anyway, sorry.
No, I don't blame you at all. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, man. But
stay away from Chicago, Memphis.
Yeah, we
LA.
got northern cities that aren't good either.
No, I know this isn't the worst. I wasn't trying to get in like a pissing contest debate or anything.
No, we weren't either. Yeah, but it's a lot.
Oh, I was.
There's a lot of like urban environments just tend to be like that. Obviously, some are worse than others, but yeah, it sucks. That's why I don't live in the city anymore either.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to move my way out. See, like I really like this area because I'm from the beach, and you know, in Florida, especially around Tampa Bay, you know, if you look at it from like a satellite map, it's very gray because of just how like it's like overly urbanized, you know. There's just lots of streets, lots of concrete, you know, and then moving up here, there's a forest right outside of the city, you know, and it's just if I were to go 20 to 25 minutes northeast of here, first off, the cost of living's a lot cheaper, but second off, all of the crime rates for everything just plummets.
Yeah,
insane, dude.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, it's really. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, there's probably not any like real you know, divisional like commonality, you know, that has anything to do with those. Yeah, it's just random. As far as I can tell, it's random.
It's 100%. But yeah, I would be a lot more at home outside of the city.
Yeah, you should, because I used to live in a city too, and I left for very similar reasons.
Yeah.
You know, I got sick of my car getting broken into and like all kinds of other stuff happening. So
Well, see, so my thing is, right, like I live I don't want to say I live below my means, but like I live a very modest kind of lifestyle when it comes to like money wise.
yeah, that's
And,
smart.
I have people busting my windows out in my car to try and steal
Yeah,
the
me
nothing
too, dude.
that's in there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's enough's enough at a certain point.
It's
It
like you
sucks.
didn't even get anything. You just busted
I
my
know.
window out, asshole. What
Yeah,
is
well,
your
they're probably like messed up or something. And just wanted to
Yeah,
smash them.
man, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, just get out of there. It's way better to live like in like a rural or suburban area. So, suburbs is the ideal, I think.
Not very
Living below your
considerate.
means based.
Like you didn't even leave anything in the car for him. Like that's bigotry.
Yeah, you're racist for not leaving anything for him.
What are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. What does that
Wait,
do?
who's anything about race? What are you insinuating?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing, nothing. No, I don't know. Maybe I made a connection that wasn't there.
Crayon eaters aren't a race.
Mental shutdown.
Ruffle,
You can't
relax.
say that. You can't say that. I'll dye my hair blue now.
Well, I don't know what his race is. Oh wait, does he have a video on? I'm not looking at the video. My bad. No, right. We don't have to bring race into it.
That's my job. What?
Are we starting this debate or finishing it? I'll race you. Come on, let's go.
Wait, what debate are we having? We're having a debate right now?
I think it's like a race war debate.
A race debate, yeah, a race war. We're starting the race war on Abe Dinkle's channel. Just FYI, everyone, the race war is starting.
It's the
in
opposite.
T-minus.
We're just stating that as the opposite of what we want to
I'm
have.
not gonna make. I'm not gonna make any definitive statements on who would win what, but I'm very confident.
Damn, dude. All right,
That's
we don't
all I
need.
gotta say.
Are we all saying the silent part out loud? So when are we starting this?
No, we're not starting it.
Well, I'm not starting shit.
We can talk about and obviously, if anyone's just joining us, we're talking about the races in D&D.
Yes, correct, yes.
Elves,
Clerics
and
versus
gnomes.
hunters versus paladins.
Filthy orcs.
Yeah.
Dude, come on,
Fucking
man.
join this panel to end all this D&D gayness. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, it was a good way to divert the conversation. But no, it's honestly like
It's a
that's
good way
why
to
I
divert
generally don't
every
like.
conversation. No one wants to hang around to listen to you nerds prattle about that.
No, they
Well,
love that.
it offers a unique opportunity to draw a bunch of parallels into our own reality that we're allowed to talk about versus not allowed to talk about. You see?
No,
All right, gentlemen.
I was
I think
mocking
I'm
you guys before, but I heard a lot of you talking about the D&D, and I've got some friends that get into that. Now that's like a very visceral, hallucinatory experience. You're just basically using Fantasyland to, embody yourself into this alternate reality. Does it feel pretty otherworldly in that sense? Like reading a good fiction novel?
There's a really big wide. There's a really wide range of like experience depending on like how close you are with the people you're doing it with, how imaginative. Like the DM needs to be the one that is drawing on the most imagination. But you could have a bunch of players that like aren't really into it at all. They're just trying to like do a meta game. But if everyone is like working well together, it's honestly like the most fun thing you could possibly do. And I've done a lot of stuff. And like
taken a couple times, like as a noob, which is a new character sheet and all that, like for, a night or two. I haven't done full campaigns or anything. It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm strangely intrigued by it, and I don't see it as completely degenerate. I think there's something creative and inspiring about it.
If you are at all interested in that way, we should. I think some of us are trying to get like a group going, just over Discord and stuff. So if you're curious about it, like you can message us, and we can get you in one of those. But it is honestly a lot of fun. If you have a really good
Curious.
group.
That sounds gay.
Oh my gosh.
Like just adding curious to anything just sounds gay.
I think I'm going to close this down
Okay.
for the night.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where we going, boys?
Who's leaving?
Yeah, we're gonna end.
I'm going to shut it down.
Just because I started making fun of your precious D&D.
No. My wife
It's
is
a mass
texting me
rage quit.
off the hook about earthquakes in our area that are like actually shaking the house.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Well, stay safe, mate.
Well, stay
Yeah.
safe, dude.
I appreciate it,
Yeah.
gents.
Later.
Hey, thanks, bro. Always.
Yes.
Yeah, cheers for
Nice,
hosting,
good.
mate.
Thank
good?
you for having us. All right.
It's nice
Take
to
care.
see
See yous.
Keep it
God bless
sexy.
you.
God bless.
All right, gents. Goodbye.
Later.
God bless. God bless.
Peace.